gonna get it.
Is flying.
Crushing here, these two women. Lucy Charles Barkley, the focus in her eyes is unparalleled.
He's found the power.
I've got goosebumps. This is the bit that gets me.
He's so happy. Look at him. He's in disbelief.
To the Ironman banners, the red carpet.
They created history today.
Going to be an American record for the fastest Ironman.
But now this man has emerged.
Executed the perfect victory. Welcome to the city of Vitoria-Gasteiz. Its varied and rich landscape, unique culinary experiences, 1,000-year history and warm welcoming locals make Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz certainly a race you cannot afford to miss. Whilst undoubtedly the goal of the athletes is to cross the finish line, the goal of the city's 250,000 inhabitants is to ensure they reach the finish line. The atmosphere here in the heart of the Basque Country, though the tight medieval streets into the Plaza de España and around the red carpet will push the athletes until the last steps, where they'll finally collect that beautiful medal waiting for them. A special atmosphere is sure to be waiting for our athletes. I'm getting goosebumps just talking about it. What a day we have ahead of us. Beautiful shots right now here in Vitoria-Gasteiz, and we are just about set for a start in this incredible Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz in the Basque Country.
Greg, I'm going to tell you a little bit on how you can actually follow us, not just right here on the screen. But if you enjoy all the live action from our full distance broadcasts, then head over to IRONMANNOW.com to check out something new in the works from Ironman. IRONMANNOW.com, powered by Kisui, is a new platform that allows the Ironman community to engage with us and each other and special guests. You can, of course, follow the live broadcast, but also take part in real-time chats as the race develops. Both Greg and I will chatting with everyone. Try our new fan experience and look for more features being added as the season goes on. So create your free account at IRONMANNOW.com.
Yes, and the beautiful lake here where we'll get underway here very shortly with our men's pro race today. We'll have our age groupers out there as well. But why don't we go over and have a look at our course maps right now. We got our race weather first. We got Vitoria-Gasteiz today. Beautiful 57 degrees right now. Here we are in Spain, and this is the Basque Country. And Michaela, you've got a swim course for us.
Yes, we do, and it actually is the Landa Provincial Park, and it's actually a very short run, but basically it's straight out, make a turn, make another turn, and then a very short run into transition. And it's actually in the Urilabelli Gamba Lake.
Then our bike course, we've got 2 long loops and 1 shorter loop, totaling up for 3 total loops on the bike. And they see it there, just absolutely gorgeous conditions and a beautiful bike course set up for us here. 2 long loops, as we were saying, just going around the follow the yellow line and off for the 3rd loop, which is a shorter loop as they make their way back into Vitoria-Gasteiz and heading out onto the Hoka Time to Fly run course.
And Greg, it's actually a 4-loop run. It's going to be short and twisty loops. And you're actually, in the entire run is in the city centre, and you finish in the Plaza España. So the Spanish crowds are going to be absolutely amazing.
It will be in the Plaza de España. It will be absolutely electric come the later hours of the day as we see our Hoka Time to Fly run course there, twisty and turny, as you said. Lots of, turns out there. So a little bit harder to get a little bit of momentum happening. But
yes,
we'll wait and see. It's going to be great, though, because there'll be plenty of spectators out on course. Yep, there we've got one of our athletes there getting very excited to get there. Race day underway today. And now we see there the race notes. Vitoria-Gasteiz is located in the Basque Country region in the northern Spain.
And Greg, I've actually trained here, so I know a lot about Victoria. There's going to be 2,500 athletes registered, And they're actually representing 65 countries and 380 tri-clubs.
Well, that is a very big number right there, 380 tri-clubs. That is very encouraging. Also, we got 2 male pro world championship qualifying slots. I know that Cameron Worth is here ready for one of those today. 75 age group world championship qualifying slots as well, McKeely, as we welcome in everybody to our studio right now. Hello, everyone. I'm Greg Welch, and this is McKeely Jones, the Ironman world champion, Olympic silver medalist, Paralympic gold medalist when you were a guide there in 2016 games. I don't forget a thing. Two-time ITU world champion as well. McKeely, it's going to be a great race, and I absolutely love the scene here in Vitoria-Gasteiz.
No, like another pristine, drinkable lake. You know, it's interesting because a lot of the athletes were talking about the wind.
Yes.
But it looks like we're going to have, like, not too bad wind today. So I think we're looking for a fast and furious swim. And then if the winds stay where they are right now, about 8 kilometres an hour, you know, rolling hills. But I think it's not going to be as challenging as people thought. So I think we're in some fast times again.
I think we're in for fast times from now on. I mean, you know, over the last couple of years, it's been absolutely nuts. But let's go and take a look at our Ironman World Championship qualified athletes here. We've got Josh Amberger, who we'll be catching up with a little bit later today. He's not here racing, unfortunately. Florian Angert with the top 5 finish in St. George earlier this year. There's Blumenfeld, our Ironman World Champion, and Kyle Buckingham from South Africa. Back-of-guards in there, Leon Chevalier, who's racing today, and Ironman Frankfurt and the European champion, Dennis Chavreau.
Yeah, and then we also have Jan Frodeno. Really excited to see him step up to Kona again. Magnus Ditlev. I'm excited to see him race as well. Ben Hoffman from the US. You know, he's had great success in Kona. And
look at Gustav Iden. He's another one of the flying Norwegians there. Sebastian Kinley coming back for one last crack at Kona. That will be a sad day at the end of the day, but a storied career for the German. Patrick Langer, the 2-time Ironman world champion, and 4th place at St. George, Chris Lieberman, and the rookie, Sam Long.
And then, of course, we have Tim O'Donnell coming back from a heart issue last year. Of course, the Canadians, Lionel Sanders, one of the most gutsiest races that you'll ever see. Joe Skipper from Great Britain, such a hard worker. I'm looking forward to seeing all these athletes race.
And also Kyle Smith from New Zealand. He gave it a good crack in St. George this year. There they are, the Van Berkels. They live thousands of miles apart, and they are not related. Jan Van Berkel and Tim Van Berkel. And then you can see Rudy von Berg. I'm really excited to see him have a crack. Bradley Weiss from South Africa as well. So they're some of our qualified athletes for the 2022 Ironman World Championship. The Super Sapiens Ironman World Championship will be coming up on October 6th for our women and October 8th for our men's pro categories, which we cannot wait to see get underway.
No, and I'm very, very excited to actually see the 2 days of competition. I think it's really going to set up a showcase for the women's event, and then, of course, 2 days later, the showcase for the men's event, the first time ever in Kona.
Yep, ditto. I'm very, very much on board with that, and I would love to see the women just get out there, have their own race, and I don't know if the tactics will be any different than normal. They'll just have a lot more space to get out there and use their strategy.
No, definitely. I think in terms of like space, I think previously the race was pretty clean, and I think it's just going to showcase the women a lot more on that given day because that's all we're going to be talking about. Nothing else but the women's professionals.
Yeah, as we get set to a start here coming up very, very shortly, we can see our lake now just absolutely gorgeous. It's 97% humidity out there. We're calling for about 8 kilometres of wind out of the northwest, and temperatures at the moment 57 degrees Fahrenheit or just around 17 degrees Celsius, but it is going to elevate quickly today to some extreme temperatures, about 36 degrees, on the Celsius side, and about 85 degrees on the Fahrenheit side. So as we look at our course right now, it is absolutely gorgeous, and we are just about set. Today, we find ourselves in the Basque Country in northern Spain, and this is going to be an incredible men's pro race. Don't go away. We're going to run off to a break right now as the Roca swim is on the other side.
There's this beautiful moment in time when neither foot is touching the ground. We are free of gravity and weight, moving above the doubts, past limits. When we are light, transformed, and hopeful. And if we were to collect all these moments, join them together, well, this is when anything becomes possible. This is when we fly.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
The IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz is just about to start here. The Roca swim course is right in front of us. Beautiful crystal clear waters, as McKeely Jones, the Ironman World Champion, was telling us about just a moment ago when you said it was drinkable, McKeely.
Yes, it is. Some of the most pristine water in all of the world, actually. You know, it's so fantastic when you get to a lake like this and you can see everything. You can see your hand placement. You can see the feet in front of you. And look at the perfect sky conditions. It's going to be very easy to sight all those boys today.
And it'll be very easy to sight those boys because they're wearing fluoro orange arms here today. We have a great men's pro field, you know, in front of us today, and this is going to be very interesting to watch because I think that there's going to be a couple of different dynamics, you know, from the swim course to the bike course and over to the run course. You've got different people, you know, that I think that you'll see at the start of the swim that you won't see, you know, during the bike, and then you'll see the bikers that we won't see in the swim. Notables, Cam Worth, of course, you know, Leon Chevalier, they're fantastic cyclists, and then the runners, you know, are going to come to the fore, you know, at the end of the day. So I think it's going to start out in a different way, and the different dynamic that we'll have, you know, in this race is going to be fantastic.
No, Greg, and I think it's going to be quite competitive and close in the swim. And then someone like Patrick Nelson, you know, he really wants to show his fitness is there, which, you know, he's struggled with the last couple of events. And then you've also got Menison, who, you know, 2 weeks ago, has he recovered from his second place at Ironman Nice? And then, of course, you've got Castelline, the Aussie, who, you know, in 2021 is coming back from an injury.
Yep, there they are, the notables here. We've got Leon Chevalier, we've got Patrick Nielsen. Let's see if he can get across the line here today. Cameron Worth, Nicholas Castellane and William Menison, just like you said. We actually had a, time to catch up with them. But let's go over to our next notables here after Leon, Patrick, Cameron, Nicholas and William. You can see there is Victor Arroyo Bugayo, there's Andreas Young and Dominic Sueja, Eneko Elesagui and Philip Kootenay, who we saw race, you know, not so long ago.
No, it's a fantastic event. And these athletes, you know, they're also vying for the 2 Kona slots.
That's right, 2 Kona slots. All right, we caught up with the athletes and this is what they had to say about the course.
I think a good swim is really important in this race because I think it'll be split into 2 sides. There'll be like 4 or 5 guys up front.
If it's windy, it's going to be choppy. I think I prefer the flatter water.
Judging by today, it's no waves and chop to deal with, and there's 2 turns. It'll just be a group type of swim. There's no real serious turns to kind of deal with to break the group up. It's going to be quite flat, fast and simple.
The swim is going to be really hard because they are really good swimmers. Some other guys that will swim really fast.
The swim always fit me. No, it's a nice flat lake. It looks really nice, beautiful.
The bike course is not hilly, so I think to be in the group is going to be important. I think that after the first lap, the wind will be important, and also the heat.
I think so. It seems like the bike is a bit fast. Just considering the times from last year, I assume it's a bit faster.
You can get out of the saddle a little bit and push and work some of the hills and work the faster downhills.
I thought it would be flatter than it is, and I'm happy to see there's actually a few kickers, a few corners.
Of course it's rolling, so I think it's difficult for guys to get away too much on the bike.
I've ridden on a lot of roads all over the world, so I'm comfortable to race blind.
On the run, it's a 4-lap run. I like more a 1 lap or 2 lap because mentally it's better for me.
It's a lot of U-turns, there's a lot of 90 degrees, there's a lot of, I think there's some cobblestones downtown as well.
It's quite an explosive, interrupted run.
It is in the city center for the marathon, so I hope for a good atmosphere of spectators and some nice view.
Well, there we go. We've got a lineup of our athletes, and there they are. They were speaking just a moment ago of the course. There's Cam Worth, the Australian. We've also got Nick Castellane from Australia. They're going to be two of the top Aussies out there today. We're missing Joshua Amberger, of course, but he will be on the sidelines watching today. This is beautiful Vitoria-Gasteiz in northern Spain, in the heart of the Basque region. Don't go away. We've got our start coming up next.
Whether it's on the road or in the pool, your activity has high demands. Rooted in sweat and grounded in science, we understand your unique fueling needs. That is why we created formulas just for you, endurance athletes, helping you replace what you're losing and keeping you fueled. And there's nowhere we'd rather be than with you along this journey, because together we are formulated for farther. From the creators of Gatorade, Gatorade Endurance, formulated for you, formulated for farther.
We're here in the Western Pyrenees, and we are just about set to see our men's professional athletes get underway. They're vying for 2 spots to the Ironman World Championship, the Super Sapiens World Championship, coming up October 6th and October 8th for our men in their race. A 2-day event coming up this year, and we are so excited. But today, McKeely, we got to get excited about this, because this race start's going to be fantastic. Like we said, a different dynamic coming into the race. We've got, our favourites, Leon Chevalier. We've got Cam Worth out there, Nick Castellane. Can somebody else, surprise us out there?
Definitely, it's an Ironman. Anything can happen, just because you've done it before. You doesn't mean you can keep doing it. And you always see somebody that'll come in and just have a race that you're like, where did that come from? But that's what makes our job really, really interesting. But I think this part of the season, it's all about that Kona slot. I mean, there's 2 on the line. That's why we have these top guys here who haven't already qualified, coming here to Vitoria-Gasteiz to race.
Menenson there in the white cap. We've got Cam Worth wearing the neon green out there today. Patrick Nielsen's going to be wearing pink, and Nick Castellane, he'll be wearing the gold cap. But Leon Chevalier, he stands as one of our favourites for sure. I got caught up with Dennis Chavreau, who knows Leon very well, and I was talking to him yesterday about, how, Leon's one of those guys that he's just so strong, in just all 3 disciplines, especially the bike and the run. But there's Menenson, and he's going to get after a good race after Ironman Nice. We've got our next athlete coming to the fore there, getting introduced as we get all of our men's pros on the start line. Then we will get underway with our start.
And Greg, this is the time where I get goosebumps. You can see the nervousness in every single athlete. It's like usually what you'll do is you'll take a big deep breath, really start visualizing of where you want to be. And, everyone says, the swim, does it really matter in an Ironman? Yes, it does. Positioning is super important. You definitely don't want to get left behind when you've got someone like Cam Worth, who is a powerhouse on the bike. So setting yourself up in the swim in this particular field, I believe today we're going to see a group up front, and then, things are really going to start to happen after that. And so if you want to be on the podium in the end, I really believe that you've got to have a really good swim today.
You will definitely have to have a good swim, and, you can go back and look at the history of races and see, the swim times of athletes, from poor swimmers, poorer than our good swimmers out there, and know that, nobody ever really comes from about 5 to 6 minutes down and wins Ironman these days. So, they're all blanketed, about 3 or 4 minutes, and then you'll see, the athletes come through it and do their, great bike ride to get into it. Let's just take, for instance, like Lionel Sanders or, Cam Worth. They've been a little bit down there before, and then sort of come back into the fore of it. There's Cam Worth in the neon green cap, fourth from the right-hand side, and we are just about set. Let's take a listen to our start here for the 2022 Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz in northern Spain. Underway, and your favourite word at the beginning of the swims, they're not dolphining so much today, Mikili. There was only a couple of little pumps there, and they're underway, thrashing away in those waters here in the lake, and it's absolutely off to a flying start. We've got a really wide start there. We can see that we've got a couple of groups forming. There's like 3 groups forming, one on the right there, one in the middle, and one on the left. So they'll all come together in an arrow formation here very, very soon, but we are off to a great start in the Roka swim.
We sure are, Greg, and I definitely think, that group is going to come together, and, I think we're going to have a pack. And, last year, in the last time we had this race, Josh Amberger swam a 46.45. I don't think there's anyone in this field that can match that, but I definitely think we're looking in that 48-minute range.
Well, Joshua Amberger from Australia is one of the best swimmers in Ironman triathlon that we've seen in quite some time. Andy Potts, another one of those great swimmers, actually supposed to line up here today, but unfortunately withdrew. But Amberger, he's one of those guys, short in stature but mighty at heart, and boy, can he go. He's like a little pocket rocket, little pistol he is, and he'll be joining us on the show a little bit later today, and we'll catch up with him and ask him a few little questions, get his predictions and all that sort of jazz. But we are just about set to see our age group athletes also get underway here momentarily, but the men now are off to a start. We're only just 2 minutes into it, coming up on the 200-metre mark.
And here we see all the age group athletes getting psyched for the event. Fantastic opportunity again for them to get one of the 75 slots to the Ironman World Championships in Kona in October. And, it's always interesting when you see the start of the race. This is going to be a staggered start, that sort of time trial start. We'll probably get 4 or 5 athletes lining up, and then they'll dive into the water. Yeah, this swim is a little bit shorter in terms of where your dolphining is going to come into play, where you actually, dive and come back up, because it gets deep very, very quick. So it's basically a short run into the water, and then everyone starts swimming very, very quickly.
Yep, we're here in the Ulubari Gamboa Lake, located in the Landa Provincial Park, just outside of Vitoria-Gasteiz, and they'll get over to Vitoria-Gasteiz, in the front of the show here. But right now, just a little bit outside of town, just like in Ironman Frankfurt, they then cycle back in toward town, and then they do their loops out there. We've got 3 loops on the cycling course here today, 4 loops on the run, but right now we're right here in Ulubari Gamboa Lake, right here in Landa Provincial Park. The 3-loop bike course is going to be one of those beautiful showcases of the beauty of the region down here in Vitoria-Gasteiz. It'll take the athletes and throw them into the most scenic towns of the Alava region. Even shares a section on the Camino de Santiago. Did you know that?
Yes, I do, because I've actually trained here. No, it's a fantastic venue. The Australian short course team has spent many, many years training at this region, and it is just set up so perfectly. You have the lake right here, so plenty of open water opportunities, but the trail system is fantastic here. The fact that you can run miles and miles on the trails here, not just so good mentally, but physically as well, rather than running on that hard pack road surface all the time. And the community support here, absolutely amazing. They love sports, they love triathlon, and you will see that on the run today, how fantastic the spectators are going to be for all these athletes. They will cheer for every single one to get them back into town. They actually finish in the heart of Vitoria-Gasteiz. So just a fantastic, beautiful, scenic course, rolling hills, and the run, that twisty-turny run. I think that's going to be interesting to see how people can handle change of pace.
Looks like Nick Castellane from Australia's gotten himself off to a great start. You can see that he's looking around over his shoulder to see if he's got any company whatsoever at the moment, because he's streets ahead at this point in time. He's got a beautiful turnover happening at this point in time. Nick's coming back from a pretty nasty accident, and he was on fire a few years ago, up in Barcelona and a few other races around the region. Trains out of Girona in Spain, so not too far away. And today he's off to a great start, so you know that he's itching for a good result, and we should be ready to go here with our age group race any moment now, as we see our age groupers. There's about 2,500 of them lining up. 75 Ironman staff members on hold here, and we've got about hundreds and hundreds of volunteers, 55 motorbikes, 30 kayaks out on the water, and we've got about 50 judges, 50 officials out there as well, making sure that all of our race goes just the way that it should today.
And Greg, also to further add to Nick Castelline, he's actually trained here before. He's trained in these lakes. He knows every probably mile of the bike course. So I think that's always an advantage, right? We always talk about local course knowledge, having been here, trained here, and lived in the region. I think there's always something to tell people out there that, I'm going to dominate today. And so far, he's out in front leading our pro men's field.
He's out there leading our pro men's field for sure. 6 minutes into our race right now, and all of our age group athletes getting very fired up to get away with their races today. They're all looking for that coveted Ironman Finishers medal as they make their way back into Vitoria-Gasteiz a little bit later today, but for Nick Castellane, he's off to a good start. And there you can see he's towing along a nice little group of athletes at this point in time. You've got 4, you've got 5. It's going to be a nice long line, so the pace is pretty strong if they're all strung out in that single line at this point in time. And look who's in third there. Looks like Patrick Nielsen is hanging in there after his little mishap. Let's talk about that. Going back to the European Championship, Patrick pulled up after, about 50 or 100 metres or so into it. And did we ever find out what happened there?
No, we didn't, but it definitely looked like that, it just got a little bit too close with the other competitors and may have taken a hit at some point, and it really shook him up because, normally when something like that happens, you'll keep swimming, but when it's significant, he actually pulled over, he had to stop, take a breather, and I think it was really unsettling for him. So I think today he's got something to prove. This is where he needs to be. He needs to be at the front of the race, have a good confidence-building swim, especially if he wants to get to Kona. It's like, it's a little more crowded. This is a little more spread out.
Exactly. As we are looking at our leaders in our men's pro race right now, we're talking about Joshua Amberger being able to swim that 45-minute range swim here last year, and we'll see if our athletes can get up to that speed here this year. My guess is probably not, but I don't think that they're really looking at the swim times. I just think that they're going to be looking at their heart rate monitors, their Wahoo watches, their elements, and making sure that they're staying on track, staying in their race pace, of course. It looks like that fourth place getter there, he's just loping along. He's like, yeah, I love these free bubbles. How about you?
Yeah, drafting in the swim definitely has a huge impact on saving energy. And, you also got to look at when you look at the swim, you've also got to look at how do I pace myself? There isn't technology really to tell you exactly how fast you are going. So it's more about that perceived effort and that feel. And, one thing that I always, when I'm doing open water swimming, I like to incorporate in my training programs is okay, let's swim 50 strokes fast, 50 strokes easy, or 100 strokes hard, 25 strokes easy, because swimming is all about counting. It's like when you swim a lot, you become a counter. You count your laps, you count your strokes, and, you can sort of work out what your pace, and you can also pick up your pace. You have the little tempo devices that you can put in your swim cap for training, and it'll help you set a pace to figure out. And then you also have goggles now that will display your pace. So there are now, technology is starting to come into the sport. So in terms of that tempo pacing, I will start counting my strokes, and if I want to up my rate, my stroke rate, I actually start counting a little bit faster, because it's very easy to get in that same pace and sort of be stuck in it. And you've got to teach athletes how to change the pace. And that's super important.
All right, it's very important for all of our athletes to stay on their own pace during the day, but let's take a look at this. We've got about 10 seconds away from our age group start. Let's sort of look at all the action right at our Roka swim course right now with our age groupers. 2,500 of them ready to go. So as they anticipate a start here, we've got our men's pro race underway, racing for 2 slots at the Ironman World Championship this year, coming up October 8. And Leon Chevalier, well, he's already qualified. Cam Worth has not qualified at this point in time, so he's, looking to get one of those spots. And, top 5 result for Cam, in Kona. He thought that he was, in for a little bit better spot on the podium. So he's, getting ready to take that on. Raced in St. George earlier this year, coming off the, the back end of our, what we call the classic season in cycling. And, he didn't really have the, run miles in his legs or anything at that time. But I think it's a little bit different story now as we get toward, August. We're almost, we're around about halfway through July right now, or getting toward that halfway through July. So we know that business end is, going to come up and grab us here really quickly. So there we go. We've got about 5 athletes every 2 seconds heading off into the swim in our rolling start.
There they go, Greg. They're definitely making sure that everyone has a fair, clean start. As you see 6 athletes going off every 5 seconds. And, the reason why we do this is definitely a safety aspect. It's a lot safer to have people coming in. It gives you a little bit more space and, less situations where you get hit by other swimmers. So it's a fantastic start for these age groupers today.
Yep, pink hats for our women age groupers and navy blue hats for our men's age group athletes out there at the moment, swimming along the Roka swim course here in the Ulibarri Gamboa Lake here, and it's absolutely gorgeous morning. You can see that there's no wind to even speak of right here in northern Spain. We've got our men's pro leader. He's out in the lead at the moment. He's got company though. He's not out there and, just reading away from the field.
No, Greg, and that's what we sort of expected. There's a lot of athletes, again, swim around that 48-minute mark. So I definitely think that you're going to see a group of athletes coming out, and there definitely is. That's exactly what's happening. If we pan back right now, we would see that there was a line of feet after feet after feet. But, that's important. You want to make sure you stay with the group, and you're always hoping that someone's going to be out the front wanting to put the effort in and take control. And that's exactly what Castelline is doing right now as we see more and more athletes as our cameras pan back. But, the swimmer's going to set up this race. I think someone like Cam Worth is going to make it interesting on the bike. So let's get back in a few minutes and get on with the action.
Continuing here at the Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz. No, that's not Joshua Amberger. That is someone else, because Joshua Amberger is out of the race today, unfortunately. He did not start the race just due to a niggling injury, and we're actually going to get caught up with him in a few hours' time and talk to him about his training and how he's taking care of that injury and what exactly it is, McKeely. So from one Australian to the next, we believe that this is the gold cap of Nicholas Castelline. from just inner, New South Wales there, coming from our home state, both of us. So wish him well during the race day today. But he's followed by Patrick Nielsen. You can see sitting in third place here today on a gorgeous morning. And look at that, the Western Pyrenees is going to pour on a beautiful day for us.
Yes, and, these sort of conditions should showcase a fast swim. Maybe not as fast as Josh Amberger's record, but definitely, there's enough talent in here to have a 48-minute swim. So not always great at predicting the swim times, because definitely the courses are difficult, because you never know exactly how it all unfolds and how someone's willing to push the pace. But look how smooth that water. It's almost like pool swimming out there for sure. The water is nice, it's clear, you can see your hand entering. The buoys are set up that you can see them very clearly. I mean, the beautiful blue sky. Of course, here in Spain, we started a little bit later. We started at 8:20 local time. Typically, a lot of Ironman races.
Sleep in.
Yeah, I know, that's what I was thinking. They go to sleep in for sure. Normally it's a 6:30 a.m. to say 7 a.m. start. So, yeah, Greg, a sleep in for these athletes.
Yeah, that's right. That's always good to have a sleep in. But on race day, everybody's ready to get up and get into it. So, they just really want to get fired up. It's hard to sleep the night before a race unless you've got, you got your game face on and you've, already premeditated all the moves on race day, and get up early and get your, breakfast into your bellies and account for all those calories that you need to get going. But we are here in Spain, very close to Portugal.
Yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned Portugal, because, of course, on October 15th, you can revel in the seaside splendour of Portugal's Atlantic coast at the Ironman Portugal Cascais. With its sandy beaches and stunning coastline, Cascais makes for an incredible venue. The bike course enjoys view of the Portuguese Riviera, amazing visuals of the Sintra, and the unique experience of riding on the Formula One circuit. Hugging the coastline, the run course will continue to provide picturesque views. Get your engine racing and head over and register at ironman.com.
Well, I know that the Formula One of Austria is going to be on today at the Red Bull Ring, but not the one at Portugal. But we know that the race in Portugal, encompassing the beautiful F1 track there. What a treat it is to be able to do that. And look at this, a gorgeous look this morning at Ulubarri Lake right here. Gorgeous day. The wind hasn't really appeared just yet, and it will appear just a little bit later on, but it's not going to really do any damage to the athletes today. It's going to be fairly light at about 5 miles an hour out of the northwest, or 8 kilometres an hour, as we see our race leader right now just stretching out. Beautiful. Let's break down his rhythm right now. We can see that his turnover is happening at around about, about 90 revolutions a minute there on the swim stroke McKeely. Absolutely gorgeous. And the gentleman in second place there, navigating very well as well. He's not just letting our leader do it all. He's putting his head up about every 10 strokes or so, just making sure that he's making the right way around the course. We've had some people, go off course before, but this one's very easy to navigate.
No, super easy to navigate, especially with the conditions, that's for sure. And you will notice that Nick definitely has a little bit more of a kick out front compared to some of the athletes who are trailing him right now. And part of that is, when you are pushing the lead and you are a good swimmer, you tend to have a little bit better kick. It's like traditionally, if you were doing an endurance events, it would be a 2-beat kick. But now, you get taught to do a 6-beat kick for everything. So it's sort of like there's still old school athletes who got taught that 2-beat kick, but you can see right here that that's more of a 6-beat kick that Nick Castelline has today.
Yeah, it's like a soft 6-beater, but there's no real relaxing in that lower body down from the hips down to the feet. Is we say that the legs out there are stabilizers, and the friction that's built up between the hips and the legs, when you're twisting and turning, but it looks like he's got great alignment, a nice straight line through the water right now. All right, we got 2 left-hand turns out on course today, and the final turn's going to be a right-hand turn as they make their way only about 100 yards out from the finish. So they've made the first left-hand turn. They're going to go across a couple of hundred meters to the second left-hand turn, and a nice long push all the way back before they make their right-hand turn, and then they will exit the water. So coming up to 20 minutes on our course right now, and we can see that you can throw a blanket over the first few athletes of this field right now on a beautiful setting on a beautiful morning.
Yeah, and we've also got Patrick Nelson, who's sitting quite nicely on the 3rd place position right now. And you were talking a little bit about that alignment and the kick and the arm rotation and the rotation from the hips. Because, when you're teaching someone to swim, a beginner swimmer, it's like sometimes that concept of like powering from the hips is really hard to grasp, because if your hand placement isn't perfect, then you'll get more of that sway in the lower back. And sometimes swimming with a wetsuit, if you don't practice it, you're also sitting a lot higher, so you can actually get like back issues in the swim. So that's why it's so important to do some swimming with your wetsuit, because you are going to be sitting higher. It does put a little bit more pressure on that lower back, and you often see athletes struggle in the swim because of that lower back issue. So, it's super important to practice in that wetsuit and ensure that you don't get, especially in a 2.4 mile swim, you want to make sure everything is perfect out there.
Exactly. In a 2.4 mile swim last year, Joshua Amberger swam a 46.45, and Echo Llanos was at a 48.11, and then also Peru Alfaro from Spain was at 48.06. 48.03 was Carlos Lopez Diaz, and they were able to give an Echo Llanos a little bit of company on the bike for just a small portion, but it was Llanos and Amberger that pretty much got off the bike together, and then it was Llanos that ran away with the race, at a 2:46.51, and Joshua was only at a 2:58, so, losing the race by, around about 9 or so minutes, 10 minutes or so, and but at the end of the day, it was the local champ, Eneko Llanos. I want to talk a little bit about you, Eneko, because you're going to be joining us, in a few hours here, and we'll get caught up with him and ask him how retirement is. But he used to come to Australia all the way back into the late 1990s, and getting ready for the Olympic Games in 2000. Him and his brother Hector become very good friends with them, and this is their region. Hector and Eneko, two of the legends of this area, especially in triathlon. I know there's a lot of cyclists that have legendary status here in Spain in this area too, but Eneko and Hector, they are the man and the man.
Yes, they certainly are. And, what a great way to sort of finish the last few years of your career is to win basically in your hometown. What a fantastic day it was. And I can't imagine how ecstatic the Spanish fans were as he was running to victory. And I'm looking forward to chatting to him later on and seeing what he's up to, because, that transition from racing professionally to being an everyday person, it's not always the easiest task. And, a lot of my friends have always asked me, how did I do it? And then I get people like, well, Michaela, you didn't really retire, you just kept racing. And I go, well, you've got to have interests also outside of triathlon. I mean, I'm so passionate about triathlon, and I call myself a tri-geek, and I'm proud to be a tri-geek, having raced for so many years. And, you just got to also embrace it and understand, at some point, reflect back on what that wonderful opportunity it was to be a professional elite athlete for whatever your career entails in terms of years. And, definitely my advice to people, professionals that are transitioning from being a professional athlete to a non-professional athlete is find your passion. You obviously have been very passionate about triathlon and Ironman, so it's important to find another passion, because ultimately not everyone wants to continue to race, because, it takes a lot of energy and time and motivation. You know, every year it's like you've got to find motivation. Why are you doing it? Because it is hard. It's probably one of the hardest sports. You know, my single discipline friends who only do like one sport, they're like, how do you do it? And, you know, that's where that goal setting is
You can
so
say it.
huge.
They're soft, okay, but that's what you're trying to say.
I'm not saying they're soft. I'm like, they just don't know how to train hard like triathletes. But, you know, it's also like when we get sick of swimming, we get to go ride our bikes. When we get sick of biking, we go to run.
Or when we have to, we go and swim and bike and run because it's a three-sport sport. Anyway, we're coming up to our next turning buoy here. We've got a left-hand turn. Then we're going to, this is a guide buoy. When we get to our triangular buoys, we'll be making that left-hand turn. Then they're at the far end of the swim course, and then they'll be making that straight shot right back into the last turning buoy, which is going to be a right-hander. After they do that right-hander, you know that they've only got about 100 yards or so to go. And then they'll be rushing up into transition area to get ready for the bike course. But 25 minutes into it, we're around about 20 plus minutes from seeing our first athlete come out of the water today here at the Roka swim course, and we are getting all fired up because this is our first discipline today. These athletes are going for not only 2 spots at the Super Sapiens Ironman World Championship, but a bunch of prize money as well, and a lot of bragging rights are out on the grounds today. But look at this day that we've got to start off, Nikili, just absolutely stunning, picture perfect, and look, there is absolutely no reason why you should not have a perfectly, navigated race and a perfect swim today, because you got the fresh water, you got the wetsuit, you don't have any waves, you don't have any sighting issues, and you're in beautiful northern Spain.
No, exactly. I thought you were going to say we should just go and jump in the water right now. It looks so inviting.
I would jump out of the studio and go and jump in the water anytime. Let me tell you right now.
No, I mean, look, it's just so awesome to be in this lake. You know, I've actually have swum in this particular lake, and it's just amazing when you get an opportunity to swim in such clear water. And, you know, in terms of swimming straight, yeah, the course is setting you up to have a good swim. But, you know, technique is also important. You got to make sure you actually breathe bilaterally, which is breathing on both sides as well, because when you swim to one side, you can quickly go to one side. And then you will see Nick look up and make sure he is swimming straight. And the others behind, they're going to trust, I don't always trust them, that you want to trust that they are swimming straight. So as they head towards that last buoy, we're going to take a short break and we'll be right back.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Haaland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
Greg, that's probably one of the prettiest swim strokes that you will see. I just love everything about it. The nice recovery, it's long, it's straight, it's very, very even. You know, sometimes you'll see an athlete go a little bit more to the inside or even to the outside, but like just absolutely perfect. And they just hit that sort of like last turn and they'll come back in, and then they do that little right before they head into shore. And you can see the pace is picked up. You know, that's typically how an Ironman swim will go. You know, you get out, you get into your rhythm, and then, you know, the good swimmers, they're going to try to attack this part of the race.
You know, when you look at our race leader and, you know, you're talking about beautiful strokes, well, with, you know, 1,500 metres to go to T1, You talk about Lukas Voigt, who we, talked about 2 weeks ago at the Ironman European Men's Championship, and the German that day didn't, finish the race, unfortunately, but he is, most definitely, him and Josh Amberger and maybe a few others are the best swimmers in Ironman, triathlon right now. But when you look at, the stroke that we're seeing right now, the stroke that is in second place, and then when we pan back to third place, I wanted to make mention of Patrick Nielsen, because Patrick is swimming in our lead group. He does not look like a great swimmer, but he is a good swimmer.
But that's the difference, right? To pool technique to open water technique.
And there you go. Have a look at Patrick. He's sitting in that third spot. He slaps that left hand in. I love his high elbows. The right side, I'm not really picking out any problem, but that left hand slap, there could be a little bit of, there could be a little bit of help coming his way to just make sure that he's a little bit more efficient. He could drive that left hand in and stretch it out a little bit instead of the slap. Look, we're just nitpicking, but, he's sitting in the lead group for a reason. He's a very good swimmer.
Well, it's that power under the water too. It's like, that hip drives the arm over, and then it's like how quickly you can accelerate and how much water you can actually get push from the front to the back is what you're looking at. And sometimes, pretty on top doesn't necessarily mean super powerful, because we've seen plenty of beautiful pool swimmers come out in open water and, they struggle. They really struggle because it is a slightly different technique.
Well, Nick Castellani is a great athlete. He's an Ironman champion, and he's on the way back. Had a nasty accident a few years back, or last year actually, and we had a chance to catch up with him. Listen to what he had to say.
Nick Castellane, 34 years of age, and I'm coming to shake up the podium in Ironman Vitoria. I'll tell you a secret, James. I lived here. No, yeah, I did. 2010 to 2014, I was here during the summers, and I loved it. And that's why the drive here was so easy. I was so keen to get back. Yeah, I was just, I haven't been into the city, but, we'll go for a run around the green ring. And I just, I have these really good impressions of the city. So when we swim in Lander, we used to swim train in Lander all the time. And the bike course is the loop, the 90-minute loop or something you would do every day. So I don't remember it exactly, but I have a good idea. And I've done Spanish races all this year, so I enjoy it. I enjoy driving, I enjoy packing my car to the brim, and yeah, it helps that you know the language as well, like yourself. You understand more than most. So yeah, it's kind of like a home feel. Yeah, I just want a strong performance across the board, and I've been training a lot by myself and doing long, drawn-out intervals, 2-hour runs, 3 o'clock in the afternoon in the Spanish sun, and it's 38 degrees, and I have no company, just out and back, and I love it, and I think that's the stuff that makes you stronger in the race, and that's what I want to be, is strong from start to end.
Love a fighting chance with Nick Castellane from Australia, who lives in Spain. He's lived all over the place in Spain, from Vitoria-Gasteiz to Girona. And what about that trail system up there in Vitoria-Gasteiz and in Lander? It's just absolutely amazing. Different parts of the world, the biking system and the bike pathways of Boulder, Colorado, to trail systems like that. And, it's just amazing that, some of these towns just attract athletes, international athletes, to their shores as well.
Well, there's a reason. It's such a beautiful environment, and you just need a couple of athletes raving about it. And the Australian team, the short course team, spent many years at this location, and I got the opportunity to spend a couple of weeks in this region, and just the people are fantastic. It's the support that you get when you're out on the roads, the trail system, you can run for miles and miles. The swimming pool access is really good. They have several pools locally, and you get out of town really quickly, and this is what you see. And we used to actually ride around this lake as well. There's a loop that you can do around the lake, and it's just so pleasant. And, the temperatures are pretty mild in the mornings. And then, of course, it heats up during the later stages of the day. So we'd actually go training at like 6 and 7 o'clock at night as well. You get your little fiesta in the middle of the day, and then you'd go out a little bit later in the evening just to avoid sometimes the heat.
Yeah, get your siesta during the day and your fiesta at the evening time. Get out there and party on,
by the afternoon, it's like a fiesta, let me tell you.
I know it, exactly. But
the siesta's around noon, but because we're training until like 6 or 7, it's like, I call it a fiesta.
Yeah, exactly. It's fiesta time all the time.
Fiesta,
when you're
siesta.
For triathlon, it's always a party. It's
always a nap. A nap opportunity. There's always an opportunity to nap.
I miss those days. All right, Castellane, he continues to lead the Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz right here in the Western Pyrenees. And as you can see, the mountains that are looming in the background there. Yep, that is the western side of the Pyrenees. Not too far from the Bay of Biscay as well. And this gorgeous section in between France and Spain. It's just absolutely adorable, as I say, and they're lucky to be having, this course right now for an Ironman. And they are out there. And there's around about 40 of our men pro athletes today racing for 2 of the spots to the Super Sapiens Ironman World Championship. We've got 2,500 other athletes that are vying for 75 spots to the Super Sapiens Ironman World Championships coming up in October, which is under 4 months now, McKeely. We're eagerly awaiting the return to the big island of Hawaii, and so is someone like Nick Castellane. If he can, just hang in there and have a great race today, he will, solidify the reason why he wants to get off to Kona this year. But Cameron Worth, he's a little bit further down in the swim pack right now, and they're over a minute and a half down on our leaders at this point in time. This is it. That's the red carpet. They'll be running up out of transition area into the change tent. They'll grab their bags, and then they will head out to their bikes, grab them out to the mount line, and strap those helmets on before they attack this 180-kilometre course. And this is massive. How about the size? And look at the room that they have.
No, I mean, to have this many athletes racing, I think we said 2,400 athletes racing, this is how you do it. You've got to get all the bikes on those racks, make it as fair as possible, make sure that the run in and the run outs, everyone has to run the same distance with their bikes. I mean, just bike after bike after bike. You sure want to know where your bike is. That's for sure. I've done a few races and I'm like, where's my bike? And, being a pro, it's a little bit easier. Normally you're at the front. But once you get into those age groups, it's like a way harder to find your equipment. And, it's quite a nice ride out to the start of the course. You've got that beautiful red carpet to take you all the way out onto the actual road. Here's some volunteers just making sure it's smooth and fast as well, Greg.
Yeah, exactly. And then once they get out to the road here, the mountain line is right there. And they get on their bikes and, start heading out onto the course, 180 kilometres. They've got 3 laps, 2 larger laps and then one of the shorter side. And then they'll head out onto the 4-lap run course. So 1 lap on the swim today, 3 on the bike and 4 on the run. So if they're arithmetic is okay, they're going to get by just fine. If it's not, well, they might get a little bit lost and, they start counting on fingers and hands and toes and feet and all that good stuff. Okay, we're going to go off to a break here in a little bit. We've got our lead group of 4, and they are charging toward the end of the Roca swim course right now, and a decent lead over the chasers right here in the Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz in northern Spain.
There's this beautiful moment in time when neither foot is touching the ground. We are free of gravity and weight, moving above the doubts, past limits. When we are light, transformed and hopeful. And if we were to collect all these moments, join them together, well, this is when anything becomes possible. This is when we fly.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Welcome back. We are watching the men's leader right now. It's an Aussie. It is Nicholas Castelline, having a fantastic swim today. You know, I talked to him a little bit during the week, and, you know, for him, he just wants to get out and, you know, prove himself after having that nasty accident where he broke his pelvis and several ribs, which is one of the most extremely painful injuries that you can ever have. You know, he really wanted to set himself up in the swim and get out on the bike and hopefully be able to break away with a couple of athletes. And I think the goal for a lot of these athletes today, and the question mark that we have on Cameron Worth, like, has he improved his fitness since St. George? We know he's been professional cycling for the last few months. So he's definitely one to watch on the bike. We haven't seen where he is in the swim yet, Greg, but that's the big question mark. You know, how much swimming and running has he been doing since St. George, where I think his main goal in St. George was to come up and, you know, shake up the field on the bike. Knew his fitness wasn't quite where it needed to be, but if he wants to get to Kona, he has to get one of those 2 Kona slots.
You'll have to do that today as they're sort of running out of time. You know, October 8 is coming up, you know, very quickly. We, you know, in the second weekend of July right now, so there's not too many weekends to go, and running out of Ironman qualification races as well. But for our leader here, Nick Castelline, is doing a magnificent job of pace setting the lead 4 athletes around the course here. As you can see, looming in the background, those awesome mountains in the Western Pyrenees are going to become our bike course coming up here in the next 8 or 9 minutes or so. And that's all we have in the Roka swim for our leaders, as our top 4 are now making their way there. It's going to be a little bit of damage in the early part of time, you know, with our leaders, as opposed to, you know, the Cam Worth and possibly Leon Chevalier coming out of the water, you know, with a couple of minute deficit or so. But once they get onto the bikes, all those things are going to change, and the strategy changes, and the plans change too, you know, for not only our leaders, but for those chasing. They're going to have to really manage their nutrition today, because it's going to be a hot one. It's going to be a warm one out there. It's going to warm up to about 36 degrees Celsius, or about 85 plus on the Fahrenheit side, and the humidity was very high this morning at 97%. So that is a very high percentage of humidity. You know, it's high when you get out there and you just start sweating, and when you walk outside the door, right?
Yeah, and Greg, you know, as an athlete, you definitely become a weather expert. You know, you always are looking, you know, what is that temperature? What is the wind doing? What's that humidity? And we'll talk about humidity all the time, because it has such an impact on what that temperature is, even though, you know, it's relatively cool right now. But when you're looking at like 98% humidity, it's so much warmer. So nutrition is always super key, but like in this situation, because it's a little bit cooler, you may not feel that you sweated as much as you thought in the swim, but you actually sweat so much, particularly like even with a wetsuit, even though, you know, it's pretty nice conditions out there. It was like 21.3 degrees, I believe the water temperature was. They're going to need to hydrate and get that sodium in as soon as possible. You know, a lot of athletes, you know, try to rush through and forget about that nutrition the first few miles of the bike, but it's super, super key to get the electrolytes in, maybe line your stomach with a little bit of banana, but, you know, you got to remember you're sweating, even in the water, and, you know, sometimes, you know, people forget about that. But, you know, these are definitely professionals. They usually are pretty on top of things, but, you know, we are human, and every now and again we sort of get caught in the moment. So we always talk about, you know, staying in the moment, and that's why, because you constantly have to evaluate how you're feeling.
Well, Nick's got his, you know, hat pulled up on top of his head there, because it is getting warm, and I was going to ask you about that, but you answered my question just in your dialogue there, and you were saying that, you know, the athletes, you know, they're sweating a lot. Absolutely they are. It's warmer temperatures. It's a cooler lake, you know, that's why they're wearing the wetsuits, but they are sweating a lot. Now, how are they going to, you know, get everything back to, you know, what they've lost, you know, in the first, you know, 45 to 48 minutes of this race? I mean, they like you say, they're going to have to be a nutritionist. They're going to have to be weathermen. They're going to have to be all these, different things. But that's part and parcel of being a professional athlete, and know how to replace these, nutritional things back to your body. And I also noticed too, McKeely, that Nick's kick is starting to come way out of the water. So he's really working hard inside of these last 200 metres.
No, and I mean, that's what a good swimmer does. They push really hard the final closing metres of the swim. That's when you can make even a bigger impact. But I also like that Patrick Nelson is sitting right in there. I think if, you've got Patrick Nelson on the bike with you and you can push a little bit harder. I mean, Patrick Nelson is a great runner, and I'm sure he wants to prove his fitness today. We saw him struggle a little bit in the swim. We got knocked around a little bit. So definitely a different story for him today. And, he's always scary. He has a great track record. If he can do what we've seen him do, he's going to be right there on the podium. And this is what you need to do if you want to get on the podium. It's all about these days, you've got to swim well, you've got to bike well, you've got to run well. And then, you do have sort of these one discipline athletes who still are crushing it. There's no doubt about it. Like Cam Worth, we know he's like a superstar on the bike for sure. But, everyone's getting faster. So you have to be a well-rounded athlete. And it's, as our sport progresses, you see more and more of that you have to be great at everything.
Yep, they have to be good at everything. Very well-rounded athletes. As we see them coming toward the end of the swim here around that turn buoy there, they'll make that right-hand turn over to the Roca swim arch and then heading out onto the bike course today. It looks like the leader has now lost the cap, has fallen off because it was inching its way back onto the forehead, and now he's lost it. But very, very warm day. You can see there's the cap that's gone now. We've still got second place with one of our notable athletes there in the red cap, and then we've got Patrick Nielsen from Sweden just hanging in there looking for a finish today. Didn't finish back in Ironman Frankfurt, so unfortunately also a DNF in St. George earlier this year at the Ironman World Championship. So today's a big day for Patrick just to get his head back into the game as well.
Yeah, and that 46-45 swim that we saw Josh Amberger do at the last edition of this, right, just slipped away right then. So actually it might be like a 20, like as we predicted, like a 28. They probably only got 100, 150 metres left to swim, Greg. So definitely around that 48, maybe 49 time for the swim that we are looking for. So perhaps a little bit slower than last year's winner on Eneko Landis, who swam a 48.11. But it's going to be very, very close. And a couple of the athletes talked about going 750 something, and they felt this course was definitely the type of course where you can go under 8 hours.
Yeah, I mean, Eneko Janos, who won in 2021, and the local boy, 7:55 last year, so we know that it can be done. And here we go in the last 10 or 15 metres or so. You can see how clear the water's getting again, and the athletes are now just about set to come out of the Roca swim course here. And there we go. You can see our leaders just heading up. There's 4 of them, and we will get those results to you as soon as they come through officially, but they are out of the water.
No, they certainly are, Greg. And I think that's a great time. Anytime you can swim under 48 in an Ironman swim, you're moving. And definitely the conditions today, that pristine lake, the fact that there was no wind. I mean, it's predicted to go up to 8 kilometres an hour. So that's why you're seeing fast times. And to see, under Eneko Lance's time from last year, I think that's already telling us what the day is going to be. It's going to be fast, but don't be perceived by this swim course. Everyone sort of thinks that, it's flat and fast. Certainly not. There's some good rolling hills in this area.
lots of rolling hills, but last year Nico Janos was able to ride a 4:16, which was absolutely amazing. He had the fastest bike of the day, and I don't doubt it because he, living locally in the area, knows exactly, the course and how it's set up. And now we see our athletes now heading out to the bike section of the race now, as we can see our first athlete there just about to grab the bike and head out on the course.
And, we always talk transitions. Everyone says, oh, it's an Ironman, transitions, yeah. But, we saw last week even that, you can, that 30 seconds that you gain in the swim, you lose very, very quickly in the transition. So that's like a wasted effort. You've used all this energy to get those 30 seconds and then boom, you lose it in transition. So transitions are still super, super important as we see a couple of the athletes leaving.
Emilio Agallo Muñoz from Spain going out. Patrick Nielsen right next to him as well. As we can see, another athlete might be Colin Norris there just heading out. So we'll have to get a good look at that one there. But, Patrick Nielsen in second place. So a good swim from Patrick today.
No, definitely that's got to be a confidence builder after, getting knocked around a little bit at his previous race. So, these guys, the goal right now is to get out. They won't know the deficit until they get like some sort of time check at some point in the course. But they're just going to put their heads down and, get into that rhythm. Definitely you don't want to get too caught up in like staying with one particular pace. You definitely want to make sure, you're staying to whatever your race goal was for the bike. But, you definitely don't want to get left behind. But then you don't also want to get put in that situation where you burn too many matches and you totally mess yourself up for the rest of the race. Because, when you do have a big blow up in a race like this, it's very hard to come back, Greg.
Yeah, it sure is. All of our age group athletes are in the water now. We can tell you our first out onto the bike today, Nicholas Castellane from Australia. And then it was Munoz, and then from Nielsen, and then Peru Alfaro from Spain was in our fourth position. And they've actually got quite a decent lead, coming out of the water today. So that's how it starts. Castellane is leading right now. As we can see that, getting underway here, we got our next load of swimmers to be coming on in, but they're spread out. Really, really long lines of, pro athletes here today, McKeely. I'm very surprised that the times went a little bit closer, but we did say that there would be a long line, a couple of decent groups, but not that, one fantastic swimmers like a Lucas Voigt or Joshua Amber, just so those four athletes were able to stay together, but a big gap. Now back to our athletes here, and you can see that Cam Worth is one of those.
Yeah, and I mean, that's not a bad place for him to be. When we look and see what actually the time gap is, he swam actually better than he did in St. George. And that's what he's got to do today. He's just got to do everything better than he did in St. George to get that Kona slot. And, everyone knows he's the man to watch. Josh Amberg is going to say, just hang on. When he comes past, try to hang on as long as you can. And, that's coming from a guy who's one of the mega bikers out there. A little guy, but definitely one of the mega bikers. So Cam Worth today, he's just got to... We know he's going to have a solid bike. He's pretty consistent over the bike. And then depending on how much run training he's done, really, really determine what sort of race he has today. But great to see that actually he's pretty close to the front of the race right now.
Yeah, but it's all minutes on in the chase group with Colin Norris, and then Kovacic is in there as well as Wrench and from Czech Republic. And then you've got Jung from Germany and also Salis Kohn coming in from Germany as well on the 51-56 mark there. So that's how they got out of the water. There's Cam Worth. He was 2 minutes and 28 seconds down. He's with Kootenay from Switzerland. We know he's a great Ironman athlete. Dahl Thompson from Denmark is in there. And rounding out the top 15 was Cam Worth. So 2:28, nothing to be so worried about right now. That'll all come down here in the first 40K. And then we will be seeing a lot of heated action at the front. All right, we got two more athletes getting out of the water here. And this is one of our I think that's Leon Chevalier just getting out of the water there at that point in time. So Leon's going to be a little bit further back than what he wanted, one of our race favourites here today. So Leon's going to be around about 3.5 to 4 minutes down, hopping onto the bike today. So Leon's got a lot of work to do to make up. He's one of those great cyclists as well. But Cam Worth is a little bit, in front of him. And I think that Leon's going to be a little bit disappointed with that.
No, for sure. You don't want to get behind somebody who can cycle as well as Cameron Worth, that's for sure. I mean, even if you are a great cyclist, if you already know there's a great cyclist in front of you, it's very hard unless it gets a little tactical. If a group forms, it looks like possibly, there is going to be, after those 4 leaders, we're going to have a little bit of a group that's going to form. And, we've seen so many times if it gets a little too tactical and spreads out and then everyone's watching each other and no one's driving. I mean, that's where a chance for Leon can actually catch back up. But, that's not Worth's style. Cam Worth isn't going to sit in and, not hammer on the bike. We know that. And I'm sure all these athletes know that. So the goal is someone like Menison who wanted to get out of the water in front of Cam Worth. He's going to be pretty happy that Cam Worth is going to be behind him after the swim. And, it's always a challenge to be behind the race. You always want to make sure you're at the front of the race, as we see. This is Leon Cavalier, right, who just got out of the water, grabbed his bike. So definitely not where he wants to be. He's going to be in for a tough few miles on the bike. For someone like him, he's going to have to chase hard the beginning of the bike or risk, not even getting anywhere near the front of the race.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to have to, put the hammer down completely, because it might be a big mistake if he does that to try and catch up to, arguably the best cyclist, one of the best cyclists out there in Cam Worth, as he, just struggles there to get his, feet into the pedals. And, he's just going to have to slow down and make sure that happens there at this point in time. So there's a little bit of a hiccup.
Or did he look like he, missed something? I don't know, that was really weird. I don't know what happened. It'd be nice to get a little replay of that, because obviously something happened for you to completely stop, unless he lost his cycling shoe. I mean, usually, you get on and you get going, and to already be behind and then have something like that happen, it's just making him harder and harder for him to catch back up.
It did look like he was having some trouble, with
maybe
the bike.
Maybe a chain came off too.
Maybe the chain came off or something, but it looked like his pedal was, his shoe was swinging around a little bit too quick. You know how they sometimes, put those rubber bands on to keep those shoes in place so that they don't fall off during that section where they transition. So we'll have to go back and have a look at that if we can. But our next athlete's coming in off the swim right now and joining the bike ride. There's Arroyo from Spain just coming in. So Castellane, he had a great swim today. We have to go back and recap that because, his 47 high swim was a good one. And we can see another one of our pro athletes coming in out of the swim at the moment. Remember, there was a little bit over 10 minutes between our age group athletes as well. So we'll see a steady stream of our athletes coming in just a second. So there we go. Let's take a look at our top 20 athletes out of the water. There was Castellane at a 49.49. That's onto the bike. And then we got Agayo Munoz, and then there's Nelson Alfaro from Spain, Meninson from France, Norris from Great Britain, Kovacic, and then coming in the Czech athlete. Jung is coming in from Germany with Cohen, and then we got Schlettinger coming in as well. There's Kutny from Switzerland, Surveyor. Coming in from Germany, Dahl Thompson from Denmark. 15th is Cam Worth. Leon Chevalier, he was 3 minutes and 10 seconds down behind Cam Worth when he came out of the water, and then had additional problems hopping on to the bike as well. So that's how the race stands at this point in time for our top 16, as we still see the action of the athletes running up that long red carpet run into the change tent before they hit the long run over to get their bikes, before they hit the long run over to the mountain line, before they hit the cycling area there.
No, Greg, it's definitely a nice long carpeted transition into the tent, the changing tent. And, important to get through, get everything you need, take your time. But get out quick. Take your time, but get out quick. It seems like something that you wouldn't say, but definitely you have to get in and out of that transition, even in an Ironman. And we're going to leave you for a few seconds, and we're going to transition into a nice little break, but we'll be right back shortly.
Wrapping up the swim at the IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz in our men's pro division here. Nicholas Castellane was our first athlete out of the water and onto the bike. He hit that bike course at 49.49. And then it was Munoz and Nielsen. Alfaro Menason were our first 5 in our men's pro division. This is one of our back markers as they make their way out of the water. The opening discipline to this year's race. Absolutely gorgeous day, 2,500. Age group athletes are vying for 75 spots to the Super Sapiens Ironman World Championship coming up October 6 and October 8 later this year inside of 4 months. And McKeely, I can tell you what, we're all busting at the chops to get ourselves back on the Big Island and see that World Championship happen again. But we need to get a few more athletes qualified out of today's race. And one of those athletes, Cam Worth, is in striking position, only 2 minutes and 28 seconds down.
Yeah, Greg, and the only person who really is qualified in this, like our top picks, was Leon. So it's definitely those 2 spots is open to anyone. And right now it's like there's probably like 10 or 15 guys that are like praying hard that they get one of those 2 slots. But, you know, it's very early. Definitely the swim set it up that Castellane set himself up to be in the lead. Patrick Nilsson's in that lead group. You know, he definitely wants redemption. And then you have Menison's is going to be chasing hard. And then if you go down further, you know, Cam Worth, you know, I think he's in a pretty decent position, you know, 30 seconds or so behind that second group, like 2.5 behind our leaders. So definitely, you know, he's another guy that we're going to be looking for. Yeah, and, you know, Castellane, I mean, coming back from an accident to be leading the race, like, so fantastic for him, and that feeling that he's having right now is probably going to be like, you know, swim's done, let's concentrate on the bike.
Well, this is Peru Alfaro, and love that little compact position. He's one of our shorter athletes. You can see that, look at that nice little position that he has going there. Love it. Just like what we've seen recently, you know, on our other Ironman races over the summer of 22. He's in one of those great positions as we see another one, another shot of our Roca swim course here at 1 hour and 2 minutes on the clock right now. We're getting very, very close to seeing our last pro athletes getting out of the water. Our age group athletes are moments away from hitting the bike course as well, and that's when those athletes will be streaming out there and the rolling swim start will come to fruition. As you were saying at the top of the show, McKeely, that it's all about safety. It's all about getting lots of people out there and lots of space.
Yeah, and I actually just saw another Spanish athlete come through in our pros, Alexor Becci. So he just got out of the transition, probably a little bit further behind than he wanted to be. As we go back to our men's leading group, we know there's 4 athletes in this group. It'll be interesting to see if there's any movers and shakers in that first little group, because definitely, you know, that second pack's about 1.5 minutes behind. So they will be chasing hard to catch back up.
Patrick Nielsen right here in our lead group at this point in time is trying to just make sure that he gets into great rhythm again. We'll talk a little bit about this today, that Patrick, over the last couple of Ironman races hasn't had the, the results that he's been looking for, whether it be injury or illness or whatever it is, but he just needs to get one of those races behind him. Get that confidence boost going back again, as now we see, at the foothills of the Western Pyrenees, we're starting to see some of these beautiful farmlands just open up, and this is why people come to the region. This is why the athletes just flock to Vitoria-Gasteiz, and they have incredible culinary, skills here, and the food here is second to none. And I tell you what, don't tell people from Bilbao or San Sebastian, but you're going to get the best pintos right here in town, and that's why they come.
Yes, the food is delicious here in this part of Spain. So many fantastic restaurants, and even the local supermarkets, they have such a great range of seafood and plant-based options. Such a fantastic place to be. But also the road conditions are beautiful. They're smooth, they're fast, and that's why you're seeing disc wheels out here today. It's a rolling course. Some people say, like, if they haven't really ridden it, they think it's a little more flatter, but definitely there's some good rolling hills in this part of the country. But it's like you can get rolling pretty quick, and you can maintain that speed, and you get some of those on some of the other sides of the hills you can definitely see.
First age group athlete getting out of the water right now. We can see our second, and now they're going to be streaming into that transition. So all of our pro men are out of the water. Our age group athletes are now streaming into transition. So the full gas bike ride is now heating up right here at Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz, as our age group athletes are now out of the water and just about to hit the cycling course. So the first discipline, we've got 2,500 athletes in the water right now. It will be coming down, little bit by bit as we hit the 2 hour and 20 minute mark. That's exactly what they have. 2 hours and 20 minutes to complete the swim course from the moment they step foot in the water until the moment they come out. Then they will get on their bikes for 180 kilometres over 3 laps of this beautiful course in the Western Pyrenees. And then on the 4-lap run right around the city of Vitoria-Gasteiz, right here in northern Spain, will be our course today. But this is Mr. Peru from France, and he's leading our race right now.
No, it was interesting when you saw him get out of the saddle there and stay in his aero bars. It's funny because, you used to see that a lot in the old days, so to speak, that you'd actually do a lot of it. And you don't see a lot of it now, that you actually stay in the aero bars and you get out of the saddle. And 2 reasons why you would do that is it's actually quite easy to maintain your effort and then gain a little bit more power by just getting out of the saddle without physically getting on those drop bars and getting out of the saddle.
Yeah, exactly. We got 380 tri-clubs, contesting the race today, which is amazing.
No, it sure is, Greg. The Ironman Tri-Club program was crafted to support the strong and passionate triathlon community to ensure athletes never race alone. With over 9,000 Ironman Tri-Clubs around the world, ranging from weekend warrior social groups to elite level performance, there is truly something for everyone. This weekend, we are excited to welcome more than 800 Tri-Club athletes to the Vitoria-Gasteiz, representing 365 clubs. Of course, good luck to all the clubs racing this weekend. We can't wait to see your 2022 kits out on the course. Learn more, go to ironman.com/tri-clubs.
Yeah, that's amazing to, know that 365 plus, clubs are here today. Nick Castellane, this is the Morton move, Morton transition times. There's Nick Castellane right there. He had the fastest, followed by Munoz and Patrick Nielsen. So there you go, all hailing pretty close, 1 second apart. So that was great to see those athletes so close together. But that is Alfaro Peru, and he is still in the lead of the race. Patrick Nielsen in second place, and now looks like Nick Castellane. He is now challenging Nielsen as he comes up onto the shoulder. He's got that 25 seconds to pass and go through that 12-metre zone there, the 12 bike length zone, until he gets to the front of the course here. So that's our leader right now, our Faro Peru, but he is now chased by Patrick Nielsen and Nick Castellane right on cue.
No, that sure was a nice pass. And, I mean, that's the thing that you want to do at the start of this race. If you're in a group, make sure you're keeping the pressure on. And, you know, everyone has to do that.
Splits presented by Wahoo Element. I've got mine on and I know exactly where they are in the course, and that is Nick Castellane onto the bike today in a 49.49. That was the 3.8 kilometre time as he made his way ashore and out onto the bike. You can see that he's in a great position at the moment, very open in the chest area you can see there, but he is trying to keep that aerodynamics to a T. Look at how that helmet just goes right into the shoulder blades there in a perfect line down through the back there. See a little bit of wind on the rear number there. You can see his bottle in a great position sitting out the back there, as long as it's nice and tight. And the disc wheel combination with the deep dish on the front there. Your favourite combination, I would almost say, McKeely?
Oh, yeah, that's a fantastic combination. I mean, particularly if there's not a lot of wind today, you know, perfect combination is to have, you know, a little bit more millimetres on the front wheel and definitely the disc wheel. But it's interesting you mentioned his helmet, because he definitely said that he believed it was one of the fastest available. And, I mean, it does look fantastic, just the way it sits on the back and he's, like, through the shoulder blades. I mean, it looks like it was made for him, like custom made, just the way it sits. And, I mean, sometimes it's very hard to see how helmets look and design them, because definitely, you know, posture comes into it. But, you know, the way the wind is flowing, it's going up over the helmet and then down over his back. And, you know, there's no pointy bits facing up. Sometimes you get these helmets and, you know, you look down for a little bit and you sort of lose that aerodynamic advantage by popping your head up. But, you know, that's why these companies get in the wind tunnel. They're doing everything they can to make sure they're very aerodynamic and they fit aerodynamically, because, you know, they can get in and test, as we are watching right now, that move that we saw Nick Castellane do to take the lead. And, you know, he was our leader in the swim, and he's definitely going to try to take charge in the bike today.
I think he's taken charge because he knows that another certain Australian is looming from behind. And I think that, you know, one Cam Worth is going to make his presence felt at the beginning, you know, of this, you know, loop of the bike course here. So I think that, you know, at this point in time, you can see it coming up to an hour and 12 minutes into the race. You've only got a deficit of 2 minutes and 28 seconds for Cam Worth on the rest of the group there. So that's fantastic. The one gentleman that I was a little concerned with is Leon Chevalier from France, and we'll get back to you know, what actually happened. You know, when he came out onto the bike course, and in the first, you know, 20 yards or so, he actually stopped. And I don't know if he had to, you know, do something mechanically, or if he had to, you know, fix something on his bike, or water bottles, or whatever it was. But here's Philip Kootenay. Is another one of those good cyclists and great runners out there, and always a rock-solid performer.
Yeah, I'm assuming that this is the second pack right now, just based on how they got out of the water. We're actually not going to get another time check until about 25 kilometres, so it's going to be a little bit before we see what that impact is going to be on that chase group to our 4 leaders up front. But again, you know, the same choice. You're sort of going with a deeper front wheel, and then you're going with the disc wheel. I mean, definitely you're going to see a lot of athletes doing that. And it's always interesting when you look at, like, the history of equipment. And, you know, back in the day, it's like we all loved the disc wheels, you know, the noise that it made. And, you know, it didn't matter if it was fast, it felt fast. So that was mentally going to encourage you. But, you know, these days it sort of transitioned a little bit, that they were able to design that, like, a deep rear wheel just as fast as a disc wheel. And now with the technology, you're seeing, like, so many more professionals choosing that disc wheel. So obviously, you know, the wind tunnel tests are now showing that that disc wheel is, again, one of the fastest combinations that you can have on like a flat to rolling course.
Yeah, he looks good, Philip Kootenay, as he makes his way out. You can see how pretty it is here with all those, green trees and everything. But Vitoria is home to magnificent natural beauty, from mountain ranges to stunning lakes. The city consciously, tries to protect this nature by maintaining a green belt around the city, McKeely. And the green belt was put in place around about 2012. And as a result, Vitoria has been dubbed the green capital of Europe. And that's great. And as we get further into the bike course, you'll see absolutely why that is. As you can see in the foreground there, this is the transition in the background, those looming mountains, those beautiful green mountains of the Western Pyrenees. You can see this beautiful growing area, great for agriculture, fantastic in the culinary way as well, and fastly becoming one of the region's greatest tourist destinations as well. So, the Basque region here up in northern Spain has attracted, many tourists and many cyclists and, many different people from, all walks of life for many different reasons. And today, it's the IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz, and you can see why this course is heralded as being one of the prettiest on the circuit. But right now we've got Nick Castellane from Australia. He's leading. He's fighting off a charge from Peru, is in the lead group, and then so is Patrick Nielsen from Sweden. And also we've got a fast-charging Cameron Worth coming up from behind there. There's Patrick Nielsen as we go off to a break, and the pace is certainly on. The full gas bike ride coming right back.
Whether it's on the road or in the pool, your activity has high demands. Rooted in sweat and grounded in science, we understand your unique fueling needs. That is why we created formulas just for you, endurance athletes, helping you replace what you're losing and keeping you fueled. And there's nowhere we'd rather be than with you along this journey, because together we are formulated for farther. From the creators of Gatorade, Gatorade Endurance, formulated for you, formulated for farther.
Greg, you'll be definitely utilising those aid stations today, because we're expected to hit a high of about 38 degrees on the run, or 26 degrees, was it? No, 38, right? 38 degrees.
36 to 38 degrees Celsius,
yeah. It's going to be a hot one. So definitely that Gatorade Endurance is going to be very valuable at those aid stations. And, we talked about earlier how, when you're in the water, you are sweating and you really need to hydrate as soon as you can. When you get out of the water, as we see more and more age group athletes hit the transition, and their day is going to be a little bit longer than our professionals, of course. So nutrition is key for everyone, and you definitely want to get out there and get that hydration in. Paula Newby-Fraser, a multiple Ironman Kona world champion, she used to always tell me, as soon as you get to that first aid station, line your stomach with a little bit of banana, because you are putting a lot of different types of products into your system, whether it's solid-based calories at the beginning of this bike, or you're going straight with liquid calories.
Yeah, it's interesting because, the 8-time, Queen of Kona, that is Paula Newby-Fraser, was always, spot on with nutrition. And today, it was interesting, if you were joining us from the top of the show today, we went off to a Fighting Chance interview with Nicholas Castellane. And Nicholas Castellane was saying, Nicholas Castellane being one of our favourites for the race today, who's actually leading our race at this point in time. We're all in the same group as Patrick Nielsen from Sweden. He was saying that he's been doing his long runs, starting at around about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, which would be, simulating race time, here in Vitoria-Gasteiz. And to go out and do it, in high humidity and in high heat, those long training runs are going to take quite a few days to recover from. But if he does it, scientifically, and if he does it right, then he's going to recover just fine as well. But right now, we are looking at around about 1 hour and 18 minutes onto the race clock, and we've got Patrick Nielsen riding today in a very good form. And then you got Philip Kutny from Switzerland. On the right-hand side, you can see here, as we look at our age groupers going out of town, out of the lake here today, which was the site for our opening discipline right here in get everybody Lake Gumboa, and it was absolutely fantastic to see our pro athletes get off to a good start. Some of our age group women athletes also just heading out onto the bike course. 75 spots available for the Super Sapiens Ironman World Championship coming up later this year, as a big smile on the face right now of one of our age group athletes.
Yeah, and Greg, let's talk a little bit more about nutrition, because Nick Castelline did sort of give some nutrition advice for all the age groupers out there, because he said, of course, you should always train with your nutrition. So what you train with is what you're going to obviously use on race day, with a few modifications based on the climatic conditions. But he also said to try to refuel and rehydrate before you actually need it during the race, right? Because why? Because once you feel thirsty, once you start to maybe get some stomach cramps, it's a little bit late. So it's quite hard sometimes to turn that around. I mean, it's definitely possible, but when you start noticing the symptoms, definitely you're too late. So definitely it's important to keep regulating and asking yourself, how am I feeling? What do I need? How's my pace? Am I going to be needing more solid calories because it's a little bit cooler, or I'm going to go to more liquid base because it's a little bit harder to digest those solid calories, particularly when it warms up? And, one of the hardest things when you are thinking about hydration, it's the hotter it gets, the sweeter everything becomes. And then it gets a little bit more difficult to get down. So hence why, Nick's words of advice, train on whatever you're going to use on race day. And, my advice is also understand that the hotter it gets, the sweeter everything becomes.
Well, race weather right now in Vitoria-Gasteiz in northern Spain in the Basque Country. We're basking in the sun because it is around about 57 degrees outside at the start of the race. It's warming up. It's already into the 60s and or just into the 20s. It's going to warm up to about 36 degrees outside today. Humidity is very high at 97% right now. Wind is only at 4 miles an hour, so around about 7 kilometres an hour. Very nice conditions. Let's give a shout out to our age group women right now. To this point, Vachien from France leads our women overall out of the water. Fargas from Spain in second. Paitila from Finland in third. There's Seliger from Belgium in fourth place. And in fifth place is Kervenven from France. And then if you look in the men's age group right now, we can tell you that our overall guys just getting out of water right up until this point. It's unofficial right now, but we've got Vierstein, he's in first place. There's Barala from Italy. Smet from Belgium is in third place. Alger from also from Belgium. And then there's Sales from Spain and Burkina from Spain as well. So that's our top six overall. But back to our leader here right now. This is Alfaro Peru from Spain, and he's doing his country very proud right now, pushing a strong gear as he makes his way out by some of our electrical, solar panels out there, just creating their own little power farm.
Yes, and on talking about power, this course is definitely going to suit someone who can push some big watts today. This is the type of course that, if you're a little bit bigger guy, you just have that ability to push the watts. That's definitely going to be someone that's going to do well on this course. So when you look at the list on who that is, I mean, the first name that comes to mind is, of course, we're going to talk a lot today, particularly in the bike, is Cam Worth. So we're waiting to see if he's done any damage yet. We're going to get a time check about 25 kilometres. So we are getting very, very close to that, to get that split. As soon as it comes up, we will let you know. But, these guys know that. They know the resume of someone like Cam Worth. And, when you get out there, some people will tell you, well, who's your biggest race rival? And, some athletes are going to tell you, certain athletes, and then a lot of the athletes are going to go, you know what, it's about racing myself out there. And, definitely that's part of it. But, also in the back of your mind, you know, you do have sort of people that like, you know what, if I can be here before they get to here, maybe I've got a chance to really have a race that I wanted, and maybe have a race that I'm like, oh my goodness, where did that come from? And that's the fun thing about us sitting back here as commentators, is seeing what's going to unfold. And it's like Ironman is very unpredictable. We never know what's going to happen, who's having a good day and who's having a bad day. And, you know, when you wake up race morning, you know, everyone's praying to have a great race. But we also know Ironman is such a roller coaster that you've got to get through the ups and downs as quick as you can. You know, take advantage when you're feeling good, and when you're feeling not so good, figure out why and get through it as quick as you can.
Yeah, as we look at Kootenay on the bike right now, and I wanted to make a couple of points here. And the first point is that, you know, this race has a different dynamic on a hot day, hot racing day, is that you start with the wetsuit. Unlike Kona, you don't start with the wetsuit, you start with the speed suit. So therefore, I think, you know, you have to, you know, measure the sweat loss and you know, sort of, you know, counter that in, you know, with your nutrition and your calorie intake and outputs, you know, during the day. And then you look at, you know, something that happens at the end of the day is that you're going to be running and sweating a lot as well. And how do I combat that? And I do combat it by making sure you're hydrated before the race starts. And I think that it would be a big miss if you didn't, you know, already start the Gatorade Endurance or something like that, you know, before the race started, so that you've already got something in there that's actually going to help the depletion, you know, of sodium as they get to that point. So there goes Kootenay just going past our our solar farm right now, as we know that he's around about a minute and a half, minute 45-ish down on our leaders right now. Our lead 4 athletes are out there. The arrival of Cam Worth will come any moment. We'll get our read on our splits coming up. Maybe I spoke too soon, but there goes Cam Worth already into the lead of the race. So there he goes, and that's Nick Castellane just you know, trying to make sure that he tries to keep pace. But I say, boys, don't even try. It's not even going to be a factor for you today. Just make sure that, you know, we've been saying it all day already, just go your own pace and make sure that that's something that you can handle. So now that, you know, Cameron's he's made his way to the front of the course here, McKeely, did I say that right, or is there something different to do?
Well, you know, it's one of those things, you know, what is the goal of the race? We all knew that if Cam Worth can come in...
To leave enough in the tank for a good run.
Yeah, yeah, but you say that, but sometimes it's like, you know, we knew if Cam Fitness worked a little bit more than from what he was at St. George, because his cycling commitments, you know, doesn't always allow him to maybe do as much swim and run training. But, you know, when you're stepping up and you want a Kona slot and you want to be in Kona, and you really basically have one chance, you know, because we are getting towards the later stages of that qualifying, and it's not like you can back up Ironman after Ironman after Ironman. You know, you've got to pick and choose very, very carefully what your plan is. And for the fact that Cameron Worth has got to the front this early, this quickly, after being over 2.5 minutes behind the leaders, that shows you how much faster he is riding than anyone else. So my point is that when you're in this race and you've just seen that happen, you know, the commitment is, okay, do I sacrifice a little bit and try to use the momentum of Cam coming past, or do I do what probably most wise coaches would tell you, you know, don't be burning those matches if you're not capable of it. And that's what the athletes have to decide, you know. It's like, do I risk a little bit now and hope that I can gain a little bit time and settle in, or, you know, I just stick to my plan and not let the sort of ego get involved?
Well, he's in full flight now. Australia's Cam Worth has made the Morton move, overtaking Nick Castellane, Alfaro Peru and Patrick Nielsen. And that is our leader. That is Cam Worth. And I tell you what, he's had a great start of the year in cycling, not so much in triathlon. Then the focus comes to triathlon and the business end of the year. But let's go ahead and talk to Cameron a little bit about what he's been up to.
Yeah, it's well, I obviously went to Utah last minute as well, which probably was a bit of a, you know, mistake. However, it was really good to see everyone and be in the race, and, you know, I guess my running crew said, I started the run in the right position. I was right with Christian, but I just couldn't run with him. So, anyway, this year I've been a lot busier on the bike than I thought I would be. I guess it'd be better for me to miss some cycling than miss swimming and running, but I've had an opportunity to do some training the last couple of weeks, and hopefully through the summer I can keep improving, hopefully qualify for Kona at some point and see what happens in October. I mean, that's a long way away, but of course qualification brings in a whole new element, and that's something now I've got to think about. So
Yes, Greg, we want to make sure and he gets to Kona, because definitely he will add an extra element to race, that's for sure. And it's always interesting when athletes have to balance the swim, biking and running, and then you have an athlete who's also a professional cyclist. It doesn't happen every day. Normally, when you're in one sport and you're doing so well, you don't usually cross over to another sport. But that just shows you the talent of Cam Worth, the fact that, he can still ride and get his cycling in and then be competitive enough to get the swim and run training in that he needs, because it's got to be tough, because when you're in a stage race, there's no way you're getting to the pool or you are getting out and running. It just shows you, your heart doesn't know if you're swim, biking or running. So we're going to keep watching to see what Cam Worth to do, and we'll be right back after this short break. Welcome back to the 2022 IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz. And here we have the men's leader, Cameron Worth. After being 2.5 minutes behind in the swim at the 24-kilometre mark, he has just pushed so hard to get to the front. It just shows you the calibre. And we had a little bit of talk that we saw that, as he got to the front and he was in the front, that he sort of showed some sort of disdain about something, whether that the guys were like riding a little bit too close to him, or he's like, come on, help me, let's get a nice little group going. Castellin was our swim leader. He's at 1 second back. Alfaro's at 2 seconds back. Patrick Nilsson, who had a great swim, was 3 seconds back. And then you have Munoz, who is also in that group. So that was our 4 leaders out of the swim. And then, you can see there's a little bit of a gap. They've made up about 1.5 minutes on that front group. And that's Messerson, who's sitting at 27s back. And then you can see the damage that was done, because now the rest of the field is sitting at that 146 to 156 mark. So there's that chase group. There's like a group of 5, then there's Menison, and then there's a group of 6 chasing.
Yeah, you got a group of 6 with Dahl, Thompson, Jung. You got Schettinger in there as well, and then you got Sawaya and Kovacic and Cohn in there with Norris, and that is your group right up to the 13th spot. And then you've got Kutny at 3:15 riding on his own, and N from the Czech Republic. Leon Chevalier, we haven't seen or heard since that little mishap, coming out of the water and hopping onto the bike at the first part of the bike course there. So that's going to be the $1 million question. action right there. Chevalier, we thought, was going to challenge Cam Worth today, you know, on the bike and be one of those two cyclists, you know, at the pointy end of the field. But it's now Worth that's, you know, gone and made the Morton move all the way to the front of the course. He's overtaken Castellane, Alfaro, Nielsen, and Munoz, and that's how it stands right now. You've got those 5 athletes sitting 27 seconds ahead of Menenson, who's in no man's land at this point in time, and he's got a job to do. He either has to make a move and get up to the lead group there, or just bide his time and just run his own race from this point. So there goes Cam Worth. He's just sort of settling back into his rhythm again now. So he's settled down. He's got his, he's got his business suit on at the moment. We know that he's the cyclist that we've all been waiting for, and we all know what he's capable of doing. What's he capable of doing today? Can he go faster than Janos last year at a 4:16? Probably. Then can he run fast? Can he go under sub, 8 hours? We'll just have to wait and see. But Cam Worth is doing what he does best, and that is leading bike races. Now it's up to the athletes behind, like Nick Castellane, as you can see, riding at around about 12 metres behind, if they're going to, use that early energy or sustain that energy for a little bit later on in the back half of the bike ride and in the run course.
That's right, Greg. It's going to come down to, okay, who had to use a lot more effort to stay with Cam Worth at the early stages of this bike. And, we know Cam Worth has made up a significant amount of time, 2.5 minutes on that lead group. So we know he's moving faster than everyone else. So the fact that these guys are trying to hang on, if I could use hang on here as a description, but, it's going to come down to, as we talked about, do you try to stay with the leader, or do you settle into your own pace and you'll slowly drop off? And it's definitely easier to be amongst the energy than to be riding by yourself, that's for sure. And, Cam Worth on this part of the course, I'm sure would be a little bit frustrated that he hasn't got rid of the other 4 guys. But, it's early. A good bike rider, we see so many times that they will, sort of settle into a pace and see what's happening, and then all of a sudden they'll put the hammer down and go. And even for someone like Cam Worth, he's got to regulate his effort. Obviously he made up a lot of time very quickly over the first 25 kilometres. Was that part of his strategy to get to the front of the race and then see how long it took and then sort of settle in and then, figure out what you need to do for the rest of the race? So I think the big question for him is what effort does he need to ensure that he has enough time off the bike to have a great run? And, you heard him say in St. George earlier that, he was right where he needed to be when he got off the bike, but, his run wasn't a 2:40 run. Can anyone in this field run a 2:40 today? I mean...
Well, that man on screen's capable of doing it, Patrick Nielsen,
That's
one of the
what
faster
I was about
runners.
to say. That was my point. Good, Greg. I love it. You're on the same wavelength.
Yeah, I love anticipating things, but I'm sorry if I cut you off there. But Patrick Nielsen's one of those guys that can certainly do that. But I wanted to make a point that, Patrick Nielsen sitting in that 3rd place right now is, definitely, seeing the effects of, being in that spot, and he's having to freewheel a little bit and glide. I've seen him, soft pedaling a little bit there, and as he makes his way, in 3rd place. We're getting, to see, some of the athletes, in further back position. This is our chase group, the minute 46 group down with, containing Philip Kootenay and some of the other guys right now. And as we can see that they've, got their work cut out, but I'm just glad to see that they're not, showing, the urgency that, Cam was showing just a moment ago. But Colin Norris from the UK there, he's got a very unique position, that is for sure. He's got his arms way up in the front there. I'd love to see him get the, the aero bars that have the cups, and it's a little bit more aero than just those, 2 bars sitting out there like that right now.
Yeah, but one of the reasons why he has that bigger arm pad is for that exact reason, for that Like he's probably sitting at probably maybe a 35-degree angle by the time you look where the elbow is to the hand. So it's important that you have a bigger arm cuff, because otherwise the top of the cuff is going to hit you right on the forearm, and that's not very comfortable.
It's not often that you see a bottle in that position up on the top tube as well. You normally see it between the arms, between the elbows there, but haven't seen that one there for a long time, because sometimes that, the knees will sort of, graze it as they go through and cause a little bit of cutting or, a little bit of a rash there on the inner thigh as well. So
yeah, I call that the Q factor, right? Like
very rare.
That narrowness of where your legs sit and how close that bottom bracket is. Sometimes people like a little bit more narrow bottom bracket. Usually it's determined by what bike frame you ride. But that Q factor, like some people say, is like you want to be narrower, and then some people, they want to be wider. It's like, I think Paul and Fraser was the perfect example of like the big differences in Q factor, where she had the crank, and then she said she had half a crank, so another crank on top, and then the pedals. So it actually made her sit a little bit wider. And if you think about it, when you're squatting, we're talking about functionally how it works. When you're squatting, do you want to have a narrow stance or a little bit wider stance? And I think that's where that Q factor comes down to that personal preference. And we are a little bit determined by what the bike manufacturers create. But yeah, Greg, you're right. I mean, if he had big, huge thighs, I'd be a little bit more concerned. And, I've had some coaches that don't like it when you roll your knees in as well, because, then you tend to unengage your glutes as well. And they'll put a little foam pad on the top tube to actually stop you. So it gives you that sensory awareness every time you hit that foam, that it reminds you to have a little bit wider stance.
Yeah, exactly. So there's Colin Norris from the UK as we talk a little bit about the bike bottle on the top tube there. Very unusual to see that in the modern day Ironman racing in the setup, as we look at Cam Worth, our new men's pro leader out there, and cycling just beautiful. Just love that turning circle that he has. Love it. 360 degrees of pure effort right there.
Well, Greg, if you want to interact with us a little bit more, while you're enjoying the live action from our full distance broadcast, then head over to ironmannow.com to check out something new in the works from Ironman. ironmannow.com, powered by Kiswi, is a new platform that allows the Ironman community to engage with us, each other, and special guests. Of course, you can also engage with us while you're on there as well. You can, of course, follow the live broadcast, but also take part in real-time chats as the race develops. Try our new fan experience and look for more on features being added as the season goes on. Create your free account at ironmannow.com. We would love to read all your comments and definitely give you some feedback of what our expertise is.
Mine's not that great, but maybe you perhaps. But coming up to the 2-hour mark on our Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz race here in northern Spain, we can see our chase group now. A group of 6 athletes have now come together and trying to cut into the lead of Cam Worth, who's leading our lead group out there at the moment, containing Nicolas Castellane Munoz, and also Peru is in there, Patrick Nielsen, our top 5 out on the course at the moment. This is Colin Norris from the UK. He's just sitting nicely back there in just outside of the top 10 positions right now, riding comfortably in this group at a legal length of 12 bike lengths down there as they make their way through the first part of the bike course.
Yeah, Greg, and our next checkpoint is going to be around that 54-kilometre mark. And these guys seem to be working well together. Definitely, Cam Worth has ridden past every single one of these athletes. They know that he's up front already. They know he's pushing the pace. And, I think it's just a matter of time to see when Cam Worth will actually stretch that elastic band out and it breaks, which, Greg, we just saw him look over his shoulder. Cam Worth just actually had a look over his shoulder because he's got Patrick Nelson with him, who's a great runner. You got Nick Castellane from Australia, who's coming back from a huge injury. you know, he doesn't want to have anyone with him. He wants to get out there and have his own race on the bike. He definitely doesn't want to carry anyone. We're going to sort of question a little bit of his run fitness because we know it wasn't great a couple of months ago in St. George, and, you know, with his tour calendar for bike racing being such a priority so far this year. But, you know, we know he's come to get that Kona slot, and I think he's going to be pretty happy right now to be already our men's leader.
There's Silas Cohen from Germany on the other side of the screen there, just heading through the bike course as well as we see Cam Worth. You know, he's got a very distinctive style as a tall German. Look how tall he is, and look at those long levers. He's got legs as long as probably Jan Frodeno, or even longer for another German there. So we can see that just freewheeling a little bit there, just soft pedaling as he makes his way through. These athletes have to be very, very careful about, you know, positioning themselves. And, you know, as you saw, you know, earlier with, you know, Cam Worth, he was just signaling, you know, to the rest of the guys, hey, guys, you know, just make sure that you're, you know, sitting in a position where you are at the legal, you know, distance. And that's what these guys are doing when you see them freewheel. They're just trying to make sure that they stay out of the draft zone, trying to avoid those 5-minute penalties, the blocking penalties, you know, drafting penalties and everything else out there, because that is, you know, going to pretty much ruin their day. I have seen a lot of athletes, though, however, win races from spending 5 minutes in the penalty tent as well.
Yes, we definitely have seen that. You definitely don't want it to happen. But yeah, it seems to be a very clean race so far. It was interesting because while you were chatting and there was just a little tunnel that Cam Worth went through, he actually was reaching back and placing his hand on the back of his knee. So I was just trying to figure out what was going on there. You know, maybe like a little tight spot. Potentially could be a cramp or a little itch. It's like we have to speculate at this time, but definitely was interesting to see him reach back as he went through underneath that bridge. Right now, this is Sliaz Cohn, who is in that chase group. They're just coming through. We saw Cam Worth do this a few minutes ago. But, you know, this chase back, I don't think they have the ability to be able to catch Cam Worth. I mean, he's already passed them. I mean, I think that's a given. So for their strategy today, they've just got to, like, keep the pressure on. They really don't have a chance to take a step off the gas right now.
Well, Colin Norris was sitting at the back of that group. This is Silas Cohen from Deutschland. He's getting inside of that zone there, which becomes a little bit of the danger zone. Always cognizant of the nutrition and how he gets it in today, because it is going to warm up into the 30 degrees Celsius range or into the mid-80s, the high 80s as it warms up here at Vitoria-Gasteiz. We'll be right back.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Holland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
Silas Cohen from Germany now in the chase group, just trying to catch the Cam Worth group. The leaders out onto the course at the moment. This tall German is working all of those long levers and getting the best out of his body here, putting in a huge effort at the moment. You can see the elbows all the way forward on his machine right now. Disc brakes, you got the deep dish wheels there. We got the disc wheel happening right now. McKeely, a beautiful setup on the bike here from the tall German.
Yeah, and definitely when you are a little bit taller, it can be a little bit challenging. But, you know, he looks really, really good. I mean, the setup. I mean, and when you're a little bit taller on this type of course, you know, that's going to be more power as well. sometimes when you are a little bit taller, sometimes that strength is a little bit lacking, but then in terms of power is lacking because, it's a little bit harder to climb like a super steep hill. But definitely when you have those longer levers to be able to get down on a course like this and just power away. And we did talk about that earlier, what type of athlete is going to be best suited to this course. And we know it's fast. I mean, the record last year was 4:16. So we got someone now with the caliber of Cam Worth who's up front, already in the lead, made up 2.5 minutes. And then you have the 4 swim leaders, and now you have this chase pack. And we talked a little bit earlier in the break about tactics. What exactly is the tactics for this? And we'll talk a little bit about that as we move forward into this race, of how the impact of Cam Worth's going to have if he can break away from those 4 other athletes with him, and then this group catches those 4 athletes. Tactically, is that going to be to an advantage point for Cam Worth where they'll slow down and race tactically? Or are they going to have the ability to work together and maybe close down the deficit or make sure they don't lose too much time?
Well, the early strategy is always to have a great swim, and why don't we go back and have a look at what happened earlier today. So starting out here, we had a great start with just over 30 professional men starting out here for their 2 spots. They are vying for 2 spots to the Super Sapiens Ironman World Championship coming up October 8. Got off to a great start, and it was Australia's Nicholas Castellane that took the early lead and the right-hand side of the course. And what a great start it was for him. Beautiful swimming.
No, like we talked about, like how fantastic his swim stroke looks, very even. He had a nice kick, not quite a 2-beat kick, sort of like a little bit between that 2 and 6-beat kick. He definitely, put the pressure on early, and, his goal was to have a great swim today. And, he'll be pretty ecstatic to get out of the water and be in that front group. But there was 4 other athletes with him. Greg, do you want to go over who those other athletes were when they reached the red carpet and headed to transition?
It was Castellane that led the swim the whole way, and then right behind him was Peru Alfaro. Then it was Patrick Nielsen in the 3rd place, Munoz from Spain in the 4th place. They're swimming 47.47, but by the time they got on their bikes, it was around 49.49, and it was still Castellane who was leading the race today. So he had a great swim start, and he held it all the way to the very end. Got onto the bike first, pushed the pace very, very early, and that was how our swim got underway today. So the Roca swim, all done and dusted for these men pro athletes. We've still got plenty of age group athletes out there. Again, they have 2 hours and 20 minutes to complete the swim from the moment that they jumped in the water. Their timing chip gets, activated as soon as they go across that mat and as soon as they come out of the water.
So if I was Cam Worth right now, knowing that I'm the best cyclist out here on the day and probably at most triathlons, what's my strategy going to be? So if I was him, I want to get rid of someone like Patrick Nelson, because we know he's quite capable of running that 2:40-ish marathon. Has he done it the last couple of races? No, unfortunately. So he's got a point to prove. And when you're the rest of these athletes sitting back here, like Nick Castellane, it's like they're doing everything they can to keep the forward progression, to stay in contact with Cam. And, for me, it's a question of, is Cam really pushing the pace, or has he settled in tactically and going to sit here and wait for an opportunity on the course where he can really go for it? And, this is a 3-lap bike course, Greg, so there's plenty of opportunities to if you haven't been here and haven't ridden on the course, to know where that opportunities are going to be.
I'm not seeing any rush in the pedal stroke at Cam Worth right now. Statistically speaking, that, during an Ironman event, all the, big gains and losses are always in the second half of the bike course, always in the second half of the run course. I mean, that's where you break down. This is where you've got to know your body as opposed to somebody else's body. You've got to know your heart rate, your wattage output as opposed to somebody else's. So therefore, Cameron Worth doesn't have to do anything but ride his own pace at the moment, because again, statistically, his wattage and his speed is faster than everybody else's. So, fatigue will settle in here, in the next, 20, 30, 40 miles or, 50, 60, 70 kilometres. Then we'll start to see a different, plan of action come into play.
No, definitely. I mean, we're assuming that's what's going to happen. It's usually that's the way it goes down. And, it's still 112 miles. You still, doesn't matter who you are, you've still got to get through it, and you can have a good day and a bad day. And, sometimes, you can be the best cyclist in the world, and all of a sudden, it's not your day, and you struggle. And that's the sort of big question mark every time you line up for an Ironman is, okay, is this going to be a good day? Is it going to be a bad day? And what that difference is between my good day and bad day, sometimes you have athletes, their good day and their bad day is huge, like significant. And then sometimes a good day and a bad day for another athlete isn't that much. But, it's still that mental battle that you have to play, that chimp brain will start getting in your head. It doesn't matter if you're in the front of the race or you're in the back of the race. You've got that chimp brain that sits in right on your shoulder saying, you know what, maybe you should back off a little bit. You're not feeling so good. You could have slept in this morning. All those sort of things at some point do creep into your mind. I don't care who you are. It's just part of that mental aptitude that you have to face, especially when you're doing an Ironman, because, it's so easy sometimes when you get that little mental fatigue and, it's like you let that chimp brain talk a little bit more to you. And that's where you have to be super conscious on maybe the effects of caffeine, because that can really help increase your mental alertness. Right, Greg?
Yeah, that's right. This is Jaroslav Kovacic, and from Slovenia. Well, he knows what's going on in the Tour de France right now because Pogačar and Roglic, two of the Slovenians that we know are very, very popular out there. But this is a Slovenian that we want to watch today, Jaroslav Kovacic. And I tell you what, he's going all right. But I just want to get back to the shot that we saw last of Nicolas Castellane, because Nicolas Castellane, to me, was looking around over his shoulder, to see where everybody else is. And I think there was a little bit of a, just a bit of a hint that, fatigue or the wattage might be a little bit too much for him, and might be looking for a little bit of help from, Patrick Nielsen and Munoz and Peru as Cam Worth, starts to accelerate, at the front of the race here. So here's Jaroslav, and he's going okay at the moment. He's sitting in that chase group and trying to just, make sure that he hangs in there and nothing too urgent. You see that his number on the back there is one of those numbers that we saw a couple of weeks ago that's sort of sitting there in a nice position. I don't know how they get the number to do that.
Yeah, definitely we need to look into that. Definitely, the way the wind rolls around, and, it's always nice to, not have a flapping number for sure. But, I'm a little biased to pink, and I think pink is the new black. So it's great to see so many guys out there embracing the power of pink. That's for sure, Greg. I definitely may be a little bit biased, but, and I mean, that's a fun part, right, about being a professional or even an age grouper, the opportunity to race in a custom kit. There's so many companies out there that offer that, and it's always fun to get that race uniform on race morning. I mean, we all know what the power of putting on a national uniform to race in your home country. Some right now we're in Spain, right? So I'm sure the Spanish athletes out there were super excited, but yeah, I think I always had this motto, feel, race good, feel good, go good. And I mean, it's all part of it now, back in the day, not a lot of people made sure everything was matchy, but that's a big part of it now, that you make sure that you are presenting yourself in a professional manner. And we have so many more opportunities to do that now.
Yeah, I think it's always important to like what you race in, that's for sure, and how it's designed and how it fits, and the comfort out of the suit as well. It doesn't matter if it's pink, blue, green, or even orange.
I don't know.
Whatever it takes to get the job done, and whatever you're comfortable in, McKeely.
It's that mental edge, right? If
you've been that pinky lady there for a long, long time, and I don't think anything's going to stop soon. There's Nicholas Castellane. He's still right on the hot in the heels of Cam Worth from Australia. So it's Australia 1, Australia 2 at the moment at IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz right here in northern Spain. And he's not given up without a fight on Nicholas, but it's going to be a tough task to go by Cam Worth. And Cam will make it, known to him that it will be tough to get around him as well. So Castellane is really, finding it, pretty tough at the moment. A couple of little rises and falls there, but by the look of it, it looks like Patrick Nielsen's now at the front. So Cam Worth might be up the road a little bit and made that break. So Patrick Nielsen now is gone by Nicholas Castellane into this, different position.
No, and this is what we were waiting for. We were waiting to see, the damage that Cam Worth was going to put on the rest of the field because, he'd already made up so much time after the swim, that 2 minutes 28, and to get to the front of the race by the 25K. And now you're seeing the power of Cam Worth right now as he's riding away from the likes of Patrick Nielsen and Nick Castellane, who's also in that group. We're just going to go to a short break and we're going to see how much more Cam Worth can put on the rest of the field.
Patrick Nielsen, one of the fastest runners in the sport, is cycling along just nicely at the moment. You're looking at 2 hours onto the race clock for our pro men. Still got a lot of our age group athletes out there swimming along. They have 2 hours and 20 minutes to get the job done. There's Patrick Nielsen. He's followed by Nicholas Castellane from Australia. And Patrick Nielsen deciding to get out of the saddle here for a little bit. This course undulating, I wouldn't say, that challenging like some of the other, courses out there. But you can see that now Nielsen is leading a nice long string of athletes here.
Yeah, Greg, we also have Peru in that group, and we have Mundos as well. And then, of course, we have quite a way back. But we were just trying to work out, Cameron Worth looks like he had made an attack on the rest of the field. That's what we had talked about before we went to the break, but we wanted to make sure and confirm. But yeah, it definitely looks like Cam Worth is the guy that's making the move. And we did see Patrick Nielsen try to do something about it as we see the camera angle right now. But it's going to be hard to if there's a elastic band effect right now, it's broken. And Cam Worth was waiting for this opportunity. You saw earlier he was getting a little bit frustrated that they were still there, and it still looks fairly close. But when you've got an athlete like Cam Worth like making this sort of move, but then Patrick Nielsen wasn't going to let it just fly by. He definitely was getting on the front and trying to chase down and close down that gap, Greg.
Well, they're going to have to keep the pressure on because there's a large group, looming behind, and that contains around about 12 athletes at the moment. They were 146 down at last point, check there. So Cam Worth is going to clear out. We did notice that Nicholas Castellane was looking over the shoulder around about 10 minutes ago, and I did spot a little bit of fatigue there, and the pace was just way too high, for those athletes. So it's probably a good thing, and it's going to save their race come the run course a little bit later on today. But now we're looking at Jaroslav Kamovic from Slovenia as he makes his way through the group here. This is the chase group. It's just over 2 hours of racing right now. We've still got about 6 hours of racing to go here, but the interesting part of the course at the moment, Camworth has broken away from their lead group on the bike course. So Nicholas Castellane, Patrick Nielsen, Munoz and Peru are in arrears, and they now are trying to fight off a chase from this big group that's coming up from behind here. So this is where we're going to tuck into the Gatorade Endurance Formula that is going to be found out on course today. And we know that these athletes have got the bottles up in the front there. Whenever it's inside, I always say drink it. When you look at it, drink it.
No, that's actually definitely a good motto to have, especially when we know that it's going to heat up on the run. Still fairly cool on the bike, but super high humidity. It's going to be even more important as it heats up. And, we've heard Nick Castellane talk about, he went out and ran at 3 p.m. in the heat of the day. And definitely acclimatization is super important. I mean, it's this time of the year, it's a little bit easier to deal with the heat because it's in the middle of the summer for most places, for most of these athletes, unless you're in Australia or New Zealand. But most of these athletes are based in Europe. They're used to the heat. But, there's that humidity factor is not every place you go to has a high level of humidity. And, definitely this is a different type of humidity because it's not extreme in temperature from the early hours, but by the afternoon hours, definitely you get the extremes. Unlike somewhere like Florida right now, you have the extremes from like the morning through the lunch, through the evening, and it just never
got wind,
ends.
You got storms, you got heat, and you got humidity. You've got everything.
Yeah, never. You never get a moment of reprieve. Yet, in these conditions, you do get a reprieve. It was like quite cool in the swim. The early stages of the bike, it's still the temperature is still around that 14 to 16 degree mark, which is very, very pleasant. But these athletes, once they get out on the bike course, they're probably going to be wishing they were back in the water, Greg.
Yeah, exactly. They'll be jumping in the water a little bit later on today as they get across that finish line in Vitoria-Gasteiz. And as we see our chase group just going through a couple of the suburbs just outside of Vitoria-Gasteiz right now. You can see the beautiful, old buildings of Spain there as we see Camworth. He's out on his own now doing his thing, and the chase group are trying to limit the amount of time that Camworth is actually going to be putting on them here today, but they're going to have to try really, really hard because this guy on screen is going to be our leader for quite some time. Has he gone out and got the miles in his run legs, since St. George? My guess is yes. I mean, he was a part of, Team Ineos and, through the classic season, Paris-Roubaix, and he's done a whole bunch of, domestique work, for his team leaders and everything. So, at the early part of the year, obviously, cycling is, what he's getting, paid to do. And now he's come down to, his triathlon, season. And that is at the business end of the year for him around about October is going to be his goal. He's going at around about 46k an hour average at the moment, which is really, really super good on the flat roads here. But it's pretty twisty and turny, so to have that sort of momentum is really good.
Well, Greg, let me tell you a little bit about that 46.13 pace that he's on right now and what he's doing to the rest of the field. He's riding almost 2 kilometres per hour faster than everyone else. But I think the most impressive athlete out there besides him is Messerson, who's riding at 45.40. And that's why he's moved himself up to 4th place. So Cameron Worth at the 54-kilometre check, we had him, in the lead. Then we have Castellane at 1 minute back. So in a very short amount of time, he's put a minute into them. And then you have Patrick Nilsson, who's in that chase pack, 103. And then you have Messerson, who moved himself up. He's 104. And then, of course, you have Peru, who's sitting in that pack 105. And then you have Munoz sitting in that pack in 6th place. So you have our leader, Cam Worth, who's obviously riding faster than everyone else. But very impressive that Messison is actually the other guy who's the mover and shaker right now.
Yeah, look at Menenson. He was the big mover. He was the gentleman that was, coming out of the water with Worth and trying to hang on to the back of Cam as he made his way up, toward the front. Cameron Worth was the guy that was able to get to the lead group and then overtake and now he's going to have it all of his own way. But Menenson has done a great job at continuing the pace and now finds himself inside of the top 6. And then you've got a large group of athletes, sitting right behind there. And it'll be interesting to see how many of those athletes come together. And then if that chase group can hold off, that larger chase group, the second chase group, coming from behind there. But Cam Worth right now, he's found his pace, a little bit rougher on the road right now. You can see the bottle cage, rocking and rolling around. He's got the speed bumps to go over, but he's not compromising that aero position. He's staying down in the bars and keeping the aerodynamics intact.
Yeah, Greg, and just chatting a little bit with William Messison earlier in the week, don't forget, he's coming off that second place finish at Ironman Nice only 2 weeks ago. So this really wasn't his focus. His focus was in Nice, but he's certainly showing great form right now. And, he was recovering from COVID at the beginning of May as well. After he won the 70.3 in Mallorca, he really had to, recover after COVID. But then he's had a little bit of a chance, obviously, to get back into a good training focus to get that second place in Nice. So definitely for us, has he recovered? Obviously on the bike, like we just said, he was one of the movers. He was probably the guy that, was moving up in the field compared to everyone else. And so we're just going to have to see, does he have the legs after doing Nice Ironman 2 weeks ago? Can he, recover enough from that big effort? Because, Ironman Nice is a very difficult course. It's difficult on the bike, of course, with the mountainous course that you ride. The run's flat, but that's fatiguing as well because you're using the same muscle groups over and over, Greg. So that's the big question on Menenson. Has he recovered from his podium finish at Ironman Nice only 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, well, it'll be the $1 million question a little bit later on. I would imagine it'd be quite some deep fatigue in the running muscles, especially. You're not pounding away at the muscles right now. You're just using the strength. In the cycling portion without any. When gravity takes over, that's when the pounding of the muscles are going to hit the ground and show its ugly head right there. But right now we can see that. On the Kiswe platform, there's 46.13 kilometres an hour is Cam Worth, and then it's 44.96 right down through the chasing group, and it's a little bit slower, when you got that second chase group. So that second chase group right now, McKeely has lost quite a considerable amount of time. That's around about 2 minutes and 40 seconds. So, Chevalier unfortunately had a flat tyre, and we do believe that was coming straight out of transition.
Yeah, well, we were wondering what happened, and we just got a little update. But we also hear that he's back on course, Greg. So, significant loss, that's for sure. After the swim, he definitely lost a lot of time and then have that unfortunate of a flat tyre. So hopefully he can mentally get back in the game. With this type of field, it's going to be hard to get to the front of the race. But what they always say, right? It's not over till it's over.
That's right. And Leon's such a great runner that, anything can happen in these events. Anyway, so there we go. We look at it. Kootenay's lost a lot more time now at 7:06 down, but he seems to be riding on his own back there in 14th place. So you can see down from 7th place to 13th place, we have, quite a big group there with about 7 riders. Dahl Thompson, Jung is in there, Schlettinger is in there as well, Sawaya is there, Kovacic from Slovenia, Cohn and Norris are right in between 350 to 402, and then it's Philip Kootenay at 706 rounding out our top 14. So Cam Worth now is just going to start running away with the lead here. How much can he build up coming toward the end of the bike ride is going to be the million-dollar question, but how much effort is it going to take for our chase group to keep him honest?
Yeah, and that chase group we see right now in Patrick Nelson, you know, definitely he saw the move happen, and we saw him move to the front of the pack, and definitely, you know, he's probably the biggest threat to Cam Worth in terms of the run. But, you know, we already saw that, you know, in that short amount of time, Cameron Worth had already put like a minute on this group. And, you know, Patrick Nelson is now got to make that decision, right? And he has. You know, he was sitting more in third place for a long time, and now we are seeing him at the front of the race. So if those other guys can sort of like work together a little bit, they've got a good chance of that other chase group not catching up, because I think that's the biggest negative I think that could happen to this chase group right now. If the group gets too big, I think it's going to be even harder for the athletes to, you know, chase down or at least to maintain an amount of time. Greg, I think you just said you saw something.
Yeah, I think I saw Patrick Nielsen, you know, reaching around and just sort of grabbing his thigh, maybe the gluteal area or the hip flexor area. And not very good signs to see that happening, you know, this early into the course at around about 60 kilometres. But Patrick Nielsen seems to be doing, you know, quite a bit of the pacemaking, you know, up in that chase group right now. So he's pushing very, very hard. I got a question for you, Michaela. You can see that Patrick Nielsen up in the front of his bike there. He overlaps his fingers. So you've got two arms out on your handlebars, overlapping your fingers as opposed to hanging off with two hands on the handlebars. What are your thoughts behind that? Is there a power loss, or is there anything, or am I just nitpicking?
You know, it probably comes more down to comfort. You know, sometimes, especially if you ride inside a lot on those indoor trainers, you sometimes get a little more comfortable doing things like that with your hands. So I think in terms of, you know, maybe he rides the Wahoo kicker.
Yeah.
And the Wahoo bike a little bit more than other people,
I'm
and
all
you
synced up
you
with
tend
my Wahoo
to
element, so I'm all good on the Wahoo.
yeah. So that
sure.
can just be a little bit more comfortable, and you feel like you're getting a little bit more power from it. That's for sure.
Yeah, so, you know, just looking there, he's got his hands separated now, but sometimes he, you know, crosses the fingers over there, and I don't really know what to think of it, but as long as you're comfortable and as long as you're putting out the same amount of wattage, then whatever.
And I think, and also with that sort of new school position where you're angling, you know, that 25, 35, 45 degree angle, it's quite relaxing. So you don't need to pull at all. You know, the power is so different in that position. You can sort of maintain a bigger amount of power in a more relaxed manner.
And I love the way that, you know, I really love the molded, you know, one-piece aero bars right now. I think that they're great for aerodynamics. You've got your, you know, hydration system up there as well. Really love that as opposed to like the two single ones. All right, we had a chance to catch up with Patrick Nielsen. Listen to this, a fighting chance with our champ.
My name is Patrick Nilsson. I'm here in Vitoria racing IRONMAN Vitoria on Sunday. Why not? It seems like a nice place. It seems like a fast and fun course. I've just seen pictures from the run and it seems amazing. I think the first goal is to have a race, to have a good feeling, have a good race and finish with a good feeling. I definitely want to qualify for Kona, and I think if I can pull off a race that I could, it shouldn't be too much of a problem, but it's always racing and everything can happen. The main goal for this race is definitely to finish and to break that pattern, because it's, I mean, after the pandemic, it's definitely been a different kind of life. I'm trying to get back to racing the best way possible, and it's, in a way, I can show in the races I perform well. I know my fitness is there, I know it's good, and I just want to in a way be able to perform at a good or okay level at every race instead of being on and off. So yes, for this race, it's definitely want to show the fitness I have, and then, I mean, try to show that I can also be consistent as I've been before. I mean, it's definitely changed from being a beginner in triathlon. I mean, I started with triathlon probably 10 years back. I didn't do short course. I came straight pretty quick to long course racing. And in a way, like racing with an open mind and like taking the race as it came. And now, all of a sudden, you're in this professional world where you try to support your family, you have an income, and this is the thing you do, this is your work. Which definitely puts a different pressure on you as an athlete, but then also changes like you said, the relationship with the race. So I think for the moment I try to find back to that kind of free mind, open mind, and kind of take the race day as it comes.
Well, that was definitely great hearing from Patrick Nelson, who is in second place right now. You know, he talked about getting a Kona slot. You know, Cam Worth is out front right now. He needs a Kona slot. And then you also have Patrick Nilsson, who's vying for a Kona slot right now as well. And that's why he's putting the pressure on the bike right now. He knows that if, you know, he doesn't have a good run today, you know, that goal of getting to Kona may be disappearing very, very quickly for him.
We're talking about two guys, you know, in first and second place right now. Both, you know, finished in the top 10 of Kona. Patrick's best is 8th place and Cameron Worth's best is 5th place. But you can see that, you know, the one thing to me for Patrick Nielsen is that he needs to finish this race. He was talking about in his Fighting Chance interview there that, you know, he has an income. So he's got a family and, you know, he needs to just, you know, finish a race and get it underneath him and gain his confidence back. All right, so that's how it stands right now. Cam Worth has finally broken away from the rest of the athletes here in the IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz in northern Spain. Absolutely gorgeous day in the Western Pyrenees. Things are heating up. The mountains are in the foreground. The athletes are going for it. And we're taking a break. We'll be right back.
There's this beautiful moment in time when neither foot is touching the ground. We are free of gravity and weight, moving above the doubts, past limits. When we are light, transformed, and hopeful. And if we were to collect all these moments, join them together, well, this is when anything becomes possible. This is when we fly.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Age group athletes streaming out of the water here in the beautiful lake region right here in IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz. We can see that one of our athletes just having a little bit of an issue getting a foot into the shoe there. And then she will get it into the pedal there. We got already hundreds and hundreds of our age group athletes just streaming out onto the course at this point in time. Like we were saying at the top of the show, you got 2 hours and 20 minutes to complete the swim course from the moment you go across those timing mats today. And you can see that we got 2 hours and 20 minutes into the race already for our pro men. That is not the time, not the cutoff for them in the swim today. But as we see, our age group is just going out there and just clogging things up a little bit as they throw the legs over the bikes there and head out and try and get their day started right here in IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz in Spain. So here we can see that the age group is just getting locked into those bikes and just running out on the red carpet, a little bit slow running out there, as you can see going across. You see the athletes have got their biking shoes across the carpet. Probably the best way for the age group athletes to start their day on the bikes. A little dangerous, you know, going across those mats with the shoes already in the pedals and a narrow opening at the mount zone there. So We can see our age groupers now about to get their day started. Cam Worth is leading our race still at the front. He's got a 101 lead over Nick Castellane from Australia. So Australia 1, Australia 2 at the moment. Sweden's in there with Patrick Nielsen. Munoz is in there from Spain as well as Peru. We've got a chase group losing a little bit of time. So our top 6 athletes are clearing out by about 4 minutes from our second chase group.
Yes, definitely. You know, it's about Camworth being out in front. We're just going to see how much damage he can actually do to the rest of the field. You know, he's moving so much quicker than everyone else. And then you've got that group behind. You know, he caught them very, very early. And then, you know, within a short amount of time, he put a minute into them. So at our next checkpoint, it's going to be several minutes, that's for sure. But, you know, Cam Worth knows that he was going to be in this position. You know, he actually had a good swim, only 2.5 minutes behind. Got to the front very, very quickly. I mean, he just looks so comfortable. I mean, we saw him go through some technical parts of the course, didn't even get out of his aero bars. Just, you know, he probably, like, sleeps with his bike. You know, that's how comfortable he is with it, you know. Just such a nice-looking bike rider. You know, his back is flat, the way the helmet sits again on those shoulder blades. You know, even his number isn't moving around too much, so that's telling me there's not a huge amount of wind. The only wind is what he is creating. He's got that angled front aero bar position, and that's what we're seeing is the fastest right now. And we're seeing it's the fastest because, you know, you find that you can actually push more watts and it doesn't feel like you're pushing more watts. You can definitely get up to probably 10 to 15 more watts in this position. But it does take a lot to retrain those muscles. And, you know, for a guy like Cameron Worth, who spends a lot of time on his road bike, right, because he races for a professional cycling team, you know, it is sometimes hard for these guys to get the amount of time trial time that they need on their bikes, particularly when, you know, you're also a triathlete. So being on a road bike, you definitely use slightly different muscles to that tri bike. So the goal for him would be to definitely make sure that road bike and that tri bike setup is sort of similar. And I say similar in terms of where he actually sits over the bottom bracket, because typically on a road bike you sit way, way behind. So you want to make sure there is not too much of a difference. And because he's used to sitting a little bit further back, you'll probably see him sitting a little bit further back on the saddle as well because of that.
Yeah, exactly. And as we see Cam Worth on the left-hand side of the screen right now, he is just absolutely powering in this course. He'll go from strength to strength. And I tell you what, on May 7th, 2023, celebrate the start of a northern summer on Spain's famous Costa del Sol with Ironman 70.3 Marbella. Flanked by the Mediterranean Andalusian mountains, Marbella is known as much for the beauty as it is for the warm, friendly atmosphere. The city, it's a perfect host destination for athletes and supporters, melding exciting racing and a luxurious vacation experience. Register is now open. Registration. Sign up today at Ironman.com. That is Ironman 70.3 Marbella.
No, that's definitely another great race that Ironman puts on. And we've seen quite a few athletes, professional athletes, who's done well at Mirabella over the years, that's for sure. Yeah, Cameron Worth continues to lead our race. The big question that everyone is sort of waiting to answer, like, how much time can he actually put on the field? The last check, he was a minute up. Our next check's going to be in a little while, so it's going to be interesting to see, you know, what damage he's done. You know, he's riding it over 46 kilometres an hour, and, you know, we had a couple of athletes talk about, well, you know, I want to ride over 40 kilometres an hour, let alone over 45 kilometres an hour, and he's at 46.2 kilometres an hour at our last check. And, you know, I think he's only just going to get better, because I felt like once he passed that lead group out of the water, he sort of didn't continue to push the pace. He sort of settled in, and you saw them ride with Cameron Worth for a while. But as soon as he decided to put the hammer down, and he looks so smooth. You know, he looks powerful, and we talked about what kind of athlete best suits this course. You know, it's rolling, it's got some lovely road surface, so you can definitely power away. So the more watts you can push, just like Cam Worth, the better you're going to go on this course.
Yeah, he's getting close to the end of the end of the first lap here. So he's going to be very, very close to going into the second lap, and then you'll have that half lap to finish off the ride today. So that's exactly where they come out onto the course there, McKeely. So he's starting now at the beginning of lap 2. As we now, you get over to Menason, and we know that he's in great shape as well. Second place in Ironman Nice just a couple of weeks ago, down there on the Côte d'Azur and the Mediterranean as well, and the Bay d'Anglais. That is beautiful, home to Ironman Nice. Ironman Nice 70.3 on a great weekend. You can't be better at any other destination in the world, or can you be? Because it's absolutely gorgeous down there. One of our long-standing races there as well. But Cam Worth is leading right now. Menason is inside of the top 10, and he is absolutely cranking away on what seems to be very, very good form for him.
Yeah, Greg, and he was riding at our last check at 45, just over 45 kilometres an hour, and that's why he moved himself from the swim up into that lead group, and he definitely looks like he's pushing the pace. I mean, he did make up time on these leaders. He sort of sat there in no man's land for a while, and now he's in the front of that chase group, Greg.
Yeah, losing time, obviously, but William, like I said, is in great shape at the moment. And, 2 Ironman races in the space of a couple of weeks is always going to be a tough task. Did you ever do that?
Yes, no.
Yes, no. Is that a yes or a no? No, I did not.
That's definitely tough, but we have seen it a few times. Like earlier in the year, we saw it, and I think it depends on the type of athlete you are. If you're used to putting in a huge amount of mileage, doing an Ironman race is just like another big training day. Obviously, it's a little different. It's a race scenario, and you're going to push a little bit harder. But and some athletes take a lot less to recover, and some athletes take a lot more. I think if you're a little bit smaller athlete, definitely you don't get pounded as much on the run. So definitely, obviously, athletes can do it, and it's just a matter of that personal recovery, and it comes down to that workload, your build, and what your focus is. How many Ironmans do you want to do before the Ironman World Championships? Or, sometimes it's like a matter of chasing Kona slots. So there's a lot of things that come into play when you're deciding, okay, well, this is my A plan, and if it doesn't work, well, then what's the next opportunity? And we talked about, like, this time in the season, we're in July. October is certainly getting closer and closer by the minute. So the opportunities to actually qualify for Kona is getting less and less. And we only have 2 Kona slots up today. So it's going to be super competitive. I mean, Cam Worth came here to get a Kona slot. Patrick Nilsson came here to get a Kona slot. Nick Castelline, our leader out of the swim, came to get a Kona slot. And you have just about everyone else on the list, and the only person that has a Kona slot was Leon Chevalier, who unfortunately had that flat coming out of the transition. So lucky for him that he has the Kona slot, unlucky that he didn't get the opportunity to have a great swim and be in that pack and then have that flat tire so early.
Yeah, exactly. But he's still in the race, and, he can run his way back into, contention for sure. Okay, let's get you caught up at the end of the bike lap number 1. Cameron Worth was our leader, riding along at about 46.7 kilometres an hour average. That's almost 3 kilometres an hour faster than the rest of our group, or 2 miles an hour faster than the rest of our athletes out there. Menenson was second place there, riding along at 2:41 down. At 2:42 was Nielsen. Alfaro was at 2:43. 2:44 was Nicholas Castellane, and in sixth place was Munoz at a 2:46. And we're still waiting for our seventh right through the top 20 to get through there right now. So that's how it stands at the end of the first bike lap right here in Vitoria-Gasteiz. Cameron Worth is leading the way, and the chasers are losing ground.
No, they definitely are. But, you know, that chase group is doing a nice job to keep ahead of the other chase pack. And, I mean, that's what they really need to do. I mean, my belief is if that third chase group catches that second chase group, I think it's going to be to the benefit of Cameron Worth, not to the benefit of Medicine, Nielsen, etc. So, you know, we're just going to keep watching what everyone else is watching. And the question is, as we go into a short break, can Cameron Worth put more time in? We're like, yes, and how much?
Whether it's on the road or in the pool, your activity has high demands. Rooted in sweat and grounded in science, we understand your unique fueling needs. That is why we created formulas just for you, endurance athletes, helping you replace what you're losing and keeping you fueled. And there's nowhere we'd rather be than with you along this journey, because together we are formulated for farther. From the creators of Gatorade, Gatorade Endurance, formulated for you, formulated for farther.
Welcome back from our little break, our little time out. We got to hydrate, got to get our calories in, just like these bike riders are doing right now. I mean, the story is Cameron Worth is at the front of the race, just powering away. And then we have a group of 5 athletes. So as we said, Cameron Worth definitely putting more and more time. Now he's at 2:42. We have Medicine, who's sitting at 2:42. Patrick Nielsen, 2:43. Alfaro is 2:44. Castellane is at 2:45. Munoz is at 2:47. And then the next pack is losing even more time. Greg, do you want to go over some of those athletes right now as we see it on the screen, just to let everyone know what's happening? Because they're 5+ down right now.
Yeah, let's do it there, McKeely. It's around about 2.5 minutes down, you know, from that chase group 1 and chase group 2. Dahl Thompson from Denmark's leading that with Jung, and Kovacic is in there from Slovenia. Scheltinger's in there, and so is Soweya from Germany, and Cohen from Germany. Colin Norris is still hanging in there at 13th place. And then it's Philip Kootenay. He's a little bit back, but Leon Chevalier, who had the flat tyre, unfortunately, at the beginning of the bike ride today, he's still sitting in there in 19th place right now. So things are now stretching out a little bit, and you can see that, you know, Dahl Thompson, he's riding along at a pace of 44, kilometres an hour. So he's around about a half a kilometre an hour on average, faster than the chase group number 1. So chase group number 2 might be able to take a few seconds here and there out of the original chase group. And then if it comes together, like you say, it might happen at the end of the next lap, or, in toward the last half lap or so. But, right now it's all Cam Worth, and he's just, riding along at 46.7 miles an hour and doing just fine.
Yes, more than fine, that's for sure. Just, really showing everyone why he's like such an uber biker, and why he has a professional cycling contract, because, the talent of the cycling community is unbelievable. So many fantastic athletes. So to have someone like Cameron Worth, who is a professional cyclist and then also a professional triathlete, you don't see it for sure every day. Usually they're retired from professional cycling before they head over and do triathlon. So I think that says a lot about Cam Worth. He's definitely passionate about sport. There's no doubt about it. And definitely I think his first passion he'd probably say is cycling, but definitely triathlon's got to be right up there because it definitely takes a big commitment to be professional in two different sports. I mean, similar, right? Because you've got to ride a bike, but getting the time to put into the swim and the run, because we all know that the run has such a huge impact on bike riding. It's like when you get injured and you just start riding your bike, all of a sudden your bike riding goes up to another level because your legs aren't tired all the time. And I mean, I think that's the trickiest part when you are a professional athlete, particularly a triathlete. It's like you're always fatigued. Your legs are always tired because of the amount of running you have to do. And then you step up to an Ironman distance and you've got to put a significant amount of miles in. And yeah, when you run a marathon to when you run an Ironman marathon, the training is definitely different because you've got to also swim and bike. And one thing that I always like to do after my long runs, when I was a professional, and even now when I do my long runs, I like to actually swim after those. I think it's a really good opportunity to have a little bit of a recovery, to get off your legs, and especially if you've got to run again in the afternoon, it's sort of decreasing the risk of injury because you get in the pool. Yeah, swimming is still hard, but you put on some pool gear, you can rest your legs a little bit and work that upper body. But it's always interesting when you run and then you swim and you're like, oh my goodness, why are my arms so fatigued? I was just running, wasn't I just using my legs? But no, definitely the upper body does come into play when you're running as well.
Well, Cameron Worth now is overtaking and lapping the riders that are just heading out for the first lap of the bike, just getting out of the water themselves. But yeah, pro athletes are always hungry as well. But just like Les Sables d'Olonne Vendée last week, the people of Vitoria, known as Victorianos, enjoy eating a few snails while sipping their red wine. Well, we mentioned that before that Vitoria is the capital of cuisine with incredible tapas dishes, rich stews and sweet delights. So why the snails, McKeely? Well, I think I'll leave that to the locals. All right, let's get caught up with
the red wine.
Let's get caught up with our weather update right now. Our air temperature is warming up to 20 degrees. Going to get a lot more than that coming up here pretty soon. 68 degrees Fahrenheit. Wind out of the northwest at 10 kilometres an hour or 6.2 miles an hour. Humidity has dropped to 69%. And the cloud cover, well, it's around about 10% around the edges of the horizon right now, but a gorgeous day. And it is a high UV level day at 7. So joining us now on the line is from Denmark. He is an incredible athlete. He's had a good race this year in St. George and also last weekend. So Magnus Ditlev joining us. How are you today, buddy?
Thank you. Thanks. I'm good. The body is starting to come along a little bit.
That's great, mate. And so you're recovering all right? You're not out there training and putting in the miles. You're just getting rested. How long does it normally take you, Magnus, to get over an Ironman race?
Well, I can't speak of normal because it's only my second full distance here in Roth. So I guess and the first one I did in Texas took a long time. I think I made the mistake of starting training a little bit too quickly after the event, and then I got sick afterwards. So now we are really trying to take it carefully after Roth.
Magnus, I was very impressed with both your performances, particularly at your first Ironman in Ironman Texas. Like, to get into the bike, get to the front of the race, and then get a puncture on the bike, a flat tire. Tell us a little bit what was going through your head when you got that puncture. Obviously, you're in the lead, and then the group behind actually catches you. You actually had over 4 minutes at that point.
Yeah, well, it was like we had invested quite a lot for the first full distance of mine to really dig into all the details of nutrition and aerodynamics and a lot of testing going into it, and then I felt everything was just running perfectly, and then out of nowhere at 175 kilometers, I get this puncture. And at first, I think, okay, I have to change the tube, but really quickly I see it's just basically a side cut in my tire that is way too big for that. I needed a new tire, and then I felt like I wanted to throw my bike to the ground, and so it was really hard to get back. But then I got a new tire from the neutral support and rode back to T2, still very frustrated and not thinking, okay, I need to run through this, but just I had to get back to T2, and then I started the run. And it happened that Ben Hoffman was just behind me, and then I got some motivation from trying to see, okay, now I want to test my limits here and see if I can, how fast I can actually run a marathon.
Well, talking about testing the limits there, Magnus. Been very impressed over the last 3-4 years with Christian Blumenfeld and Gustav Iden, Daniel Bakkegaard. Now, I'm putting you into the top 4 of the Scandinavian countries. You guys seem to be pushing yourself at a different limit. Is your training any different than the other people around the world, or are you guys just really getting after it and being honed in on specialty swimming training, biking training, running training?
I think we are all here, and obviously the Norwegians are quite known for their scientific approach, and I think a lot of the Danish triathletes actually we come quite close to what they are doing. We just don't have yet the full resources that they have, because obviously they have an Olympic gold medal and stuff like that. So I believe we train quite similarly, and it's for me it's instead of like when you have a big rivalry, often people tend to fight each other. For instance, Daniel and I, we could make the choice to choose to be very big rivals and not talk to each other. But for us, it's more of a positive upward going spiral. That I see what, for instance, the weekend before Roth, I saw Daniel become 70.3 European champion on home soil in Denmark, and then I believe, okay, he can do it, and I want to show I'm also a good triathlete. So I believe we're pushing each other in a very positive way instead of trying to fight each other.
Yeah, Magnus, and you are so young in terms of Ironman racing. What are your thoughts about turning to Ironman distance at such a young age?
Yeah, it's definitely something we were a little worried about beforehand, and I still think I need to focus. I can't just say now I'm an Ironman athlete. I still have to develop especially the swim. If I could get a little better on the swim, that would be a huge advantage for me. So I still think that 70.3 will be a big part of my racing schedule going forward, and then trying maybe to fit in the qualifying race for Kona and then an Ironman at the World Championship. So I'm not going to make a full season of only doing Ironmans. I will still try to get as fast as possible also on the 70.3 distance, and then obviously try to qualify for Kona and do that race.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to watch you, Magnus. You've been doing so well, and you've always performed very well in St. George in Utah. And I put it down to a very, very difficult course, and you're such a strong cyclist that a lot of people are just trying to keep pace with you. And then you've improved on your running as well. Your running last weekend was absolutely fantastic, but if you improve on that swim, boy, look out for those athletes there, McKeely. I tell you what, man, Magnus is going to be one to watch. But Magnus, what are your goals? To get to Ironman 70.3, the Intermountain Healthcare Ironman 70.3, St. George, October 28.
What did you say? The connection was a little bad there.
Yeah, sorry about that. Your goals are to try and get back to the Intermountain Healthcare Ironman 70.3 World Championship this year.
Yeah, definitely. I've already qualified for 70.3 Worlds, and then obviously Kona is also a big goal of mine. They are pretty close, so it will be a bit of a task to find out how to nail that combination the best way. But those two races are definitely what I'm really looking forward to now after last weekend. And actually, I wasn't planning on racing Kona before this season, so it has all gotten so fast that we need to now sit down and try to make a real plan of how to approach those two races.
So what would be next then for you if you were to do an Ironman to qualify for Kona? Which one and where?
I'm not doing. I already qualified for Kona, so I'm not doing
at Ironman Texas.
Yep, sorry.
Yeah.
My bad.
So I'm not doing any more Ironmans now this year except for Kona.
So what is your next event?
It will probably be Collins Cup, hopefully, if I'm selected for it and keep my rankings at the same place. Right now, I think I'm the fourth European, so I should be able to make the cut. And that would be really a big. I think the format suits me quite well. With it's basically just 3 people going head to head, and more like a time trial format, which should suit me quite well.
Yeah, I think so. I would be. I'd be worried if I was going up against you as well. But you're 2 times taller than me anyway. You're a very tall guy. How tall are you?
Around 193 or something like that. So quite a tall guy. Yeah.
Yeah. You're a tall guy. You're a young guy. You've got a great future ahead of you, Magnus. We thank you very much for being with us today here at Ironman Now, and continued success through the end of the year. Can't wait to see you both in Kona and in St. George. You get rested up, and good luck to you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right, Magnus Ditlev from Denmark, another one of our new sensations. And boy, oh boy, the future looks great, doesn't it? With, Blumenfeld, Eden, Kasper Stornes from Norway. Then you got Bakkegaard and the Vikings up there. They're doing something right. Ditlev, from Denmark as well. So, on the Swedish side of things, don't forget about Jesper Svenningsen and, Patrick Nielsen, if he can get his, self, back to the stage where he was a couple of years ago. So things are looking good, and I must say this, McKeely, Norway are incredible at endurance events. I mean, you look at their record, at the Winter Olympic Games in, anything from, classic skis to, to the biathlon and all those events. They are just absolutely fantastic. As we watch Menesson, we're watching Patrick Nielsen right now. We're watching Cam Worth, and they're all competing today in the Ironman Gasteiz right here, Vitoria-Gasteiz, and this is Patrick Nielsen riding his bike like an absolute madman.
Well, we're back and we're at the 2022 Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz. What a magnificent day, and everything is going according to plan for Cameron Worth. He is in the lead right now. Patrick Nielsen is in second place. Both these athletes are looking for a Kona slot. There's only 2 on the line. It's going to be fast and furious on the run, that's for sure. But Cameron Worth is going to make everyone work for it. He continues to put time on everyone. He's riding almost now 3 kilometres per hour faster than everyone else. We are going to have the next check coming up in about 8 minutes, Greg. So I think that's going to be an interesting point. I mean, we know Cameron Worth is going to be further in front of the field. And We know that second place group, that chase pack, is putting time on the third pack. So I think it's now a matter of, as they ride through this second lap, they've still got another lap after this, to see what that deficit's going to be, because we know still the danger horse for Cameron Worth is Patrick Nelson. You know, he has the run that if Cameron Worth doesn't put together probably a 250 plus or better run, and if he has like a 6 or 7 minute lead off the bike, you know, he's still in a danger zone.
You know, last year Neko Janos and Josh Amberge are very close, you know, starting the marathon, and then it ended up being quite a sizable, 10, 11-minute victory for Neko Janos running at 2:56. And, Josh Amberge was, just under the hour there. And
actually, 2:46.
Yeah, sorry, 2:46, for Neko Janos. And then right at the just on the 3 hour mark, for Josh Amberger. So anything can happen like in that respect. But the guy that's in second place right now is doing very well. He raced to a second place at Ironman Nice just a few weeks ago. We had a little bit of an opportunity to catch up with him. Here's William Menison, a fighting chance.
Hi, I'm William Manson. I'm 28 years old. I'm a professional triathlete racing for Ice Monaco Triathlon, and I'm coming from France. Yeah, I'm a data analyst. I'm working in a company that is selling a ticket for F1 Grand Prix. It's all about data, numbers, and analytics, so it's not very different from triathlon. It's a science-based sport, so I think both are really linked. I'm in Vitoria because it's my last try to get a corner slot. I raced in Nice 2 weeks ago, but I finished second, so didn't get it. Already won the race, and the slot. So I'm giving one more shot, and if it doesn't work, maybe next year. I mean, I love mountains and riding the bike in the mountain, but most of the races, for professional races, it's really flat, really fast. You have to ride in the group with the dynamics, so it's different, and it's more like Hawaii. So I need to race like this to learn how to do that, and to see if I can do well. So Vitoria is perfect for that. It's hot, it's very fast, there is wind and a strong field, so it's good to test myself. I don't know if the course suits me very well, but I like fast courses when you are in higher position all the time and push a big gear. So we'll see. I've done well on this kind of course in the past, so I want to try to test myself again.
Well, I love when the athletes are out there just, trying to test their progress. And at 28 years of age, he's just hitting his straps. He probably hasn't even reached his peak yet as an Ironman athlete. We've got athletes like Jan Frodeno going into their 40 years of age. And as we see Patrick Nielsen now, he's nowhere near 40 years of age. But, he's sitting at 28 years of age. And I think that is a perfect opportunity to, start finding all about himself, where his outputs are, like where he sits nutritionally. And I think that right about that, 28 years, you're learning a lot about yourself.
Yeah, and then you've also got to look at your triathlon age, because, it's time spent in the sport. Your biological age might be something, but if you've been doing triathlon since you're 6 years old, that's definitely a huge toll on your immune system, on your neuromuscular system, et cetera, et cetera. So I always tell people, well, how do you work out what your triathlon age is? And I'm like, it's like dog years. Times it by 7. Because definitely it has like a huge impact on how you perform, because it's that level of fatigue year after year after year after year. And, if you have the strategy that you're fast enough that you race short course, you race a lot as a short course athlete. And then, typically what would happen as you start to phase out of short course, you go into 70.3 and then you climb across to Ironman. But that's changing. So we're not really going to know what the future is yet, because you've got young guys like 24-year-olds that we just talked to that are coming into the sport. And, he had a good grasp of like not getting too slow doing Ironman races, but that's a hard task, right? Switching from that fast racing style of ITU, then going to an Ironman race. And we're seeing the Norwegians doing it, but what we haven't seen is what the effects of that is long term.
Yeah, not yet. So we'll find out down the road, like you said. But here's Cameron Worth. He's overtaking the age group athletes out on course. They're doing their first of the 3 laps today. Cameron's in his second of the 3 laps at this point in time. We can see that Worth now is riding along at 46 plus kilometres an hour. We were saying it before, but he's riding 3 kilometres an hour or 2 miles an hour faster than the rest of the field. So he's going to build up quite a bit of a lead by the time that he gets to the end of the bike, barring any, mishaps. But right now he's doing exactly what he planned to do, getting out into the lead and making a little bit of space between him and his competition, the runners like Patrick Nielsen. Nick Castellane is in there as well. And, don't forget about, Leon Chevalier, if he can, get himself back into that race, like not lose too much time, maybe 5 minutes on that chase group, and then he can run his way into it because he's a 240 runner as well.
And I think, Greg, that's why, he's continuing after having that rear flat straight out of transition. He had to have calculated, okay, what was my goal for this race? I already have a Kona slot. Going in for a win is definitely on his mind for sure. Didn't have a great swim, that's for sure. He was definitely more behind than he should have been. And then to have that flat tire. So for him, what is his goal today? And it's like not to give up, right? I think sometimes it's really hard when you're in the moment and it's so frustrating, but you never know what's happening at the front of the race. You never know what's gonna happen. So I think it's always good to have that backup plan and discuss with your coach, okay, if this scenario happens, I have a mechanical, what is the goal? Get the race in and finish it, keep pushing strong, or just treat it as a training day.
Yeah, well, I think that Leon's done the right thing and hanging in there, because once you start a race, you should get out there and try and finish it. Let's go back and take a look at T1 onto the bike recap here this morning. So great way to start the day. We saw that our athletes got off to a good start here. Our leaders in the group there was Peru getting off to a good start. There was Castellane. He was very, very strong. And then Patrick Nielsen coming into shot right now. And that's how they got started, going past the solar farm there today. And it wasn't too far down the road that we saw Cameron Worth just accelerate past our leaders in the field. They were able to stay with him for about 20 plus kilometres, but that wasn't enough. It was Cameron Worth that then started accelerating away from people like Patrick Nielsen, that you can see on screen right now. Patrick is so desperate to get just a finish under the belt here. And then it was back to Cam Worth, who was just accelerating. So he's got the power and the input right now as we see our other pro athletes just making their way through the field. And here is Menesson, William Menesson from France, just a few weeks ago finishing second place in Ironman Nice. Well, we call that his home race because he is French.
Yes, agree. Yeah, definitely that's a home race for sure. We're coming very, very close to the next bike check at 96 kilometres. It should be any second now that we should get a little bit of an update at that 96 kilometre mark. So it's a matter for these guys to keep it going, keep the pressure on. We have Dominic right now. He's in that chase group from Germany. They've just got to keep the pressure on. That chase group just has to try to limit the damage that Cam Worth is going to put on them. And, that's got to be the goal for every single person in this pack. They don't want that other chase pack to catch them. They want to keep progressing forward, Greg.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Holland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
All right, you're watching Cam Worth, our leader, totally crushing it right now on the bike course. Greg, I think you just saw we just got a little check point, that 95-kilometre mark. You know, he slowed down a little bit. It's now that down to 43.03 where he was at 26. But that also could be the part of the course that he's on right now. And it's definitely going to be a couple of minutes before we see that chase pack of Menison, Nielsen, Alfaro, Castadine, and Mununzo, right? They're the ones that we're waiting for right now. Cam Worth just continues to dominate this bike course. He's about to head into lap number 3. This is a 3-loop bike course. It's rolling, you know. Previously, when we were talking to the athletes, they talked about the potential for wind, but I think the wind right now is only 10 kilometres an hour, so it's definitely not going to be a factor for these athletes today. Humidity is down a little bit. It started off well into the 90s, and I think it's dropped down to the 60s. So, you know, if that continues to happen, it's definitely going to make the run a little bit easier. But it's still going to be hot. We're forecast to be 34 degrees by the time they get to the run. So, Greg, you know, the important thing right now for Cam Worth is to stay on top of his nutrition, keep putting the power down, keep it smooth, you know, take the time to maybe stretch a little bit because, you know, this is the type of course where you see aero bar time for probably 99.9% of the course. You know, Cameron Worth, you know, round corners, over speed bumps, he's not getting out of that aero bar position. But at some point, we probably will see him stretch his back a little bit because, you know, to be able to hold this position for so long, it can be very, very tiresome. And then, you know, you've got to get off the bike and run. So at some point, we will see him stretching a little bit, that's for sure.
Yep, stretching it out for sure. He is Cam Worth, but he looks like he's in a very, very nice position and just absolutely loving where he's at in the race right now. We can see our other pro athletes just coming past a lot of our age group athletes at this point in time. They're just starting out, going past the solar farm at this point in time. We can see that right now we got Evert Schlettlinger from the Netherlands doing a good race and just finding it very nice out there at this moment of time. He's sitting in 10th place at the moment, just a couple of minutes out of the chase. He's in the chase group number 2, but he's trying to chase down number 1 group, and that is still around about 2 minutes and 20 down on that group. So they are making their way a little bit toward that chase group, but they're going to have to fight very, very hard in this second of 3 laps.
Well, yeah, and what's really, really interesting, if we look at the predicted bike split for Cam Worth, he's going to crush last year's time of, you know, 4:16. He's looking to go right around 4 hours. So that would be an amazing time for him. But no surprise because he is definitely the uber cyclist out there on the course. And we're still waiting for the other athletes to come up to that 96-kilometre checkpoint. They're working well together. I mean, Menison was the biggest mover in that group. He was behind out of the swim, but he managed to get to that chase pack. And, you know, he's probably one of the strongest bikers in that group. But, you know, can that level of fatigue that he sustained from doing Nice a couple of weeks ago stay there in his legs, or has he done a good job with the recovery? I mean, that's the big question for him on the run. You know, we know he is strong on the bike, you know, being able to finish second at Ironman Nice. I mean, the caliber of that bike course, it's not very, very easy. It's technical, it's hilly, so many technical aspects, but, you know, it's a climbing course where this is a little bit more rolling, Greg.
Yeah, it's nothing more than rolling. You know, they're going around the lake and around the district at the bottom of the mountains here. We're in the Western Pyrenees, but we're not going to actually get into the Pyrenees Mountains or the Pyrenean Mountains that we know from either, the Vuelta de España or the Tour de France or, races like that. It's a little bit more on the softer side that we can say. But in any case, they got to pedal that bike 180 kilometres or 112 miles, and that is a challenge in itself. So the course is a challenge, the athletes' minds are a challenge, and the challenge is to, work through that nutrition on a warm day today. It's going to be warm now. It's going to get really warm a little bit later on today. So let's get you caught up to speed at 96 kilometres. Menasson now is riding along at about 39.9 kilometres, so around about still the same pace or the same average, down on Worth about 3 kilometres an hour or so. But they are at 5 minutes and 15 seconds down on our leader now, so it is really, really streaking out. It's probably, going to get out to about 8 or 9 minutes by the end of the time that they get off the bike, maybe even 10 minutes. But who knows? Cameron Worth is now out on the bike course. Here he is on screen. Look at that. If you want to know how to pedal a bike, that's just exactly what you need to do. Beautiful arm placement up front. His head is right pointed at the target, and his turnover is just sensational.
No, super, super smooth, looks super comfortable. And, that's the secret, right? You want to make sure that every single muscle that you're engaging is going into the power of the bike. So he's sitting very, very still. He's not moving around. There's no shoulder roll. There's no movement that rock back and forth that typically can happen as you get fatigued out. He looks so solid on the bike, and that's why he bikes so well. He is a powerhouse. He's a power rocket. He can push the big watts. He's used to riding in tours, but you still got to put it down on the day. It doesn't matter. You still mentally have to face your demons on race day.
And they say that silence is golden on a bike. It really is. There's no friction. You can see whatever there. He moves around on the saddle just to get readjusted and gets himself back into that position. But look at that arm, position right now, and it looks just absolutely fantastic. The way that he's pedaling that bike. Look at how beautiful those feet are, just landing. There's no pointing of the toe. There's no toe up. It's absolutely perfect and flat as he makes his revolutions on the bike there. At this point in time, it's just that the others cannot keep pace at the moment. Menasson, Nielsen and Alfaro, Castellan and Munoz, they are sitting at 5:22 back. And then it is Dahl Thompson at 6:45. So look what's happening, McKeely. About 1 minute and 20 seconds down from chase 2 to chase 1 is happening. We might have a big group forming here, and that could be, as many as 12 athletes.
Yeah, it was interesting to see how that's gone down, because at our last checkpoint, that chase group was actually making time on the third chase pack. So, and I think that's where the fragile situation can come into play, because, we thought that smaller group was going to be really, really successful on maintaining their time and maybe gaining a time on that thing. But it looks like that group behind that chase pack after Cameron Worth, perhaps they're not working as well together, or you've got the pack behind, they're really putting the hammer down and working well together. Or maybe there's one cyclist in particular that's decided, you know what, I'm going to get on the front and pull as hard as I can for as long as I can because I feel great today. So if that pack gets together and they can keep driving forward, then maybe there's a possibility that Cam Worth can't put more and more time into that pack. But as we look at it, we're into lap number 3, predicted lap number 2 still. We have lap number 3 still to come. There's still a lot of mileage left in this bike ride when we just went through 96 kilometres. So 180K is the total distance, of course, for an Ironman bike. So, Greg, it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
Yep, past halfway on the bike course right now here at IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz, and it's Cameron Worth from Australia. He's leading. He's got a 5 minute and 10-second lead on Menison right now, but the chase group number 2 is trying to make it up. Now it's only 1 minute and 20 seconds down. Then we might have 12 athletes all come together here pretty soon in the next 20 or 30 kilometres. You're watching IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz in the Western Pyrenees. Cameron Worth's having a bike ride of his life right now. He loves to lead races, and that's what he does best. He gets a great amount of confidence as the race goes on, as they get over 100 kilometres now, or 62 miles onto the course here. Gatorade Endurance Formula found out on course is going to be the next most important thing of the day. This is also the second part of the bike course where they look at their nutrition, they look at their pacing, and, you know, for someone like Cam Worth, he's just going to hold the same pace. But for the other guys, you know, the other strong cyclists, they will hold pace as well, but the weaker cyclists will now start to feel the pain and the challenge of, you know, staying up on pace here and staying in the zone. However, the running times of these athletes are going to be very, very important. And last year with Eneko Janos running that 2:46, you know, we know that there can be a very fast, you know, run on this course. Eneko Janos wasn't really pushed by anybody but Josh Amberger after the bike course last year. However, this year, if we get our chase group number 1 and our chase group number 2 coming together, there's going to be about 12 guys that will get off the bike all together. The only disappointment for me right now is Leon Chevalier. Unfortunately, getting that flat tire now is finding himself a long way down. It's going to be a very tough day for him. I don't know if he'll go on with the run today, but if he does, it will be a gallant effort. But if not, unfortunately, you know, the guy that he's won Ironman Mallorca before, he pushed, you know, Cam Worth, you know, the whole day there for the win when Cam was second, and now you got Cam Worth leading here. So a change of events.
Yeah, and Cam Worth isn't afraid of winning, that's for sure. You know, he's already racked up a first at Ironman Copenhagen in 2021. He was first at Ironman Italy in 2019. He was first in Ironman Australia in 2019. You know, his fastest time he's ever gone is 7:46 in Ironman Copenhagen. So typically on a fast course like this, we've seen that you can go under 8 hours. And, you know, as I said, if he is running better than he did in St. George, and St. George was a tough run. So if you weren't quite at the run level that you need to be in St. George, you know, you definitely would have showed it. And, you know, he talked about the fact that, you know, he wasn't as prepared as he wanted to be, but he definitely wanted to shake it up on the bike. And, you know, he said when he got off the bike in St. George, he was exactly where he wanted to be. He just didn't have the run that he wanted. And he's quite capable of running a 2:45 to a 2:49, Greg. So the other athletes really have it cut out if they want to take over the lead again. But, you know, he's here to win that Kona slot and get another first place finish at an Ironman, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we all know, you know, we said at the top of the show that, you know, Cameron's coming off, you know, April, May, a classic season in cycling before they get ready for the Giro d'Italia, and then, you know, heads off, you know, into his triathlon season. So, you know, he was a he was a workhorse. He was absolutely incredible, this year for his team Ineos. And so going into, the Intermountain Healthcare Ironman World Championship, down there in St. George on May 7th, you knew that he wasn't going to have the run legs that, he has in October in Kona. So, give it up to him. And, he admitted that he didn't have all of those, miles in the legs, but I'm pretty sure that today he might be about 65 to 75% of the way to where he should be in Kona. So look at him to have a great race today.
No, you're right, Greg. Definitely, he's on target to definitely demoralize a few people on the bike, that's for sure. And, one of the awesome things about Ironman and their partnerships, for example, Full Gas as an official indoor cycling training platform of Ironman, you can get and race on some of these courses. So Full Gas features over 30 official Ironman routes, including the 2022 Super Sapiens Ironman World Championship bike course. With 4K video, real-time world terrain, and cutting-edge training programs, Full Gas is your year-round training partner. I live in San Diego, and I still get on and ride my bike inside twice a week. Upload your workouts, create segments of any route. I think that's fantastic. Or set up a private group rides with friends. Hey, Greg, you want to join me sometime?
No, thanks.
Download Full Gas today at fullgas.com and use promo code 30-day Ironman to claim a free 30-day trial. Available on Android, iOS, Mac, and Windows. Download today. Go to fullgas.com.
I can't keep up with you anymore, but I'd like to. But I'll do my own.
Don't worry, Greg. There's no drop rides.
Okay, I'll do my own Full Gas bike ride. I've got the Wahoo kicker and all ready to go. But Cam Worth, he's just reloading with the fuel right now, getting himself set for the second lap of the bike course here. He's got the second full lap, and then the third lap is a little bit shorter lap as they make their way back to Vitoria-Gasteiz, and then he'll be getting off onto the run. So he's going to make this left-hand turn coming up through another tunnel, and then he is out onto the course going around Vitoria-Gasteiz. Here is one of the most beautiful places in northern Spain that you could get out there and train. And look at the speed that he's keeping going around those corners.
No, and that's the secret when you're riding a course like this as well. You don't want to lose any time. And, Cam Worth has been doing a good job staying as aerodynamic as possible, and so is our Chase. And right now we have Peru Alfaro, who's just looking back, probably going, hey, come on, who's going to help me up here? And, that's what we talked about, the disadvantage of being in a huge pack. It's like somebody's got to take control and sort of motivate, be cheerleader as he's trying to do. Come on, help me. It's to our advantage. Because, that Chase 2 was very, very close to catching Chase 1. And that could create even more problems and sort of like it becomes a little bit more strategy and tactical that is like, okay, who wants to lead? I don't want to lead, you lead. But it looks like...
Castellane's going by Peru right now, and he is taking up the pace-setting duties here, and you can tell that that's not going to be good for this group here, because this is what the Chase group number 2 want, is a little bit of slowing in that group. Chase 2 will catch up to Chase 1, and then they'll become compact. Then there'll be 12 athletes in that group, then they'll be all getting after Cam Worth, which, well, they don't really have a chance to catch him on the bike today, but maybe on the run. So as they limit the amount of time that Cam Worth gets up the road, they're just going to have to worry about their nutrition. This is exactly where the nutrition starts to kick in on the Full Gas bike ride. The second lap is the business lap of the bike ride here today, and then the third lap will bring him home. This is Nick Castelain. He's at around about 105 kilometres on the bike. Not far to go.
There's this beautiful moment in time when neither foot is touching the ground. We are free of gravity and weight, moving above the doubts, past limits. When we are light, transformed, and hopeful. And if we were to collect all these moments, join them together, well, This is when anything becomes possible. This is when we fly.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Nicholas Castelline from Australia here. McKeely is leading this chase group here at 3 hours and 21 minutes into our pro men's race here. 2 spots available for the Super Sapiens Ironman World Championship coming up. And I tell you what, the leader of the race, Cam Worth, he desperately wants one.
Yes, that's no doubt for sure. But, you know, it's always interesting when you talk to the athletes and what they have to say. And, you know, we talk about equipment choices. And Nick did mention that on the run, he said, quote, although there might be a surprise with potentially a new pair of Hokas on the run. Oh. So sounds like he may have some super duper new Hokas to display on the Hoka run course today. So, you know, it is always fun when you're sponsored by different companies and you definitely get to try new equipment. It's super exciting to be part of that research and development, that's for sure.
Well, especially with Hoka, you know, putting so much time and investment into the Ironman side of things, and it's a perfect shoe, goes in hand in hand, you know, with the Ironman brand, because you know, these endurance races and the way that the Hoka, you know, shoes and their platform and their lasts are all designed, they just work well, you know, and it works well like not only in training and racing, but in recovery as well. They've worked very, very hard on their technology. So we are waiting with bated breath now to see what Nicholas Castelline is wearing out there.
I thought you might like that. It was a good
That's
way
a tease. That is a real tease.
To see what he's going to be wearing, because we are getting close, but not quite close enough to get to that transition out to the run. But, you know, we talk a lot about like equipment, and I think it's so fantastic that you have companies out there who are willing to spend money in our sport. You know, we're so passionate about it, and it's so awesome to have passionate companies embrace our sport. And I think triathlon's done such a tremendous job of making sure that, you know, we are up to date on the latest research and development. And, you know, I was actually talking to this about a couple of my athletes this week. It's like, it's just amazing, the technology and the changes. And that's definitely helped propel people to go so fast, you know, to think that now that, you know, pretty much every race we've seen, everyone's gone, in the men's gone under 8 hours. And then you have the women who are like setting ridiculous standards. You know, you've got to go well under 9 hours now to get a victory at an Ironman event. And yeah, part of it is nutrition, part of it is the bike technology, part of it is the fact that, you know, everything's tested now aerodynamically in the wind tunnel, the research and development. You know, back when we were racing, it was like we figured out the research and development, right? We were the guinea pigs. We figured out, you know, transition runs, running off the bike, you know, what the nutrition needs out. You know, there's so much more support out there. And then, you know, the technology in the run shoes, like Hoka has done such a fantastic job of providing a really good cushioned shoe. That was what they're known for. Now with that carbon plate, like unbelievable how it feels. I always joke around and go, oh, imagine how fast I would be if I had that technology. But
you know, pretty fast in your
it
time.
Also helps with recovery. You know, having a more conditioned shoe, like that has more cushioning, that helps with recovery. Your legs don't get as sore.
Yeah, exactly. And this is Emilio Agaya Munoz right now. He is leading that the chase group here, just trying to keep away from chase group number 2. But the Basque region has a rich sporting culture, but it's perhaps best known for its, you know, sporting terms, you know, football. and soccer clubs. The region boasts two of the top division Spanish teams, Athletic Club and Real Sociedad. And interesting, Miqueli Athletic Club maintains the old unwritten rule, which limits the team to only employing players from the Basque region. So that's pretty incredible. So sorry to dash anyone's dreams, but maybe there's some hidden Basque in the family tree there somewhere if you want to join up.
Keeping it local, that's for sure.
Yep, keeping it local, that's for sure. I tell you what, there's plenty, to do around here as well. And if you're a bit of a culture vulture like myself and enjoying exploring galleries and museums, when you're not racing, of course, then you probably already know about the Basque region. It's host to one of the most famous striking museums in the world, the Guggenheim Museum down in Bilbao, which opened in 1997. The impressive museum is a piece of art in itself. The museum was designed by architect Frank Gehry, who also designed the most famous Museum of Pop Culture in Seattle and the Walt Disney Concert Hall in Los Angeles. So there you go. Have you been to either of those?
Unfortunately, I have to put it on my bucket list. But let's talk a little bit about Moondos. So, he's another guy that has had really good success. He, in 2019 probably was the year that he had the most success. He was first in Wisconsin and he was third in Ironman Lanzarote. So definitely another guy that could get on the podium, and he's definitely pushing this pack right now. This is the situation that this pack has to happen. Who's going to be pushing the pace, as we just saw a little bit of a change of leadership then. That's what you've got to do. It's like you've got to have at least 2 or 3 committed athletes out there who are willing to keep the pressure on and lose not as much time if you sort of sit back and just, okay, who's going to do the work? It's like, I'm not going to do your work. And sometimes it comes down to like, well, I know I can outrun you. I know I can outrun you, so I don't need to do any work. But then you can look back and like go, you know what? If I had done a little bit more work, maybe the situation would have been different. And I think that's a decision all these athletes have to make. Who's willing to maybe push a little bit harder, and that could play a part of how you feel in the run. But this is what you've trained for. You've trained to ride the bike hard, because it doesn't matter what Ironman you're in anymore. You have to swim hard, you have to bike hard, and you have to run hard if you want to get on that podium. And if you want to get into those Kona slots, you have to take some risk, because there's only 2 here today, Greg.
Yep, only 2 Kona slots here today for our men's pros and 75 spots for our age group athletes out there. So they'll all be racing along for one, no doubt about it. Wearing number 27 today, that is our chaser. This is Nicholas Castellane from Australia as he gets overtaken by Munoz. And Munoz, the strong Spaniard, is really putting the hammer down as he makes his way through the field here. And he came out of the chase group number 2. Now he's up into chase group number 1, trying to get after Cam Worth. Well, unfortunately, they are losing time to Cam Worth, but this guy right here, he might be able to limit the amount of time that they're losing and up the amount of average pace going on. But it is Cam Worth that's 3 kilometres an hour faster than everybody on course at this point.
Whether it's on the road or in the pool, your activity has high demands. Rooted in sweat and grounded in science, we understand your unique fueling needs. That is why we created formulas just for you, endurance athletes, helping you replace what you're losing and keeping you fueled. And there's nowhere we'd rather be than with you along this journey, because together we are formulated for farther. From the creators of Gatorade, Gatorade Endurance, formulated for you, formulated for farther.
Looking right now at Emilio Munoz right now from Spain, and we go back and have a look at a few of his results. Back in Ironman 70.3 Lanzarote, and 2021, placing 6th place there. And then also he was the winner of Ironman Wisconsin in 2019, just before the pandemic there, and 3rd place in Ironman Lanzarote as well. So he got a couple of really good, placings there, McKeely. So let's hope that he can get himself back up into the top spots one more time. He's ranked about 311 in the world, so he hasn't raced a lot lately, in only one race, this year anyway. So he's looking to get back into it.
And he's quite capable of a 2:46 marathon. So, we talk about what marathon split you need to win this race. Last year it was a 2:46. And this run course isn't easy because it's twisty, it's turning, it's a little dynamic. So it's going to be the athlete that can handle the change of pace constantly as well. So for someone like him, it's just a matter of, he's come from the 3rd chase group, now at the beginning of the chase 2 to take control. And, that's what you have to do to make that winning move.
Yep, making the move there, and as he went past Nicholas Castellane before, and looks like he's trying to, get a little bit ahead of the rest of the group here, and showing some acceleration as he makes his way through the age group athletes here on his their first lap out on course at the moment. So making it look pretty easy there. I love the way that he rides his bike as well. Let's go over and take a look at this little interview we caught up with Emilio Munoz a little bit during the week this week with a fighting chance. Here he is.
I'm Emilio Aguayo. I'm a Spanish pro triathlete. I'm 31 and I'm going to smash Ironman Vitoria. I did the race when it was half distance, and I think it was 2017. But I didn't finish because I didn't have a good race. I think it's a bike course that it fits really good to me because it's more for big guys like me to push a lot of watts, and it's like a power bike course. So I think it fits good for me, and yeah, it's really fast. It's really fast. When I came, I made two laps at Ironman pace, and I think it will be faster than 40k per hour. So good to try to maybe 8 hours or less for the first time for me in an Ironman distance. I think it's a good goal.
He's certainly correct in thinking that you're going to have to ride over 40 kilometres an hour, that's for sure. I mean, Cam Worth is saying, 40 kilometres. How about 43 to 46 kilometres per hour? Cam Worth has dominated this bike course right now, and he continues to put time on our chase pack. But, those guys are riding hard. There's no doubt about it. It's just that Cam Worth is just way better today. I mean, we sort of expected it for the caliber of someone like Cam Worth to come in and really hammer the bike, and it didn't take him long to get to the front of the bike. But, it looks like there's some good workers in this chase pack. Menason did a really good job of getting to that chase pack. Patrick Nilsson was there in the swim, so he lost time to Cam Worth because Cam Worth powered through pretty quickly to them. Then you had Alfaro, who's in that group. You had the Aussie, Castelline, who was our swim leader in that group. We just heard from Munzonzo, who is powering away. He's the one that talked about you better be prepared to push big watts on this course. And then you have a list of about 12 riders in that Chase 1 pack. So if they can be committed and keep pushing, I mean, Greg, didn't you predict about a 10-minute gain for Cam Worth off the bike? I'm going to hold you to that, see how close you are. I mean, our next checkpoint isn't coming through for a little while. This is the third lap right now. I know it's predicting Cam Worth to be at the next checkpoint in a couple of minutes. So that'll be 124K of the bike. So, you know, again, the big question is he going to get, as Greg predicted, that 10-minute lead coming into T2?
Don't hold my feet to the fuego.
Oh, come on. I was pretty close in the swim. I'm just seeing how good you are on the bike leg.
No, I'm going to back it. That's for sure. I think that Cameron, you know, he's got the goods to, you know, stay out there for quite some time. And these athletes, you know, like Jung, he's just now, you know, showing his face because these guys are getting very, very close to, you know, catching up to our, you know, lead chase group. So Emilio, you know, Agaya Muñez right now has done a magnificent job of taking up the slack and, you know, keeping that pace going. But I do believe that Cam Worth, he will have, you know, a very good bike time today. He will have up toward, you know, 10 minutes or more getting off the bike today and heading out onto the run course. It's just, you know, what the other athletes have left in store. And I'm really happy that, you know, when we did see Nicholas, you know, Castellane and company, you know, in the early part of the bike ride, you know, such as Patrick Nielsen, back it off a little bit. They know that they can't go that pace with, you know, with Cameron. So, you know, to see him sort of try and hang on for as long as they did, maybe a little bit of a mistake there, but that's okay. They can, you know, just get refueled, get back into their own rhythm, get back into their own heart rates and get back into their own zones and run their own race. So, but right now, you know, just looking, you know, back at our field here right now, and it's getting interesting because, you know, with Andreas Jung, you know, another strong German and another tall athlete as well, you can see that riding along very, very nicely. And this is what you want to see in the second lap of a bike ride because, you know, you don't see it that often as somebody has a lot of spring in their step, like a very nice rotation. Looks like he's got plenty of power pushing through the pedals, readjusting the helmet there. He's with it and knows exactly what's going on. But I'm very happy to see Andreas here, you know, just giving it a real go because up front, you know, you got Cam Worth and he's really getting after it.
No, and that's what the chase pack has to continue to do. It's like you've got to get a couple of athletes who are really willing to push and push and push because Cam Worth isn't going to let up. There's no doubt about it. He's going to only get stronger as we close out the later stages of this bike course. I mean, that's what happens when you're good at something. You know, the most amount of time is going to come towards the later stages, and he's already gained so much as he comes through the aid station right now.
Talk about this, McKeely, because this is really tricky, you know, going in and out of age group athletes.
Yeah, it's definitely slowing him down, that's for sure. You know, it's important that you get your nutrition in. You know, you've got to make sure as he dropped it, hopefully he can get another slot. And that's smart, right? He slowed down. He slowed down It's like he missed the first bottle, so he went back to get a second bottle very quickly. And, you know, in the pack behind, if there's this many people, it's actually going to get harder for them.
Yeah.
So we saw how hard it was for Cameron Worth to get in and get his nutrition. Imagine, Greg, how hard it's going to be for that group behind if there's this many people. And sometimes it's the luck of the draw as well.
Yeah, I mean, he did a great professional move there. He slowed down. He went through. He missed that one Gatorade bottle. He had to come back out, swing wide, overtake 3 more athletes, and then go back in and get the last chance, you know, Gatorade Endurance Formula, and he got it. And that was amazing because after I saw him losing that, I might have gone back and said something different about that 10-minute lead getting off the bike. But he's got his nutrition all strapped in nicely now. He's off onto his second loop of the bike course, and he's got one little loop on the third loop to finish it off right now. You can see that the water bottle on the back there, it's all gone. He's relying on that little reservoir up front right now. He got his Gatorade Endurance Formula back before he just down the hatch he did with that one there. So riding along nicely is Cameron Worth right now. So good on him, doing a good job of it.
No, exactly. And I mean, that's smart racing. It's like you want to stay focused and know what your job is in that moment. And that's, you know, staying in the moment. And, you know, he realized nutrition is super, super important. in an Ironman race. And, particularly we know it's going to hot up on the run. And, he slowed down. He got caught up in a little bit of traffic. He made sure he got what he needed, missed the first bottle, quickly got back in and got another bottle, got what he needed and put his head down and off he goes again. And, that's telling me a lot. It's telling me that he's a smart racer. He knows how important nutrition is, and particularly in the later stages of the bike. And, he's moving fast. When you're riding over 45 kilometres an hour, it's crazy fast when you've got to still run a marathon. But, Greg, he still looks very, very comfortable. There's no weaknesses. He's riding smooth. He's got that beautiful aerodynamic position. Every now and again, you adjust your helmet because, sometimes it does get a little uncomfortable here and there. But he just looks so strong. And, he's been in that aero bar position for so long. And on this course, even though it's rolling and, you got the technical sections and you got the little bumps in the road, he still looks so good.
Well, you can see those bumps in the road precisely as you're talking about, because you can see those elbows and muscles moving around there. All right, if you enjoy all the live action from our full distance broadcast, then head over to IronmanNow.com to check out something new in the works from Ironman. IronmanNow.com, powered by Kiswi, is a new platform that allows Ironman community to engage with us, each other, and special guests. You can, of course, follow the live broadcast, but also take part in the real-time chats as the race develops. Try our new fan experience and look for more features being added to as the season goes on. Create your free account at IronmanNow.com.
Yeah, that's a great way to follow not just us, but we can also comment. If you put some comments in, we can comment back. We have a few in there right now. We've been talking about Worth, how he's having a great day so far. We talked about Mundo's chasing hard. And of course, Greg, we talked about your prediction of a 10-minute lead by Worth. So we've got a nice split screen of our leader, Cam Worth, and then our chase pack. They're working really, really well together, and we actually should have the next time check coming up. Yep, there it is right now. He's moving a little bit slower, 41.67 kilometres an hour, Greg, but this is the harder part of the course, so nothing to show any signs that he's slowing down at all. He's definitely moving very, very quickly, Greg.
Yeah, as he went through the aid station as well, slowed him down a little bit, that average speed as well. But let's go over and have a look at a fighting chance with Tetsuki Kaji, one of our para-triathletes.
I came from Japan. I'm here to race Ironman Victoria. Usually I do for triathlon, for triathlon, sprint distance. I also doing cyclocross in the winter, already 5 years. My injury, I had an accident 10 years ago. I met with triathlon. It was 5 years ago. And then I was focused to join the Tokyo Paralympics. But unfortunately, it couldn't be.
What happened? What was the accident?
The big truck hit me from front. Luckily, I don't have any injury on legs.
So you got from sprint distance to Ironman distance?
Yep.
Why?
Because I want to do some challenge for me. Because if I only do the sprint distance, some bored for me because I like to do challenge.
Tetsugi Kanji, a fighting chance paratriathlete out of Japan, and I love the fighting spirit that he displays, and just the one arm tucked behind the back there as he straps it into the wetsuit there. So just swinging that one arm around, and loves the Ironman distance. He said he's had enough of the Olympic distance. He just wants to challenge himself on different courses, and I don't blame him. And it's a great way to get after it, challenging himself after being hit by a massive truck on the road there. And doesn't have much of his, right arm left, Achilles, and the right shoulder blade. Looks like, a lot of atrophied muscle has happened and taken place there. But I tell you what, there's been no atrophy from this guy here, Cameron Worth, because there's no change in his deliverables right now, and they are putting down some watts, certainly turning those pedals over in a beautiful rotation, in circular rotation, and you can see that how that 360 degree is working. Look at the power going down. Look at the power coming back up, and you, McKeely, are a coach, an Ironman certified coach. Break it down for us.
Yeah, it's very easy to break it down when you look this fantastic on the bike. Super smooth, really nice cadence, obviously pushing some big power. There's no doubt about it. Super comfortable in that aero bar position. It's always interesting when you see how narrow sometimes the aero bars are, and you're like, well, he's fairly big across the shoulders, but he can still get into a very efficient position. But, it does take a little bit of training. But, it's been shown now that, to get in that more tuck position. So what you're trying to do is close out that wind that goes through the body. So you're trying to close out from the handlebars through to the head. So you're trying to duck that head down by bringing up the aero bars to that angle, because you don't want the air going through your chest. You want it to either go around your legs or you want it to go through the forks. There's a couple of companies like Ku Bike who actually created some forks where the wind actually goes straight through rather than around. And then, of course, you've got the Norwegians and the Giant Bike with that top tube that's missing. So lots of great designs out there, and and that's what you want. You want each of these companies to push the limits and go, okay, traditionally this was what we were looking at. How do we go faster? And everyone is going faster, and it's always a progression. And you will see some people who are more in that tradition flatter aero bar style, but you see it more and more. These pros are getting more of that 25, 35 or 45 degree angle, Greg.
Yeah, just as we see now Menenson going through and, just talking about that a while ago, you saw the athlete with the open chest, as you were talking about, as opposed to the two elbows together and, just cutting through the wind like Menenson here. You can see the two elbows there together instead of an open chest where the elbows are coming straight down, but they're out wide. But here we go in Menenson. Now he's 7 minutes and 20 seconds down on the lead. So losing another, 2 minutes over the last 30K. So if you do that calculation with about, 50K to go, you look at that's going to be very, very close to that 10-minute marker. So Menenson's pushing the pace. Nielsen's still sitting in third place. Castellane's right in there. Alfaro, Peru from Spain, and Munoz sitting right in the top group there at the moment. So they're all within 7 minutes and 20 seconds to 7 minutes and 30 seconds. And then our chasers, that is Dahl Thompson from Denmark, really setting the pace in that chase group, and they're just right behind. They are edging inside of the 50 seconds back now. Chase 1 and Chase 2 are getting after Cam Worth.
So, Greg, it's going to be interesting to see if Camworth can get that 10-minute lead. But interesting because you're quite the mathematician that you worked out that the chase group and the chasers behind that chase group, so that's chase 2, were only going about 10 seconds faster for every 10K, if I was correct on your calculations. So, yes, they are. That chase 2 is getting closer to chase 1. That's for sure. Of course, Camworth is our leader. You know, he started off very, very early on in this race. You know, by the 25-kilometre mark, he had made a move from a 2.5-minute deficit to get to that lead.
Yeah, exactly. And it's around about a second a kilometre that the second chase group was putting on the first chase group there. So it's not too much, but it is something. And, you know, as time goes by, it will come down. And probably within the next, 20 or 30K, they'll all be, riding along together. And it will be, 12 athletes getting after Camworth. But right now, Menenson is the man that's actually keeping the pace on. This is Jung that you can see from Germany right now. He's got the pace going at the front. He is the pace setter. So he's one of the guys here that has really picked up, the speed that they're riding at to try and get after, that first chase group. They're all trying to chase this man on the top left, and that is Cameron Worth. And Cameron is doing a magnificent job. This is just textbook Cameron right now. This is what he does. He's just so strong in the first part of it. He catches up quickly, but he holds the pace. He doesn't lose any average pace. He doesn't lose any strength. He doesn't lose any energy because he is just such a great cyclist, and he's on his nutrition plan. So there's a couple of words that have been said, between these two, because I think that they're just noticing that a couple of guys at the back of their group are sort of falling off the pace and not being able to, sort of help in the pace making and the pace setting. So they're going to have to go ahead and do it themselves if they stand any sort of chance of catching up to that first chase group.
No, that's right. It comes to the point where you have to be committed, and they are going to get a leaderboard check. So they're going to know they're getting closer and closer to that chase 1. And that's got to motivate everyone to know that they are getting that little bit closer. But, then you've also got the scenario that, if that chase 1 right behind Worth, if they can sort of get together, it's a little bit smaller pack. And if they can be committed to pushing a little bit more, they could actually put some time into that chase 1. So right now, I think that the two possible things that you can do, if you're in chase 1, you have to make a decision. Are we just going to sort of sit where we are right now and let that chase 2 pack, or is someone going to decide that, hey, we don't want that chase pack to catch us? And then chase 2, the scenario for them is, you know what, we're almost in the chase 1 group. So who is it that's going to really put the hammer down and go, you know what, let's catch them, let's have a race here. Camworth has 7:20 on that chase 1. 8:16 on chase 2, so it's very, very close. But at some point, someone's got to be committed and go, I'm the strongest bike rider out here. I'm going to decide to push the pace, or is it just going to come down to a little more strategy and go, let's see who wants to do it. I'm just going to sit back here and wait for the run.
Well, Menenson seems to be doing most of the pace setting, in chase 1, but in chase 2 is definitely the German, Andreas Jung. He is really pushing hard, and it wouldn't be at all surprised if they catch up, in the next 20 kilometres or so, because the pace that he looks like and that he is riding is much quicker than that of William Menenson right now. And I tell you what, Menenson was, he was clocked at riding along at 39.6 just a moment ago, whereas Andreas Jung was at 40.2. So that is 0.6 of a kilometre an hour, faster on average speed over the last time check. So that is definitely the story, as we can tell you right now, is that Menenson's group in the chase 1 are losing time to chase 2. However, Cameron Worth is still riding the fastest out on course now as Nicholas Castellane from Australia is a little bit desperate to keep that pace up. He senses there's something's happening from behind and something is going out in front of him. He wants that good race today. It's been a year or so since he's had that big race and a big bad accident for Nicholas too. So he wants to come back and just prove to himself that he's still got it and he's still right up there at 34 years of age.
Yeah, and he's trained on this course before, not when he was doing Ironman racing, but when he used to race the shorter races. He sort of knows a lot about the town. He knows a lot about the terrain. He said he used to ride at least part of this course like once a week. So it's going to bring back a lot of memories for him. And, he's definitely got something to prove, right? When you have a significant accident like that, it's like, yeah, there's a little bit of doubt in your head. Can I get back to where I was? And, he set himself up like really well in the swim. He was our swim leader, had a fantastic swim, got out on the bike. Cam Worth caught him at 25 kilometres. But, he's been committed. And that's what you want. You just need a couple of guys to commit. And you can see the little bit of urgency, right? The pace is picked up, pushing a little bit harder. The cadence is up. He's powering away. And, if you can get one or two guys doing that for the rest of the race, then perhaps that chase 2 won't catch them, because we know there's quite a few strong riders in this group, but we also know that chase 2, they're just riding that little bit quicker. And, it's all about motivation right now. Who's motivated to push? Who's got the energy to push? Who's, got the ability to push? And then, the closing stages, then you have to start thinking, okay, do I be a little bit more conservative because we've got the run? So, I need to get more calories in. I'm just going to sit back. I'm going to let somebody else do the work. And that's where the danger zone is for this chase 1.
I love seeing that shot just a moment ago where you see a lot of the age group is just, riding and passing themselves and just looking across in awe, like, oh my goodness me, I wish I could ride that fast, or, I want to relive my youth again and be that guy. But it's great to see that the age group is actually get to race alongside of their, some of their heroes, some of their iconic, ambassadors of the sport. And, they're getting after 75 spots of the Super Sapiens Ironman World Championship qualifying as well. So it's a big race for everyone out there today. There's lots of prize money on offer for our, men's pros, but there's 2 spots, to the World Championship, and they are going to be hardly contested today because it's going to come down to the run. We know that our leader right now, Cameron Worth, is not qualified, and he would love one of those spots. Patrick Nielsen from Sweden, we talked about it at the top of the show. He needs a good race today. He just needs to get a race under his belt, just to know that he's going to keep moving forward as he edges his way, toward Kona coming up in October. So let's hope that the Swede, gets his pace up today and the nutrition is all dialed in. But right now, Nicholas Castellane from Australia takes up the pacemaking duties in the chase group. They are being chased by chase group number 2, who are inside of 45 seconds now.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Holland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
Well, it's certainly been about Cam Worth on the bike leg. But we do have 2 chase groups who are trying to position themselves right now, trying to motivate each other to keep moving forward. It's about a 7-minute deficit, about a 7.5-minute deficit from chase 1 to chase 2 from Cameron Worth. But, it's also a matter of nutrition right now because, these guys are so focused on keeping ahead of each group. You got to make sure that you keep on top of the hydration, that's for sure. This is Andreas Jug that we can see from Germany. He's definitely been one of the people who have been putting pressure in chase 2. He's the one that's decided, you know what, let's get rolling. Let's make sure that we can catch chase 1. Yeah, we're not going to catch Cameron Worth, who's out in front, but there's a good opportunity for chase 1 and chase 2 to get together. And, it just sets up for an easier run for those in chase 2. It's like, a deficit is a deficit. And, every step on the run, if you can get out on the course, that moves you further and further in front. So if these chase 1 and chase 2 can get together, I think it's definitely going to be to their benefit on the run. And then, it's a matter of like, okay, who worked too hard on the bike and doesn't have enough left for the run, Greg?
Yeah, they won't have enough left if they leave it all out there right now. So don't burn all those candles. Stay in control of yourself. Stay in control of the wattage that you're pushing. Look at Cameron Worth just attacking those corners. Not for once getting out of the saddle there. He's just like staying in that position, realizing that the education that he has taken out of being in wind tunnels, the education he's taken out of coaches and all of the, resources that are available to them are really, really showing why he is cutting through that wind, at a rate of knots. So Cam Worth has not only got technology and science on his side right now, he's also got a big engine. He's been to the Olympic Games twice, and you know what? He's done it in different sports, and, he was a rower. He went, as one of the lightweight rowers, and it was amazing to know that, he was good enough to be, an Olympic athlete in 2 sports, and now, as a professional cyclist, professional triathlete, you've got to give it up to him and just say that he is one of the best all-round sports people in the world.
Yeah, that's definitely not an understatement.
Not at all.
And not even an overstatement.
No.
Just unbelievable the talent he has. And you're like, well, how does rowing and cycling, help each other? And, it's always interesting because when athletes get injured, that's one of the first things, if they can, I get them to do is do some rowing, because it's one of the exercises that you can sort of duplicate running. The intensity that you have for running, you can definitely duplicate for rowing. But I don't like rowing over 10K, that's for sure. It's like, that's about my limit of rowing. But the intensity, if you want to do some intervals and the injury allows you to do that instead of getting in the water and doing some water running or getting on the elliptical or the Ultra G, rowing's a good alternative, and it's actually a good winter workout as well. It's an all-body exercise. You're engaging your upper body. It creates good power in the legs. Technique is super important when you're rowing. It's, posture. There's so many benefits with it. I know when I was racing a long time ago, in short course, there was actually a Canadian athlete, Joanne Ritchie, who actually was the world indoor rowing champion. Did you know that, Greg?
I certainly did, and I knew when she actually beat you to a second place, I think it was, in the World Championship on the Gold Coast in 1991.
Yeah, way back in the day. I was quite young back then. Not saying I'm not young now. I'm definitely young at heart.
You sure are. You never miss a trick. You're not giving up on anything. But yeah, I remember that. And just go back to that. I mean, the full body workout of a rowing machine and or rowing, period, is that, you're using a lot of the legs, but it's a full body workout. Every muscle in the body gets a workout, not only the core, the legs, the arms, everything, but it's the engine that you develop and the lung capacity. And that's why I think that Cameron's been so good. it and been able to, translate that and transfer it over to cycling, from rowing. So, and then, having the upper body strength as well. I mean, he's got the engine to be a good runner, period. But the swimming that, came to him as well. So, yeah, it's amazing to see somebody, multi-talented in multi-sports, doing it at the world level.
But, talent is talent. That's definitely but then you can be one-dimensional, right? You see a lot of athletes who are very one-dimensional, and then, obviously Cam is not one-dimensional. And then you get athletes who, they're not athletic, but they do well. So then they find it much harder to transition into other sports. And then, there's not always the opportunity either. When you're a professional cyclist, you're in a contract, there's not many sponsors that go, hey, you can go do triathlon for a while. So obviously Cam Worth has worked it out really well with his sponsors and his team to go, okay, I'm committed to this part of the season for cycling. This part of the season, I'm committed to more triathlon. And, it was interesting to see the decision that happened this year. And I think because of COVID, it was part of it, right? Because there probably was more cycling events than there was triathlon at that point. There was a lot of events that weren't happening between 2019 and even through to 2021. So he definitely felt that, he probably got a lot out of the opportunity to race in the pro cycling peloton, and really probably found that, after transitioning to triathlon, maybe he lapsed a little bit with that cycling experience and fitness that he got. And, to transition back over to triathlon now towards the later part of the season. And definitely, his focus is for Kona, to come in here and really need that Kona slot. He's doing exactly what he needed to do at this point in the race, put as much time as he can into something like Patrick Nelson, who we know can run very, very well. And then you've got Patrick Nelson, Greg, who hasn't had a great season so far.
No, not at all. For any Tour de France fans out there, Vitoria needs to be on your list for next year, that's for sure. The tour will begin in Bilbao and run through Vitoria-Gasteiz and San Sebastian over the first 3 days of July in 2023. This will be the first time since 1992, since the famous French race has visited the region. So get on down there next year and check it out in July. And we'll be soon after that with our IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz as we look overhead right now of this beautiful region in the Western Pyrenees.
What a gorgeous view. I think that's one of the most prettiest scenes that we've seen all day. You're in the farmland, the trees, you can see the lake in the distance. And that's the thing about Vitoria-Gasteiz. You always know that you're getting closer to the city because you sort of have this vast farmland, and then all of a sudden you'll see some of the more high-rise buildings in the distance. But I love how they designed this city because when you see the finish line, it's very old school, traditional cobbles and, those beautiful churches. There's a big clock in the center of town and it's so pretty, but it doesn't take long to get into the outskirts of town. And, the most drinkable water that you can ever swim in, maybe not after 2,500 athletes have been in there, but, the waters are just so pristine around the city. And And, the cars are so courteous, and you've got this awesome trail system, just a fantastic environment, not just for racing, as we're seeing how beautiful it is, but also as a training venue. And, as I said earlier, I got the opportunity to train here with the Australian team when I was a guide for Katie Kelly for the para triathlon, and we were training for the Rotterdam ITU World Championships, and we ended up actually winning her category as a sight-impaired athlete. But such an awesome town, and Greg, just wait till we get to the run. It's like the Spaniards are just probably some of the greatest spectators and cheerers that you'll ever see on the course. Germany is usually pretty good, but the Spaniards are very, very passionate, like super passionate. I mean, and a lot of athletes just talked about how crazy they are on the run. So definitely that's motivating for the athletes.
Love it when they're so excited. It doesn't matter if it's a soccer match or if it's a triathlon or whatever it is. Spain have produced so many great triathletes in the past, and I will talk about Javier Gomez Noya. He's probably their greatest, and with 5 world championships under his belt, and also an Olympic silver medal, and he's done Ironman. He's been Ironman 70.3 world champion. There's nothing the guy hasn't really done. Maybe an Olympic gold medal. He's a little bit disappointed that he didn't get that. And an Ironman world championship. So those two things, that's something that Christian Blumenfeld does have, but he's not Spanish. But anyway, it's pretty neat to see that, Javier Gomez Noya and Mario Mola on that side as well. And now you're getting a new, group of athletes coming through for the Ironman.
No, that is definitely what's happening, and it's nice to see so many breakthrough athletes from different countries. And, when we were involved in triathlon, everyone talked about the Australian dominance. Like in short course, it's like the year before the Olympics, the Australian women finished 1, 2 through to 5 at the World Championships. And then, of course, it's like, Greg, you was the first Australian to win Ironman. I was the second, the first female, but the second. You beat me to it.
Right.
But, this is what I love about triathlon. It's like there's so many more races out there. And one of the nicest races you can do on another side of the world, really, because if you head to the Philippines, such great hospitality over there. But, on August 7th, the Mega World Ironman 73 marks its return to Cebu. With crystal clear waters and pristine beaches, Cebu is a popular tropical beach destination in the Philippines. The bike course will take athletes across the longest and tallest bridge in the Philippines, the Cebu-Cordova Link Expressway. It's almost 10 kilometers long at 8.9. and hovers at an unbelievable 51 meters high. So imagine an Olympic swimming pool and turn that on its side. That's how high it is. Don't miss this amazing opportunity and ultimate test of endurance. Register for the Mega World Ironman 70.3 Philippines today at ironman.com. Greg, you haven't signed me up for any races this time.
No, I don't want to wear you out. It's amazing that you've already signed up for the other 5 that we've talked about in the last 5 weeks. But no, it's up to you, McKeely, and good luck to you. I mean, you're going to have a very, very busy year in 2023.
But I have raced in the Philippines, so I can check that off my to-do list.
Haven't been there. Love to go there and have a look at that race.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Like the races they put on are so professional and so well supported, and it's sometimes so amazing when you go to some of these countries and you learn the culture and just the way that they get embraced triathlon and Ironman in particular. It's like they're very fanatical. They have quite a few local athletes that participate, and it's always fantastic to go to visit these awesome countries.
All right, breaking news. We got Dale Thompson. He's now in second place. The Chase Group number 2 have caught up to Chase Group number 1. Nielsen's in third. Sawaya, he's in fourth place. And there is Munoz. Jung, he was one of the chasers. He's up into 6. Alfaro is there. Menenson. Kovacic, he's a new addition to the lead group. There's Cohn. Castellan's in there as well. And Skeltinger from the Netherlands. And then Norris, he's still hanging at the back of the group there. There's your top 13. So let's go back and have a look at some of the action from earlier on the bike ride today. So this is looking over our beautiful course here on the beautiful farm and the rural lands of Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz. And as we see going through the aid station there, Cameron Worth narrowly missed one of those Gatorade endurance bottles, swung back out and around to get it at the second chance and the last chance offering there. Very important for him today, McKeely, with that nutrition.
No, and, he was super smart about it. And, also fantastic bike handling skills to actually be able to go in, swing out, and then safely swing around our age group athletes. And, he's just totally dominated this bike course so far. He's probably got about 30 minutes left to ride on this course. I think you're going to be pretty close to your predicted 10-minute time gap on the rest of the field. I believe he's almost 8.5 minutes up on the rest of the field. Chase 1 and Chase 2, I believe, Greg, have they joined up now?
They certainly have. They joined up just a moment ago. And look at Cam Worth right now. He's at 4 hours and 16 minutes into the course. That's exactly the time that Janos did last year on the bike. So we're looking at around about 35 to 40 minutes before they get off the bikes and head out onto the run course. So Worth now has got almost a 9-minute lead at that 144-kilometre marker with 30 kilometres to go. Will that time get out to over 10 minutes? My guess is yes. It's going to get out over 10 minutes. And Dale Thompson, Nielsen, and there you go. We have 13 athletes, all separated by 9 minutes now, and 12 of those, well, they're riding along together. They're all chasing after Cam Worth, who's getting after another Ironman victory. But the most important part of Cam Worth's business today is to qualify for the Super Sapiens Ironman World Championship. That comes up on October 8th, and he's all business. Let's see if he can bring it home on the bike and get out on the run course with plenty of room to spare.
There's this beautiful moment in time when neither foot is touching the ground. We are free of gravity and weight, moving above the doubts, past limits. When we are light, transformed, and hopeful. And if we were to collect all these moments, join them together, well, this is when anything becomes possible. This is when we fly.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Well, Greg, the best today so far is Cam Worth on the bike, totally showing dominance. About 36 minutes, 38 minutes left to ride on this 180-kilometre bike ride, 112 miles if you want to go with the Imperial system. But just superb riding by Cam Worth, just throwing it down, making the other athletes, really have to make some big decisions now that we have one chase group, as we saw a pass a few minutes ago. So they've just got to keep working together. They can't get too tactical. They don't want Cam Worth to have more than 10 minutes as they come into transition. And we're going to step over and talk to one of our first-time athletes, Tamara Miguel, in our video, A Fighting Chance, Greg.
Hello, I'm Tamara Vázquez. I'm from Spain. I live in the Pyrenees. I'm 32 years old, and it's gonna be my first Ironman here in Vitoria-Gasteiz with this kind of landscape and beautiful city. I did my first run with the dog, not alone. 5 and 10 kilometers with my dog. So I met my husband more than 3 years ago, and he's really passionate for Ironman. But my only role was to go with him a lot of trips, a lot of journeys, and to support him. But step by step or little by little, I was in the competition, and I saw all these kind of people doing the Ironman, and I asked myself, why are you not here in the competition? And one day, José, my coach, and my husband gave me a present. He gave me a registration, and it was Vitoria. First he did last year, and I fell in love with Vitoria. It's the people, the landscape. Oh, this Ironman has to be my first Ironman. I'm looking forward to swim, to go out to the lake, and because I'm not swimmer. I learned to swim last year for this Ironman. My goal is enjoy, and when I finish, if I finish, I would like to sink in the next, like my husband, like José, in the finish line with a very big smile, and okay, I got it, and I sinking in the next.
Well, that was Tamara Miguel at a fighting chance. First time. I only learned to swim a year ago. And we had the Morton move that happened just a moment ago with Dale Thompson emerging from the chase 2 up to chase 1. Now he finds himself in second place overall, 8 minutes and 50 seconds down. Nielsen's right in there as well, our Ironman champion, 8th place finisher at the Super Sapiens Ironman World Championship. So things are heating up with about 30 minutes to go on our bike ride now, Makili, at 4 hours and 22 minutes into the course. This is a time we start talking about a few things. Start talking about the bike time of Cam Worth. We start talking about the nutrition of the athletes. We start talking about the run and the pace that he's going to have to go out on. And Cam will probably not get ahead of himself on the run. I remember, when he did, off his lead in Copenhagen last year, it was an incredible way that he went out and just, held a great pace. So wouldn't be at all surprised if he goes out in a really nice pace today, but he has built up a decent buffer.
Yeah, and Cam Worth's not the type of athlete that isn't going to lay it on the line. That is going to lay it on the line. This is sort of a confidence booster for him as well because, obviously he's come in to get the Kona slot, definitely wants to be there in October. But also, he went into St. George at the Ironman World Championships earlier in the year, more concentrated on his cycling. So, he sort of tells people that he's like a part-time triathlete. Does pretty good for a part-time athlete. So had a really nice swim today to be only 2.5 minutes down. But then on the bike, 25K in, he showed his total dominance, and then he's just been Cam all day long, keeping the pressure on, getting as much time as he can on the bike. And, this is pretty typical of somebody who is like a bike specialist. We've seen it so many times. If you are an Uber biker, your mission is to get off that bike as far as ahead as you can. And, Cam's no slouch on the run. It's not like he's this mediocre run guy who has this super fast bike. He's also, when he's in shape, he is a very, very good runner.
Yeah, he's proven that to us in the mid 240s, and he's the type of guy that can go out and probably run 250 or 255 every day of the week. He's that fit. But if he's going to come down and race these guys here today like Castellane and Nielsen, and let's see how they pull up after their bike rides as well. But it looks like that he's going to have a very decent buffer as he makes his way back into town here, and it's going to be an extremely fast, bike split from Camworth from Australia, but that's exactly what he's got in mind. He's going to bring it home and he's going to get off that bike and he's going to switch it over for those running shoes and head out and try and sustain a pace that he'll be able to hold for that whole 42 kilometres. The run course here is a good one. It's 4 laps around town, lots of turns, so the pacing and the momentum is going to be very, very different than other races where you got a lot of strung out long lines of roads, but this one here is going to be lots of turns, hard to get momentum, and I think that once you're out of sight, you're out of mind, and I think that'll work in Camworth's favour.
Yeah, definitely with a lead like he has, and if he can maintain that on the run, yeah, he's definitely gonna be out of sight a little bit. But this course does have some twists and turns where you'll actually be able to see where the other athletes at, depending on how far they're back, of course. And he's getting time checks. He knows what he's doing to the rest of the field. And for him, the more of time that he can put on this pack, it's basically going to make his run easier. Not to say that running a marathon after this is easy, but definitely it takes a little bit of pressure off him for sure, because it means that, if he can run, what you just said, he can run a 252 to 255 any day of the week. If he can do that and he's got a 10-minute lead, that's a significant difference that the other athletes have got to make up. So they've got to be well and truly in the 240s. And, we saw from last year's time that, you can run a 246. Can they run faster? Are they going to need to run faster? I mean, they're all the questions that we're going to find out when they hit that run course, Greg.
Yeah, and last year's winner, Eneko Llanos from Spain, he has been one of the most consistent runners in the sport. He's been second place, at the Ironman World Championships before. He's a multiple Xterra World Champion. He's a 2-time Olympian, and, he knew how to run a very controlled race. And, whenever if Eneko was getting off the bike in the top 5, is he's a shoe-in for the podium, right? And I feel the same way about, guys like Patrick Nielsen to get off and run himself into a good position today. But I'm really hoping that he's saved enough energy, and I think that, Camworth is doing this intentionally, trying to build up as much time as he possibly can, maybe 10, maybe 11 minutes, and get out onto the run and not have to push as hard as he needs to do. Just get into that pace like we've been talking about. Get into the comfort zone and just establish, some sort of, pace about him so he can make his way around the course. He's going to be spectated very heavily down there, today in Vitoria-Gasteiz because it's a big sporting town. They have their 2 soccer teams. They get behind their triathletes. They love this race, and the spectators are going to be insane. And the volunteers, they are magnificent right here.
That's what everyone talks about for the run course is just the crowd support. And, it's I sort of like that there's 4 laps. It's quite motivating. Get the first lap done, get through the second, keep the pressure on lap 3 and 4. It's I just have to be done. I can always get myself home. I mean, that's the secret to this run course is use the spectators, get yourself home.
Whether it's on the road or in the pool, your activity has high demands. Rooted in sweat and grounded in science, we understand your unique fueling needs. That is why we created formulas just for you, endurance athletes, helping you replace what you're losing and keeping you fueled. And there's nowhere we'd rather be than with you along this journey, because together we are formulated for farther. From the creators of Gatorade, Gatorade Endurance, formulated for you, formulated for farther.
So here we are, we're continuing to watch Cameron Worth just dominate this bike leg. You know, Cam is probably the best biker in the sport of Ironman. You know, he has a professional cycling contract, you know, one of those talented athletes, went to the Olympics for rowing, cycling. If probably there was an Olympics for Ironman, he'd be right there as well. But, you know, just such a beautiful bike rider. It's like so smooth. I love the angle of his foot. You know, it's super powerful. You know, he's towing. He's not dropping his heel. But, you know, there's not a dramatic toe point. It's super efficient. It looks a lot like he's ridden the track. Normally when you see a track rider, they're very smooth. They have that slight point at the toe. And, you know, he's so strong through the core. And, you know, you always see, like, cyclists, they have a little bit of a breathing stomach. It's just because when they're climbing in the Alps, it's like they develop that little capacity through the stomach area, because we talk a lot about getting that air down all the way from the bottom of the belly button. You don't want to shallow breathe. You want to make sure. And, you know, I talked a little bit about earlier how at some point, you know, he was in the aero bar position for so many kilometers that he'd need at some point before the run, get out and have a little stretch. And that's exactly what we saw him do as he came around the corner. He took the time to stretch that lower back out, you know, wake up the hamstrings a little bit. And, you know, as he gets closer and closer to T2 for the run, you'll probably see him do that a few more times.
It was like about a 160-degree angle that he did just a moment ago there, taking a little bit of time to stretch out the gluteus maximus. He had an age grouper sitting right behind him, just trying to get a nice little line through that corner as... hey, why wouldn't I want to be on that wheel right there? That's Cameron Worth. He's the leader of the IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz right here in northern Spain. And he is going through this course at a rate of knots. He is cutting through it like a knife through hot butter right now, Cameron Worth. From Australia, he is riding along at a great average pace. He is getting stuck into that nutrition. It sits out right in front of him there. The Morton move was made before by... Dale Thompson, and that was to get that the second chase group up into the first chase group, and now they have become one. So we have 12 gentlemen trying to get after this guy here on screen. He only has a little bit to ride now, just about another 20 minutes or so before he gets off the bike and starts the run here in Vitoria-Gasteiz. And I tell you what, it's going to be a great afternoon and well worth watching. We're going to cut over Facebook here pretty soon, so... if you're watching there, you might want to reset, and we're going to go after that in just a little bit. But we continue to watch Cameron Worth go down the road in record fashion.
And Greg, this is one of the fastest parts of the course, you know, those closing kilometres of this final lap. You know, we had a 3-lap course, and definitely this is the part of the course where, you know, you can get up to like 49 kilometres an hour, and that's exactly what Cam Worth is doing. I mean, and in this situation, you know, when you look at a super strong cyclist to a not as strong cyclist, you know, when it is a little bit faster, you know, the gap is going to be a little bit smaller. So that chase pack may be able to maintain a little bit on the faster section of the course, and perhaps Cam Worth can't extend it out as much as the harder parts of the course. But, you know, what Cam Worth's got to think about now is, you know, what we saw him do, exactly what we saw him do, you know, stretch his back, stretch the glutes, stretch the hamstrings, you know, stretch the calves a little bit, make sure you're getting that final nutrition in, because this is going to set yourself up for the run, you know. So typically what would happen is, you know, if you're doing liquid calories, you'll make sure you're getting enough during the later stages. If you're doing the Morton gels, you know, the last 30 to 20 minutes, you may decide to take some Morton gels in, and then you're also going to cool yourself down at every opportunity you can. You know, it's going to be a hot run, you know, definitely not as hot right now. I believe it was like 22 to 23 degrees that perhaps the weather, we haven't got an update, but that's what I'm estimating. You know, take a little bit of time to cool yourself down if needed. It's not like it's 29, 30 degrees yet, but, you know, you've been sweating. And, you know, that sodium buildup that you get, you know, that can get a little bit uncomfortable. And it's just a mental reprieve that you can do just to make yourself feel that little bit cooler and that little bit fresher, like that you haven't ridden 112 miles or 180K.
Yep, he's just going up one of those little hills. He's going across the freeway there over one of those bridges with 15 miles and only 25 Ks to go here on the bike ride. Cameron Worth continues to push and keep that average pace up pretty high. The wind is whipping down at around about 12 kilometres an hour now. Still pretty light in the grand scheme of things, but Cam Worth having no problems whatsoever. And then we've got our chasers back in the group here, and I tell you what, just riding along there, that is Soeya from Germany. He's doing a great ride today as well. He's got a very nice average pace happening at the moment, been over 48 kilometres an hour. So they are using that tailwind on their way back into town before they start their last lap and then head in to transition area. So just another German that we talk about, just rocketing along the cycling course at the moment. Beautiful rhythm, beautiful tailwind, and great speed.
And Greg, he's one of the reasons why that Chase 2 caught up to Chase 1. You know, we definitely started to see him like more on the front. And then that Chase 1 and Chase 2 formed together, and he stayed committed. And, you know, he is pushing the pace right now. You can see his cadence is up. Yep, they have a little bit of a tailwind. We know this is one of the faster parts of the course and taking full advantage. And this is the other guy that we've seen do a lot of work. And, you know, and they're keeping the commitment, right? They came from behind. They haven't set up. They've kept the pressure on. And that's what they needed to do because, you know, there's 2 Kona slots. So if you're thinking about, okay, Cam Worth's up the road, maybe perhaps you're saying to yourself, okay, he's already committed. He's going to get that slot. But there's like still one. And there's a lot of athletes in that group that want that Kona slot and to be on the podium. You know, definitely the podium's going to come from this pack.
Yeah, Kovacic was one of the guys that have really been pushing the pace with Andreas Jung from Germany. Then it was Dominic Sevilla from Germany, as well as Dahl Thompson from Denmark. They were the 4 athletes that were really pushing the pace. They came up onto the back of the early chase group, which was Nicholas Castellane, Patrick Nielsen, Munoz was in there, Peru was in there, and they were all, once upon a time riding along with Cam Worth.
Yeah, but not for long. He definitely just kept the pressure on, and they did try to stay with him, and it was one of those things. Did Cam back it off a little bit after chasing down 2.5 minutes, or did they go, you know what, we've got to try to hang on? And I probably think that Cam probably settled down a little bit to get his legs a little bit to make that concerted effort to drop each of those athletes. And, those athletes have done a good job to be smart. They knew Cam Worth was an outstanding bike rider, and they could have totally tried to hang in there for a lot longer, but knew that could jeopardize their race. And not only that, it's more likely, they just couldn't hang with the pace. And, they did that. Chase 1 did a really nice job of keeping themselves together. And then now that Chase 2 has caught them, and you see the pacemakers, I mean, this is where, athletes really have to stay focused, because this is where it really starts to hurt. This is where your fitness level comes into play, your nutrition level, your motivation to try to stay with somebody who's pushing and pushing and pushing. You've already come so far. You definitely, if you get dropped right now, Greg, you're going to lose a lot of time.
You will lose a lot of time, but we, me in particular, sound like a broken down record when I say that. the second lap or the final part of the bike courses where the big gains and losses are always made, and it's very true because, you got to talk about nutrition, you got to talk about fatigue, and you got to talk about riding at your own pace. And if you've gone out at somebody else's, it's not going to work. All right, we're going to keep on focusing on our chase group here because Cam Worth is building a very, very handy lead before he heads out on the Hoka Run course, which is coming up shortly.
All right, here we are back racing at the 2022 Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz. What a fantastic venue and what a fantastic race, Greg. Unbelievable what Cam Worth is doing right now. Maybe not so unbelievable to him. Definitely he has great form on the bike. Definitely it was his race, right, for the bike. This is what everyone knew that he could do. I'm not sure they thought that it could be close to 10 minutes. We're going to find out in about 4 minutes what exactly that time deficit's going to be on our chasers. But, we still have some really great athletes who can run in that second group. Someone like Patrick Nelson, Nick Castelline, William Messison. Those guys, if, Cam Worth falters at all on the run, you never know what's going to happen out there, Greg.
Yeah, you never know, and that's what's so great about our sport is that it just throws one challenge to you after the next, whether it be 3 disciplines, a swim, a bike, a run, then you throw in 2.4 miles, 112 miles, and 26 miles, or 3.8 kilometres, 180 kilometres, and also 42 kilometres on the run there. But this course is a good one, and you can just see a moment ago, Cameron Worth using the course to his advantage. You just saw a little bit of an uphill on the undulating side of things, just took that opportunity to get out of the saddle, stretch out those, those legs and those muscles a little bit. We did see him earlier on the bike ride today reach around the back of his knee and sort of give it a little bit of a tug or a massage here and there. But as we see now, Sawaya just coming in from Germany, just having a really good time of it, pacing that chase group through now. The chase group was only 5 athletes. Now it's swelled up to 12 athletes. So the top 13 athletes are all within 10 minutes of each other, but I do believe it's going to grow out to around about 11.
11, new prediction from Greg Welch. 11 minutes. We will know shortly. We'll know shortly what sort of pace Cam Worth is on. He was hovering around like 4 hours for the bike. It has gone out to about 4:05, which is ridiculously fast when you consider that 4:16 was the course record. So pretty sure a course record's going to happen on the bike today. No course record for the swim, but quite a decent swim for most of the athletes, right around that 49 minutes. Anytime you can swim under 50 minutes, that's a really good swim. And, this course was so nice for all the athletes in the water. Pristine conditions, super smooth, no wind, because that was the one thing that everyone talked about before the race, like what impact the wind would have. And definitely some of the athletes are going to be very, very happy that there was no wind. Maybe a couple of the athletes are going to be like You know, it's like when you do a swim race in the ocean, the bigger the chop, the bigger the waves, the better for those stronger athletes. And
That's right,
you know,
for the more experienced.
Yeah, and then on the bike, it's sort of the same way. You know, it's like I know you remember who Mike Pigg was. He always used to say, if we're not going to climb hills, let's go find a headwind. So Mike Pigg would be very disappointed that there's no headwind today.
That's right, and you know, Cam Worth would probably you know, be on that side of the fence too. But you know, when it comes down to, you know, the race on the race day, actually everybody has to race on the same conditions. So, you know, it is what it is. And as we look down there right now, you can see the wind just blowing a little bit. It's not too bad as the athletes are now heading back toward town at 4 hours and 45 minutes. Into the race. Remember, they swam 47. They got on the bikes just under that 15-minute mark, and now it's coming up to the 4-hour mark on the bike ride. So inside of around about 10 minutes or so for Cameron Worth to be getting off the bike here pretty soon. And as we see our pace setters now just going through, Dale Thompson's been really good today. Tobias has been very strong. One of the advocates, you know, for the chase group number 2 to get to the front, set the pace, have, the other athletes, you know, follow suit and try and keep the pace up with him, which was really good. I mean, I think that there was 4 major pace setters there in that chase group number 2, but now Tobias Dale Thompson is really getting after, as we see one of the athletes there on the side of the road with a flat tire there. But that's what you do. You stop and you fix that tire and you get yourself back in the race.
And Greg, don't forget, like, that chase 3 actually lost time to chase 2 for a while. So, you know, I don't think it was so much that, you know, chase 2 was like going any slower. Definitely they got helped.
I think I have the answer.
They got helped. I got the answer for you. They got helped when Cam Worth came up to them. Definitely that's where, you know, there started to be more of a gap. So definitely they got the benefit of having Cam Worth ride up to them, and they got to ride for a while. But then, you know, once Cam Worth sort of got out and going, you know, that chase pack still, they held their own for a long time. But then all of a sudden, you know, you were right. You had some workhorses in that chase group that was in chase 3. You know, they got together and you got that commitment. And, you know, that's what you need to get to the next group and make up time rather than lose time. And then I think that chase 3 has done a really nice job of keeping the pressure on. And again, you got a couple of those workhorses who are just keeping the pressure on, you know, understanding, you know what, this race isn't over. We're not going to sit up and wait and let Cam get any further than necessary. And that's what it takes. And it's like, yeah, it's been a pretty clean race from what we've seen in terms of drafting. I think they've done a really nice job of keeping the spread from what we've seen. And that's what you want. You want a fair race for everyone.
Yeah, and, you know, you did right. That was the answer that we were looking for. And I tell you what, that was, you know, it was great to see, you know, Cam go through and do what he did. But that was exactly why the chase group was able to, you know, lose time at that point in time. All right, we're going to go and join a very special guest right now. He was supposed to be on the starting line, but a little bit of a foot injury flared up during the week, and it wasn't to happen for Australia's Josh Amberger. We might have been talking about a faster swim today if he had been in the race, but looking like Joshy needs a bit of a haircut and a comb. But anyway, Joshy, thank you for joining the show today. Looking good as normal there, brother.
G'day, g'day Welchie, g'day MJ. Yeah, nice to be on. I actually just finished my workout, and right, it's actually interesting. Right where Cam's riding past now is where I used to live in the summer for quite a few seasons. So there's a bunch of Aussie triathletes that have called that corner there, those apartments right in the background, home for a long time. So it's funny watching this race and tuning in. But yeah, good to be with you.
Yeah, McKeely pretends to be a local too.
I've been in those apartments before, Josh, so I know exactly what you're talking about. One thing that I wanted to ask you, I mean, I know you're so disappointed of not being on the start line, but we appreciate you being hard. So talk through a little bit of like that disappointment and how you made the decision not to start the race today.
Yeah, so I guess I've had sort of like it hasn't really even been a niggle in my foot, but there's been a little pain that comes up over, every now and then, particularly after triathlon, I think running bare feet out of the water doesn't seem to do it any good. But then I get in shoes and I don't have an issue. I'm not sure what it was about the course in Andorra. Maybe it was actually like a really long run through like the forest floor to the bikes out of the water. So that could have made the difference and made my foot a bit worse than what I've been dealing and managing with. But it was quite interesting finishing the race. I didn't feel anything, and then Monday was okay, and then by Tuesday I got out of bed and like could hardly walk on my foot. So it was quite sudden, and I was getting ready to travel the next day. So I had to kind of make a very quick assessment about what was going on with the foot and what my options were. And at this stage in the season, I've already qualified for Kona. So I didn't need to go and do this race for qualification like, Cam and Patrick Nelson and some of the other guys that, are regulars at Kona. So I kind of had the option to sit it out if I didn't think it was, the best reason to go and race. So definitely, I'm happy with my choice. It was definitely gut-wrenching for like a couple of days. I've trained for this race specifically for 2 months now at kind of the detriment of my 70.3 racing. Recently, I haven't really produced good results over the half distance, and because I was preparing for this race. So yeah, I took it pretty hard. I was a bit sooky for a couple of days, but I'm refocused now and
yep.
yeah, I'm refocused now and have good treatment, and I'm confident like I'll be able to run soon. So it's not all bad news.
Yeah, no worries, Josh. I mean, we feel for you, mate, and we know you'll be back to bigger and better things. Just give us an idea on where we're at right now with Cameron, coming into transition area. Had a good swim today. Cam was only 2.5 minutes down, but now he's finding himself, probably upward of about 10 or 11 minutes getting off the bike ride. Once he heads out onto the run course here today, can you see him holding on for the title? Who is going to be his biggest challenges out there?
Yeah, so it's interesting. Like I've been seeing Cam most days here in Andorra, so I've had the privilege of actually doing some training with him and kind of seeing where his headspace is at and where his shape is at. The thing about Cam is he's just getting better and better, and it's kind of freaky, really. I mean, he's dedicated the first half of the year to bike racing because of his spot in his team with Ineos, and I think they've kind of like loosened the collar a little bit now and let him start to focus on triathlon. So I've seen him really just in the last month sort of start swimming a little bit more, start running a bit more. And I have to say, like his bike shape is better than ever. I rode with him a couple of weeks ago, a workout specific for this event, and I kind of like, yeah, I finished the ride with less confidence than I had before. So he absolutely ripped my legs off.
Probably not good training partner, Joshy.
Yeah, so we had Tom Peacock with us as well, who's riding at the front of the Tour de France, who's he's top 10 in GC, who struggled to hold Cam's wheel for the 2-hour Ironman effort that we did. It was just absolutely mind-blowing. So nothing surprises me about Cam. He's, as I said, he's literally getting better and better, and I fully expected the gap to be upward of 10 minutes. And he only has to run. The run course in Victoria is quite technical, so I'm not sure we'll see crazy fast times, but I think he can run in the 250 area, which he's quite capable of, and he should be pretty safe for the win, in my opinion. And I think he'll do that, definitely. He's confident, and he's, I think, really happy with where his shape is. So
yeah, Josh, you just hold on for a second, buddy. We just stay with us, bud. We're just getting Cameron getting off the bike right now. McKeely, Cameron's had a great time on the bike today. He's just off right now and heading into the changing area. He's running like a madman, like a bull at a gate at this point in time. He's ridden very well today. Cameron Worth has just ridden 3 hours and 54 minutes and 48 seconds on the bike. And that is, of course, unofficial, but we'll get back to you when the official times come. Joshy, run us through this. You can commentate Cameron going through the transition area, please.
Yeah, so when I did this race in 2019, this is easily the best bike dismount I've ever done. Like, it was, you got to pack earplugs in your transition bag for you know what he's going through right now. That basically a wall of spectators for 500 meters. They're screaming at you. It's definitely like a massive vibe down there. I think he's feeling great. Like that crowd just pumps you up. He's probably excited to hear the first time split, and he's definitely going to be really pumped up when he hears he's got 10 minutes plus, I think. So that definitely plays into, I guess, his personality a little bit. You know, he likes to be out front and dominating a race and really putting the hammer down on the other athletes.
Yeah, we know that, Joshy. That 3:54.48 was through 174K, so we'll get the overall time coming up here in just a few seconds. McKeely?
Yeah, you know, you're right about that crowd, right? It's like it just drives the energy. And, you know, I know you mentioned how mad the fans are, particularly on this course. So it was really interesting to hear you say that. And also I love your perspective on, you know, what he needs to run, because we chatted a little bit about that. But I did want to close out a little bit about what's your plans for the rest of the year. Obviously, you need to get that foot under control. But what other races are you thinking of doing, obviously, before you hit the big island for the World Championships in Kona?
So it's definitely an interesting year to be a pro triathlete. I think there's a lot of options to race this year, coming from 2 years of the pandemic where we've had really limited options to race. So a lot of my competitors are probably heading to the PTO series in Edmonton next month, but I've chosen to kind of not really focus on those events, because to be competitive in like a shorter distance, ultimately my goal is to win more Ironman races and be competitive at Kona. So I can't do that when I'm trying to train down distance. So I've definitely been focused this year on Ironman racing, and this race here was supposed to be part of the plan of putting together a routine that works for me in training and nutrition and taper. I've still got another chance to race next month. I'm going to look at Ironman Mont Tremblant, which is timed roughly 7 weeks before Kona. So I guess missing this race gives me a little bit of a head start to prepare for that. But I definitely want to still go into Mont Tremblant with not too much form. I definitely need to continue to build from that race, but definitely that'll be my next start in Mont Tremblant, and then I'll prep for Kona, probably at altitude somewhere in around Boulder.
Well, that's a great place to train for sure there, Joshy. As we see Cameron just going through the first part, making up that time. We got 4 loops there, going to be all around about that 10.5 kilometre circuit distance there. So we want to take this opportunity to say thank you very much. Hope that injury gets better for you, buddy. And if you get off to Mont Tremblant, bon chance. Have a great race and good luck up there, buddy. And have a couple of empanadas and a couple of pinkos over there for us, will you?
Yeah, I definitely
will.
Maybe some
tapas.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks a lot, Welsh and MJ. Thanks for having me. Cam's looking sensational now, by the way. Like, I'm really excited to watch this unfold.
All right, well, don't try and steal our job. You get back to the couch and rub that foot. All right, Joshy, goodbye. That's Josh Amberger, everyone, the lively little lad from Queensland, and we hope his foot gets better real soon, because he's a great guy, McKeely. Always, he writes a lot of really funny things, on Instagram, and just these blogs are just absolutely sensational, and we miss him here. But anyway,
yeah,
all right. There's
if you don't follow him, you should follow him.
Yeah, absolutely. He's fun to fun to
he's
read.
quite the character.
Yeah, he's a character. All right, so Dale Thompson now, the Danish athlete has made a break away from the rest of the pack as well. He's really, making a bit of a concerted effort here, trying to, get into transition area, in podium position before he heads out on the run here. But Cameron's already, got settled into his pace, as we imagined that he was just going to get, stuck into an even-keeled pace, and that's all he needs to do today. I wanted to point out Eneko Janos, who we'll talk to a little bit later in the show today. He won the race last year. He's gone into retirement. This is where he lives. He hails from this area. He knows this area so well. But Eneko being one of the guys that I love to watch run because he always had one pace. And it didn't matter if you were running around a corner or if you're running in a straight line. He always had one pace. And he was very, very robotic but mechanical at the same time. And I loved it. So he was the guy that was able to go 2:46 last year. So let's see what Cam can go this year. Let's see how he goes out in the first half. Notoriously, the second half has been, a little bit of an Achilles heel for him, especially the last 10 kilometres. But let's see how he goes today with a little bit bigger, momentum going into his training, heading into this race where he trains up in Andorra. And then also, heading at the back end of the race season this year, heading into Kona as he fuels up. But look at that. The split's presented to you today by Wahoo Element, 4:01:33. So there it is. That's the official time for the 180K today, McKeely. Smoking.
And that's how consistent he was, because we had that time for him probably from the 25K mark. We had him around that 4-hour mark, and he was just steady all day. And I did like Josh Amber's perspective on this run course, because basically what I got from what he was saying is, even though our winner from last year ran a 2:46, this is not a fast course. And you missed it a minute ago. It was interesting because Cam came around one of the corners and it was like on a bike you come in with too much heat. And, he had to correct himself. So that's like a huge change of speed and pace, and you've got to get back on. So that's a little bit energy sapping. So, by lap 2, they're going to know a little bit more about this course. But I think that's what Josh was saying. It's because there's so much change of terrain, because you're going from the pave and then you're going to the pavement, the road pavement, the bitumen, and then, the twisting and turning. But what I do like, what I see is there's quite a little bit of shade that you could utilize if you wanted to. And I mean, definitely as it heats up. But also, Josh was right. He looks fantastic. He's got that little bit more of a lopey stride. He's quite long through the femur, and he's actually quite long from the knee to the ankle as well. So a little bit more of a lopey style, but still, I love the heel lift. Look how nice he lifts the back of his heel. He's so relaxed in the upper body. And, he got off the bike and he looked fantastic. And that's we always say, let's see how they get off the bike. Let's see how good those muscles adjusted from when you get off the bike and you have to run, because it's a little bit of a shocker. But, he looks so good. And, I think Josh was really right in with his personality, he talks a big story. He talks a big talk, right? He likes to you know what, I'm going to win this race. I'm going to get out in front and you guys are going to chase me down. So he knows what it's like to be in the front. And I think that's the style of racing that he really loves. Get out, get into his own head, get into his own pace. And then basically it's up to everyone else to make up time on him and make a decision on well, what are we going to do to be better than Cam Worth? And it was also interesting to hear, how much better Cam is getting on the bike. That's crazy. He's already so strong on the bike, and have somebody like Josh Ambrosio say, you know what? He put the hurt on me, and Josh is a great bike rider. He was known, especially in his 70.3 races, to crush it. I think he has 30 70.3 victories or something like that. That might be a little bit over the top, but it's significant. And it was interesting to say, he wants to concentrate on more, because I think he only has 4 to 6 victories over the Ironman distance. So great perspective. And, Cam does look really, really good.
Dahl Thompson off the bike right now. So as Tobias Dahl Thompson comes in from Denmark, finding himself a little bit down on our leader at the moment, but that's imaginable when you've got one of the best cyclists out there in the world, as a matter of fact, doing his thing. And so Cameron Worth is just heading through there. So Dahl Thompson is in second place as Cameron Worth is making his way out through his second mile out on course right now. He went through the first kilometre at a 3:49 pace, so that's not too bad at all. You know, a 2:48 equates to a 4-minute kilometre. As you can see, the rest of the competition. This was the large group that we spoke about. You know, the 12 athletes all riding along together. There's Patrick Nielsen, one of the fastest runners in the field there today, looking a little ginger as he gets off the bike. That's a steep downhill, by the way. That's why they look a little ginger. As we get back to the ginger head, Cam Worth, as he's leading Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz right now, as he's making his way through this beautiful city. It's one of the greenest cities in Europe, and they take a lot of pride in that.
Yeah, it's one of the most cleanest cities you'll ever run in as well. You know, it's just, you just don't see any litter anywhere. You know, they're very conscious of that. Wherever you go, they're really into recycling as well. As we see more and more of the pros come in to transition, I believe that was, I'm not sure, Greg, did you see
That's Colin Norris right there. I can tell you.
Yeah,
that's Colin as he makes his way down.
I didn't quite get the number, unfortunately, and I couldn't recognise him.
Yeah, it was Scheltinger from the Netherlands, and then Andreas Jung was just after Patrick Nielsen. So as Cameron Worth is making his way, you know, through the transition right now, his gap is 9 minutes and 32 seconds to Dahl Thompson, and it is exactly 10 minutes to Munoz, and Sawaya from Germany is right in there, and Kovacic from Slovenia, he's sitting in 5th position at 10 minutes down as well. Nielsen at 10:03, Jung is at 10:04, and then is Scheltinger from the Netherlands at 10:48, and then at 10:50, right on that 11-minute mark, was Colin Norris. So the back markers of that chase group lost a little bit of time coming in, so it was the likes of Dahl Thompson that was the only one to be able to keep up the speed.
Yeah, and you know, it's like when you think about like loss of time in the later parts of the bike, it's like, you know, that commitment to ride faster than everyone else, you know, that could be your downfall in the beginning of the run as well. But obviously you didn't want to get off the bike with that group. So it was definitely a conscious effort to go, you know what, I'm just going to push through and hopefully get a little bit of a gap that's enough. Maybe you can relax a little bit at the start of the run and, you know, not worry about like the chaos. You saw like the chaos as they came in. You know, there was quite a few guys that came into that transition, and, you know, you don't have to deal with that. You can just concentrate on your own path, your own destiny, and get in and out of the transition as quick as possible.
That's right.
Yeah, we're going to just continue watching all these pros come in off the bike. They have quite a long run, Greg, from when they get their bikes taken from them. But like, look at that awesome red carpet. Like, fantastic job on the organizer's path to make that transition as smooth and as soft as possible, because, you know, the pavé can be a little bit rough when you are running with no shoes and in your socks.
All right, so we're seeing another athlete coming in here, but looks like he might be calling it a day. Hard day at the office as this athlete comes in. That's William Menes from France. So I think that he is actually stopping the race right now. So he'll be just heading in and calling it a day. So unfortunately, just the race catching up with him a few weeks ago, and a little bit more fatigue in the legs than he probably thought. So.
And look at that crowd, Greg. I'd hate to be him right now, because like they're like so excited to see him, and he's like, oh my goodness, I'm not going on. But like this is what the crowd's all about, right? It's like, doesn't matter who you are or where you are, they're going to make sure they cheer for you. And yeah, I mean, he had a really nice day, right? You could go, okay, I chalked up a great swim. I really had a great bike. But, you know, maybe that was his plan, right? You know, he just did Ironman Nice 2 weeks ago. You know, we questioned whether he was recovered enough. And, you know, perhaps this was the plan, right? Do a good swim, do a good bike, and then if you felt great for the run, you'd continue.
Yeah, a lot to take on these days. Everybody's racing these Ironman races. Like, it's not as if you're, 246 is going to be good on any given day. Maybe it's a 235 is the new normal, as we're seeing from a lot of our top athletes, such as Blumenfeld and Eden and the likes of Patrick Langer, Jan Frodeno and Ditlev. Yep, they are all coming. They are storming these days. They are getting very, very fast, as we see a very fast time on the bike today from Cam Worth. Let's hope that he can finish it off with a fast run right here at IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz. The men's pro race is alive in the run right now. You're looking at Tobias Dahl Thompson now from Denmark. He is out in second place. Munoz is right in there. Kovacic from Slovenia. Jung from Germany. Nielsen from Sweden is right up there. Sawaya from Germany. So two Germans right inside of the top 7 right now. And then the Netherlands and Colin Norris from Great Britain. Cohen is in there. Castellane is also still hanging in there at 11th place at this point of time. And Alfaro, they were our first gentlemen off the bike in the chase group here today, and they are all chasing Cameron Worth from Australia. But this race is just about to heat up because second has now become third, and the switch has already happened here.
No, Greg, you're right. It's actually, when you look at what Thompson has done, this is actually his first Ironman branded race, and I think his first Ironman. So definitely this is very new to him. So to get off and be in second position, but yeah, when you haven't run an Ironman marathon before, it can be a little bit of a shocker. But, that's part of the experience that you get when, you've never done an Ironman. You can do all the training in the world, but until you get down into that marathon, you just sometimes don't know how the body's going to handle it. But for someone like him, he's just got to make sure he continues with his nutrition, understands the fact that, he may be going through a really rough patch right now off the bike because he did push hard. And then he just needs to, gather his thoughts and, just keep moving forward, dial in what that pace is on the day, Greg.
Yeah, exactly. And, for, Kovacic now from Slovenia, he's really put the hammer down on the run. And Dahl Thompson, he came in, he was only 9:38 down at the end of it. And there was, Kovacic at about 10:10. So, Kovacic has made up a bunch of time in transition as well as we get our second gentleman in our men's pro division that might be calling it a day here today. So tough going out there. Very, very solid riding by not only Cam Worth, but everybody else in the field. They rode super well today with just over 4 hours and 10 and 4 hours and 11 minutes out there. So it is devastating to some of our athletes. They come here with high hopes and come here with, maybe qualifying for Super Sapiens Ironman World Championship, maybe the prize money, whatever it is. But, yep, a dash of hopes have just gone by the wayside for this athlete right now. But let's continue with Kovacic from Slovenia, now picking up in second place.
Yeah, Greg, I think there's going to be a lot of lead changes, early on in this run. Definitely, that pace of those chases, they're definitely up the ante the last half of the bike. And, it's tough because that's already a fatiguing part of the event. and then to really have to dig a little bit deeper, that is tough.
Yep, the Morton transition times right here. Cam Worth was again fastest in transition. Munoz in second, but it was Dale Thompson taking out the third spot there, but only 2 seconds. So look at those times there. Pretty fast as they make their way out. And if you're going to make your way out onto the course fast, you've got to do it in transition. And if you don't, you're leaving valuable seconds out there on the course that are really difficult to get back. But this is our leader. He's into a great pace at the moment, doing one of those famous U-turns out on the course, slowing the pace down a little bit. But it looks like Cam Worth, arm carriage out to the side there, a little stiff through the shoulders, but he's got that beautiful lean. I love how he leans into this race course. Love how the chest is forward and down, and it lets gravity take over. You know, when you're very upright, then you've got to work those motor skills. You've got to be biomechanically perfect from the hips down. But Cam Worth giving himself a little bit of an edge here by leaning forward that little bit. Gravity will pull you forward if you lean forward.
No, and that's the feel that you need to have. You sort of want to feel like you're running downhill and you push from the hips. And you want to sort of make sure you're like pushing that wall over. I mean, technically on the U-turn, I'd probably give him a 6 out of 10. He could have done that a little bit better. He definitely could have went, just like a bike, right? Go a little bit wider, hit the apex. And, he dramatically closed down his speed. And then, in an Ironman, even in a short course event, to try to get that speed up is tough on the run. It definitely burns a few matches. So he's got to be a little bit more conscious of it. I mean, he's got a good lead. I'm just, those little super critical things that you could start thinking about. But definitely, that U-turn needed a little bit more work. But Greg, as you said, that little forward lean, the fact that, he is pushing from the hips, which is so important. Yeah, he's driving nicely with the elbows. He's relaxed. He's quite a broad guy across the chest as well. You got to remember that. And, his arms have to go somewhere. And, when you're a little bit longer, it is a little bit harder to get more of that compact arm swing. But, he still has that nice heel lift. He's moving forward. And, sometimes, these taller guys don't always look like they're going as fast as you think they are. Sometimes they have a little bit slower turnover compared to somebody who's a little bit smaller. The bottom line, it's you sort of also have to look at what's my natural gait? What does that look like? How much can I physically change it? For one, without getting injured. 2, without losing confidence. But 3, it's that fatigue that you have after you get off the bike. How can I maintain good form when I'm already so fatigued? And, that's something that you have to train yourself to be able to do. That's why you do so many runs off the bike. And some athletes are more naturally talented at being able to run off the bike. And then you have athletes that, have to work a little bit harder and it takes them a little bit longer to get into their comfort and that pacing that they're trying to achieve.
The Spanish athlete Munoz in second place. In third place, looking at it right here, is Dale Thompson, the Dane, and he's having a good time. He got off the bike in second position, so he really put the hammer down at the last part of the bike section there to get off the bike in second place there, but he lost that very, very quickly to Munoz, who is now just rocketed away up the road there. You can barely see where Munoz is right now, so Munoz is putting down a very, very fast pace at this point in time. So when Cameron Worth got off the bike and started running, he was running at a pretty good clip there, McKeely, at about 3:49s. But then you got Munoz, he was at 3:38. So look at that, it's around about 11 seconds per kilometre faster, at this point in time. So that'll take it all the way down to the very end there. So we might have an interesting race coming up in the second part of the marathon today. But Tobias Dale Thompson had a fantastic bike, and I think that he was responsible, for dragging that chase group. He took the second chase group to the first chase group, and they were able to come together right up until the very end, until the pace got too much for the likes of someone like a Menason, and Nick Castellane was struggling toward the end there, and they were our early leaders. So, getting back to that early point where you talk about going too hard too soon. That's probably a telling story today when you know that, Cameron Worth came through and really got there quickly. Menason then caught up to that group. So that was a very tough thing to do on fatigued legs. And now, the story is starting to unfold in front of us.
No, and that's the impact of the bike that we're seeing right now. It does have a significant impact on the run. If you go out and, you're way outside that comfort zone and you don't get enough calories in, or, you're way over your power average that you really need, at some point that's going to catch up. And then, of course, it comes down to your run ability as well. But, there's quite a race, 3rd through 7th. I mean, they're all running about the same time. Someone like Patrick Nelson is at 3:35, and, you've also got a couple of other guys as we move down, and they're all between 3:38. There's a couple of guys that are getting near that 3:52 mark. So, someone like Patrick Nelson, if he can keep that pace up, I think when we see him come through the 5 kilometre split, we're going to see some changes happening in that 2nd through 8th place. I mean, Cam Worth has gone through the 5 kilometre mark already. He's running like a 3:57, so he's still on pace to run a significantly fast marathon. I mean, it's still like 250-ish, maybe, around there. So it'll be interesting to see if he can maintain that. And, this part of the course, there are a couple of longer straights early on, and then it gets a little twisty. So perhaps this is a faster part of the course for those athletes before they get to that 5K mark.
Time for a little weather update. It's up to 28 degrees Celsius right now, 82 degrees Fahrenheit. We are going to rise up a few more degrees here today, so it is certainly warming up. And now you can see the path system here in Vitoria-Gasteiz. Now you know why the runners come out in their droves here. People love to train here. It's one of the most prettiest areas in northern Spain and the greenest of all of those European cities as well. So 28 degrees Celsius, 82 Fahrenheit. The humidity has dropped to 39%, but it will kick up later on in the afternoon. The winds, well, they're not even a factor now because they're on the run and they're going to welcome those. And it is time to see Cam Worth put the heavy metal down on the run here. Will he have enough to hold off the fast-flying Spaniard in the likes of Munoz?
Greg, that's a really great question. Can any of these athletes outrun Cam Worth? Can Cam Worth stay ahead of everyone? Had a fantastic bike, over 10 minutes in front. But, you've got some really, really fast runners behind. And, if Cam Worth has been working on his run and that we just heard about from Josh Ambrosia, I definitely think that, these athletes have their work cut out for them. But, as we talked about all the time, there's 2 Kona slots. So if you count out Cam Worth, okay, he potentially now has that Kona slot. There's still a long way to go. But if we count him out, all these athletes need a Kona slot. And are they thinking about that right now? Probably not. But definitely it's got to, at some point, if it gets close to that 2nd and 3rd position, and, we have a little bit of a race on our hands, what's going to happen?
I'm really happy to really happy to see this guy right now, Leon Chevalier from France, giving it a shot. You know what? It didn't start out that great today for Leon. You know, he didn't have the swim that he wanted, but he had a flat tire as he went out of transition, which is always going to be really, really tough, you know, to deal with mentally. And I'm just so glad that he's hanging in there and doing very well. So here is Munoz right now. He's running along in second place, and I tell you what, his kilometre an hour average is only 3 seconds now faster than Cameron Worth. So he's, leveled out a little bit. I think he's leveled into a really nice pace. But Soea from Germany is running along at a 3:46. And then you can see Dale Thompson is just settling back into a 4:06. So you can pretty much see that Tobias is now going to, make a backwards path on the marathon. But Munoz is the one that's, cranking it out. And Soea. So they're the two that are actually got the run times happening. So let's see if the German can come up onto the back of the Spaniard here and make it a race and put some pressure on Cameron Worth, because Cameron Worth, he's having it all his own way right now. His only other Ironman this year was at St. George at the World Championship. He was placed 18th. He only ran a 3:20, but as we all know that he didn't have those run miles in his legs. He swam a 52:09, rode a 4:15. He was exactly where he wanted to be on the bike, but he knew going into the run that it was not going to be his day.
No, and, he's done a lot of work since then, and the fact that, it's only been the last couple of weeks that he even started concentrating on the swim and the run even more. So, it's going to be a good question for Cam Worth today, exactly where that run fitness is. And, we already heard that he's getting better and better on the bike. So look out, everyone. But, this is part of the evolution of what's happening right now. In the men, you've got the Norwegians that are really saying, you know what, 240, whatever, you got to run under 240 for the marathon. And now you're seeing other athletes figure out, well, what do I need to do to be competitive? And someone like Cam Worth has to look at it, you know what, I'm a great bike rider. If I can swim, get my swim going a little bit better and really push the pace on the bike, let's see what will happen with the Norwegians if I'm pushing really, really hard and you've got to try to catch me on the run.
Well, look at Dominic, Swear now from Germany, and you can see his running style. It's a very aggressive, up on the upper body. You can see that he's throwing that left hand, which is, holding it's probably a gel flask, a Morton gel flask up there, but he is whipping that left arm across that body there. He's using the low right arm carriage. But Cam Worth, we can see here, he's had a pretty solid career, in these long events. I mean, this guy has been just absolutely sensational. When you talk about a guy that starts his season as a cyclist in the professional level at the very, very top, and then he switches over to triathlon, I mean, this guy's nuts. He's gone under 2 hours and 50 minutes on 2 occasions. One of them was when he won last year in Copenhagen when he did a 2:49.36. The other time was in Ironman Italy when he actually ran a 2:45 flat. And that was the day that he went 7:46, after a 4:09 bike ride and a 46:39 on the swim. That's incredible. I mean, that's incredible for a guy, of his stature. I mean, he is just so talented, this guy, and being to the Olympic Games and for rowing, being a professional cyclist and a professional triathlete. I mean, I am singing his praises right now, but I think it's worth it. I didn't say worth it. I said worth it. McGeely.
I was waiting for a Greg-ism. It was coming up eventually, right? But Cam Worth's done his homework, right? He's got to be figuring, if I want to be competitive in Kona, and obviously that's what he's come here to do, is get that Kona slot. That if he wants to be competitive, right, and if he can get say another 10-minute gap on everyone in Kona. I mean, there's a lot of great bike riders and, who knows if that'll happen. But, let's think about, okay, in theory, if he can get a 10-minute lead, and people are going to run under 240, he's got to learn to run under 250. He's got to do a 245, maybe at least at the very minimum. And, he's got to be able to put that amount of time on everyone as well.
Yeah, I'm going to go out and say that this year, you know, we're seeing a different evolution of Ironman racing right now, and I think that this year we're going to see multiple people break 2 hours and 40 minutes on the marathon after a very solid bike ride. So I'm calling that no 10-minute gaps are going to be made in Kona, that's for sure. But this guy here, he hails from the region of Oceania. Take a look at this.
Experience a whole new world of racing in New Zealand and Australia. Toe the line in Taupo at the Kellogg's Nutrigrain Ironman New Zealand. Soak up 35 years of history in the National Storage Ironman Australia. Race in paradise at Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns, or chase a Kona slot at the GWM Ironman Western Australia. So when you're planning your season, why not head down under and race Oceania style?
Well, we definitely know what it's like to race Oceania style, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
Having raced many races in Australia, and both Greg and I being Aussies, and having an Aussie in the lead right now, you're wondering where I was going to go with that, weren't you, Greg? But yeah, Camworth is in the lead. We're just waiting to see, you know, what's going to happen in that second through basically seventh place right now, Greg. It's really interesting because we've already seen quite a few changes. This is a little bit behind what you see on the screen because we know there's been like a couple more changes with that. But yeah, like these athletes have to push. It's like if you want to be on the podium today, it's like this is the group that you're looking at right now. Basically that second through fifth, I would say, would definitely be podium contenders right now. And then I didn't see, you know who I haven't seen for a while? Yeah, Patrick Nelson has dropped down a little bit. Did you see that? I haven't seen him come up yet in that 4.7 kilometre checkpoint.
Yeah, so Patrick Nielsen's dropping down quite considerably. Camworth is still leading 9 minutes and 39 seconds at the 5 kilometre marker over Munoz. Sawaya was at 10.04 and then at 10.10 was Thompson, but Kovacic is closing in on that fourth place. Andreas Jung from Germany is at 11.03. Schettlinger from the Netherlands at 11.25. Colin Norris at 12.11, and our swim leader today is down at 13.29. There is Silas Cohen, also from Germany, in there at 14.39. So the gaps are starting to grow out there a little bit. The second part of that bike ride was very, very difficult for some. Not for others, but difficult for some. And it looks like the Cameron Worth strategy has really paid off nicely for him. There's Munoz in second place, Sawaya from Germany in third. But it doesn't look like anybody's making too much of a run on Cameron Worth at this point. You know, you might be able to talk about someone like Munoz, and Kovacic is sort of hanging in there, but no one is really making a, you know, serious, bite into the time lead here.
And, you know, Cameron Worth has just gone through the 10-kilometre checkpoint, you know, losing a little bit of his pace at 4:04 right now, but, you know, he still looks very, very relaxed. He's still on target to go under 250. I mean, still very, very early for him. I mean, he did ride hard. You know, we knew he was going to ride hard, and we've said all day long, you know, what is his run fitness? What exactly has he done since St. George to work on it? And you know, we know he has been working on it. You know, part of the commitment to the bike team, you know, they're letting him come out and, you know, do his Ironman stuff. You know, as we close out the year, you know, his big goal is Kona. And I think it's important to have somebody like him in the race in Kona because he has an impact. You know, he's such a great bike rider. And, you know, you really need sometimes to, like, have someone like that in the event because it makes everyone a little more honest and have to work hard on the bike, and it becomes a little less tactical when you know you have someone like Cameron Worth coming up behind you. And, you know, a lot of athletes will try to stay with him in Kona because we have so many great bike riders. But, you know, it's good for the sport, I feel, to have people that are committed to going as hard as they can.
It's good to go as hard as you can, but how long can you sustain it, and how long can you stay injury-free, and how often can you do it? You know, that's the big question there. And you know, a lot of the guys, like, you know, the two Norwegians really pushing it, and then you've got Magnus Ditlev that comes into that equation. Jan Frodeno's always pushed it. Patrick Langer, another one. And you know, these days when you when you sit back and watch these races now and think, okay, well, it's okay to push it, you know, pretty hard in the swim. I always thought it was, you know, pretty important to pace yourself on the bike and leave enough to be able to run a good marathon. But like the way that the athletes are training these days is a lot different than what, you know, I did back in the day. So we weren't really pushing that hard. We were doing way more races, and not Ironman races in particular, but just, you know, short course races, 70.3 races, and just trying to, you know, make a living out of it. But now they're making a living out of, like, really challenging what is humanly possible, what is scientifically possible, and how hard and fast you can push the human body. And that blows me away, that they've got the courage, the commitment, and the determination to get it done like that. And it takes one very, very special athlete that has the mental fortitude to be able to do that.
No, and you know, it's also the technology, right? You know, with the Hoka shoes being a lot more cushioned, having the carbon plate, you know, that's pushing these athletes on the marathon. You know, it's like that little bit of technology has really, really helped. And we've seen the times coming down. Yeah, these athletes are super talented, but, you know, the technology does help because it is propelling them to be able to sort of, like, as you said, run with that more downhill feel. It propels you to do that. And, like, every stride is sort of like helping you move forward without using any extra energy. And then it's also how much you get beat up. And these new technologies really enable these athletes to recover quickly. And even during the race, you're not going to get as sore potentially as you did from, you know, more traditional shoes. So I think it's always a factor when you look at technology on how the progression has been, Greg.
There's this beautiful moment in time when neither foot is touching the ground. We are free of gravity and weight, moving above the doubts, past limits, when we are light, transformed, and hopeful. And if we were to collect all these moments, join them together, well, this is when anything becomes possible. This is when we fly.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
So our German athlete now, Sueya, is making his way through the marathon course, sitting in third place. We were talking a little bit about nutrition just a moment ago. Mikili, I really wanted to take it up with you because I think that there's, you know, a multitude of nutritional and, you know, muscular recovery, you know, systems that are in place these days. And it's important to, you know, after your workouts, you know, after the first 10, 20 minutes to make sure that you've, you know, if you've had one of those very, very key workouts to get, you know, nutritionally, you know, caught back up to speed, but also muscularly. I mean, I know that the nutrition is going to make its way down into the muscles and recover, but what about other recovery methods, you know, for muscles?
Yeah, that's a really good question because, yeah, nutrition is so important, yeah. But it's also those little details that you attend to. And it's about, well, what can I do to recover so I can do a better workout at a higher quality the next day? So what do? So definitely like ice, having an ice bath, getting in ice boots. Then you have compression boots, getting in compression boots, you know, help with the circulation.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the muscle percussion devices. that are really, really good. Like Hyper Eyes has a couple of great tools, vibrating balls.
Hypervolt and exactly. Yeah.
There's like so many good things. The spear, and those little things make a big part. And then you've got the soft tissue, the active release therapy, getting massaged, and then you've also got to look at your stretching routine. And activation stretching is super important. Static stretching is good, but that activation as well. And then you've got to also look at structurally, how can you help it? And, getting into the gym and being strong, doing those single leg squats, single leg deadlifts, all that sort of stuff also helps with the recovery process, because if you can make those connective tissues and those muscles fiber stronger in a functional way, that's going to make you run faster, you'll recover quickly. So it's not just about, nutrition. It's not just about, doing those recovery options of ice, percussion, vibration, compression, but it's also that strength component that plays a huge, huge part, ensuring one as well that you don't get injured, because we all know endurance sports, the biggest issue and the risk we have is injuries, and there's a lot of common injuries that come from triathlon. So, working on those details, all these professional athletes do that. The dynamic flexibility that you do before you even, get out for your run, the monster walks, that glute activation, all those small little things are important. And one thing that I like to do in my athletes program is ensure they do the strength, but then also spend one day working on those weaknesses. And it might be like clamshells. It might be like a little single leg stuff, but whatever your weakness on, take the time to work on those, because that'll limit the risk of injury, Greg.
Cameron Worth has come through the first 10 kilometres in 39.58 and leads our race here, running along at a pace of 4:07 per kilometre at this point in time. So he is just slowing down a little bit. He ran out at a 3:49 on the first lap, as we would expect, a little bit fast on the first lap, but coming through right now on a 39.58 for the first 10 kilometres, looking very, very good, looking very smart as he makes his way out onto the second lap here. So we can tell you that got quite a big lead at the moment on Munoz here. So Munoz from Spain is still sitting just a little bit over 9 minutes down, around about 9:09. And then also Sawaya at about 9:41. So looks like we might have a bit of a race on our hands for second and third again.
No, I definitely think that's going to be an interesting story as we progress through this. I mean, they're running very, very similar times. But, it's one of those parts in the race right now, okay? Cam Worth has done his first lap. And, he's not really losing a lot of time. He's running a good, consistent pace right around that 250. He's just under right now. The other athletes, like Munoz, is running around 243. So it's still early. And, this is definitely, it seems like the start of the first part of the run, and the end of that first lap is a little bit slower than some other parts of the course. So it'll be interesting to see when we get those next splits to see exactly what's happening with that podium position, because that's really where the race is right now. Cam Worth has such a great lead right now. He still looks comfortable. Yes, the race isn't over yet, but, it's his race to lose for sure. And, you got Sawyer, who's like running super, super consistent. And then you also have Munoz, who's in second, looks fantastic as well.
Yep, and we saw that Munoz right now and Sawyer, he is running very, very well, both coming through town at this point in time. If you enjoy all the live action from our full-distance broadcast like today, then head over to IronmanNow.com to check out something new in the works from Ironman. IronmanNow.com, powered by Kissware, is a new platform that allows Ironman community to engage with us, each other, and special guests. You can, of course, follow the live broadcast, but also take part in real-time chats as the race develops. Try our new fan experience and look for more features being added to the season as it goes on. Create your free account now at ironmannow.com. Cam Worth is continuing his march through Vitoria-Gasteiz right here in northern Spain on a beautiful summer's day. You can see that he's making his way through there in a very nice fashion. The legs are still turning over nicely, and you can see when Cam actually gets a little bit tired, he does lose a little bit of energy to the ground, and his hips will start to sway a little bit. His hips will, sink into the ground a little bit more than, rather than stay up on his toes like he has been. So Cam there just going out into his second lap of the run right now as we see our second and third place runners just coming through town. And that is going to be very interesting to watch this race as it unfolds right in front of us, because the last time gap was 9:09 and 9:41.
Yeah, Greg, I think that's what we're waiting to see, what that time gap is going to be. We know Cam Worth has slowed down a little bit, but was that also the part of the course he was on, a little bit slower? I mean, significantly, it's not that much that he actually has slowed down. And then, the other athletes aren't running too much quicker than him. I mean, it's one of those things where, Cam Worth's just got to keep turning over, focus on his nutrition. We just saw Mundos go through the 10-kilometre mark, so it'd be interesting to see if he's put any more time on Sawyer. But I'm pretty sure that, oh, look at that. So 3:52.
So it goes down from 9:09 into an 8:43. So 17. So you got 26 seconds he's taken out of our leader right now. So Munoz
he's
has
making a
taken,
move.
26 seconds over the last 2 kilometres. So now Cam Worth just got to keep that nice little, running style compact and really going well. So, and also Sawyer has just gone through there and also taken out 15 seconds out of our leader as well. So we certainly have a race on our hands as we get into the latter part of the marathon today. But going through 11 kilometres, Cameron Worth has a lead over Munoz at 8:43. That's come down from 9:09, and then 9:24 has come down from 9:41. So there we go. Munoz and Sawyer are really putting the pressure on Cam Worth right now as he makes his way through Vitoria-Gasteiz once more. As you see, he goes across the tram tracks there and across the course on the Hoka Time to Fly run course. And it is now time for you to fly, Cameron, because you do have company, and they are coming up from behind there. And 8:39 now is the lead.
Yeah, definitely it's starting to come down a little bit. And, we talked a little bit about, what sort of form is Cam Worth in? We know that he's focusing more on triathlon at the moment. Has it been long enough? We talked a little bit to Josh Ambrosia, who's been doing some training with him, and he said, mainly the last month. Is that going to be enough, Greg? I think that's the big question that we're waiting to see, because, there's Chase Group in second and third. They're definitely the movers and shakers right now. So definitely Cam Worth cannot let up an inch.
Whether it's on the road or in the pool, your activity has high demands. Rooted in sweat and grounded in science, we understand your unique fueling needs. That is why we created formulas just for you, endurance athletes, helping you replace what you're losing and keeping you fueled. And there's nowhere we'd rather be than with you along this journey, because together we are formulated for farther. From the creators of Gatorade, Gatorade Endurance, formulated for you, formulated for farther.
It's about time some of our athletes start sucking down the Gatorade Endurance Formula. It's going to go a long way on a day like today. Very hot, very humid, and it's going to get warmer as we get through the latter afternoon hours here today. Gatorade Endurance Formula has been formulated for those that sweat heavy, for those that need double the electrolyte and double amounts of sodium. Cameron Worth now is just like his stride is shortening up a little bit as he makes his way through Vitoria-Gasteiz. The hat is on backward. He's all business, but that short stride is now looking very apparent to me. So come on, Cameron, hold it together.
Yeah, Greg, that's definitely the question right now. You know, just looks so superb on the bike. Definitely not as superb right now on the run, but, you know, he's still got over 8.5 minutes leads. It is coming down, you know, very, very slowly. But, you know, that's significant because we're on lap 2. We're not even halfway. And if Cam Worth, gets any slower, I'm those last few miles of the run are going to be a very telltale sign of who wins today.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on Cameron as well to get out there and try and, gather up that spot for the Ironman World Championship coming up in October. But right now he still leads. He's still got a very healthy lead, an 8-minute and 29-second gap over second place. And then third place is a further minute back from that. So he is still leading our race right now. I see a lot of our age groupers coming off the bikes right now here in Vitoria-Gasteiz in northern Spain, getting ready for their day out on the marathon course. And easy does it, as he says. I'll just make my way down to the transition tent, get those shoes off and the helmet off, and I'll just head out when I'm ready.
And Greg, you know, we just keep saying, you know, this is Cameron Worth's race to lose right now. And he's definitely slowing down, you know, through that 11-kilometre mark. You know, he's dropped down to a 4:28 when you got Munoz, who's at 4:06, and then Savoia, who's at 4:15. So I'm definitely thinking that crowd to have a Spaniard in second, I mean, it's going to be amazing support for somebody like that. They're definitely going to get the extra cheers out there.
Munoz just took 24 seconds out of Cameron Worth in the last kilometre, so that spells a little bit of trouble for Cameron Worth. He's running along at a 4:28 pace at this point in time. It is loopy, it is turny, there's twists and 180-degree turns out there, which is going to add up for a slower average pace in certain positions here. But over the last 1 kilometre, the 4:28 pace from Cameron Worth was no match for the 4:06 of Munoz and no match for the 4:15 of Savoia from Germany. So we've got a race on our hands, folks, and you are watching the Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz from northern Spain in the West Pyrenees, and a gorgeous day here. We had a beautiful morning when we took off here earlier today in our swim start, and the Roca swim was absolutely picture perfect. Dead flat waters out there. Fast swim times with the 47 for our leader, Nicholas Castellane from Australia. And then it was Cameron Worth that seized control of the bike course. He had a 9-minute and 39-second gap getting off the bike and on the run course today. But now it is whittling down, McKeely, now down to 8:19, and he is losing time.
No, it was really interesting to see Munoz go through that aid station. You know, he made sure he did everything possible that you'd need to do when it's getting this warm out there. You know, he poured some water over himself. He took in some Gatorade Endurance. He grabbed some sponges. And, you know, he is moving faster than anyone else on the course right now. So, you know, he's definitely one for Cameron Worth, as we see on screen right now, to maybe start to worry about a little bit. It was an 8:19 lead that Cameron Worth had at 11 kilometres. So still a long way to go, which could be good for Cam Worth if he can just sort of get it together a little bit and get back down to that 4:20, at least 4:15. You know, I think that's going to help him and perhaps he was going through that little bit of a struggle patch. But, you know, you noted it. You know, the stride is getting shorter and shorter. He's definitely struggling. So for Munoz right now, he's just got to keep motoring away, and he's going to see at some point that he is getting closer and closer. And Greg, as you know, that's only going to motivate him.
Yeah, look at this is a perfect way to look at a runner biomechanically. You can see the upper body, how he's, sort of swaying from side to side. Don't worry about that. Look at from the hips down. Look at that. It's perfect. You can see his leg turnovers really nicely done right now. And I like to say, time spent on the ground. And this is a very, very fast turnover and a very nice one. Look how square those hips are to the target. He is swinging those arms through a little bit, but it's not too much here. It's not even really worth talking about, but I love the turnover that he has happening at this point in time. And the turnover from this gentleman's all right as well, because he's sitting in third place and trying to make his way toward the front of the front of the race here. He's only sitting 50 seconds down off Munoz, so he can see him up in the distance, he McKeely, but Munoz is definitely the one with the foot speed at the moment.
No, definitely. He's the one that maybe will make this race like ridiculously exciting at near the end. That's for sure. It's one of those things where when you're out on the race course, you do get splits. If you're lucky enough, you'll get a few splits. On this course, we've seen like a couple of out and back sections. But, an 8-minute lead is still significant. There's not long enough straights that you'll see anyone too far out. It's going to take probably by the 30-kilometre mark to maybe perhaps to even see Cam Worth in the distance, maybe on some of those out and backs. But, Cam Worth, I think the big story right now is slowing down. We've talked about that, he had this nice long lopey stride at the beginning, and now it's starting to get very, very short. And when you've got someone like Munoz, who is quite capable of running a 2:46, that's a threat for somebody who is struggling right now. And if Cam Worth doesn't get it together and try to get back towards that 4:20 at least to 4:15, there is a possibility that, this race could be lost.
Yep, just going through there is Peru from Spain as well. But when you get back to talking about those faster time splits, Nicolas Castellane is running pretty good at the moment as well. He's actually made up 20 seconds on our race leader, running along at a 4:06. So he's running along at the same time split as Munoz. Unfortunately, he's 3 minutes down on Munoz, but still, that's a great race in our top 6 athletes right now, only separated by around about 3 minutes. So that's a great race happening back there. Cameron's still got his nice little stride happening. We just hope that he can keep that going as we get into the latter part and the latter stages of the marathon today. We're only in the second lap right now, but he's coming up on that 15-kilometre check, which is going to happen any second now, and then we'll get an up-to-date lead on where everybody else is at this point in time. But right now we can tell you that Cameron Worth is having a great old race here in Vitoria-Gasteiz, and now we're looking for our first athletes in our age group women's to come off the bike. We've got our age group men steadily coming into transition area at this point in time, but we can tell you that our top age group woman overall at 163 kilometres in it today is Beatrice Cesar from looks like from the Netherlands. And then it's also Souza coming in from Portugal in second place. Herring from Germany is in third place in our overall women's age group competition. And also in our men's age group competition, we can tell you that getting off the bike in first place today was Matacek from France. So that's how it stands out there on the age group course. He's out at the 5-kilometre marker right now at 17:45. So he's gone through there really quickly.
There's some great athletes who race age group, that they're laying down, we talk about how fast our pros are going, but, you look at some of these age group times and you're like, oh my goodness, it's just crazy how everyone, Greg, just seems to get faster and faster. And it's like, this is a guy right now who's running really, really fast. Munoz just looks so efficient, looks good. Like, even had time to go run over and put some trash in the garbage can. I mean, it wasn't even an official trash station, but, part of the rules are that you don't want to litter on the course, and there are special drops. And, I mean, being a Spaniard, he knows what it's like, especially if he lives anywhere near one of the greenest cities in Europe right now. Get a round of applause from me, like taking the effort to move across the road to put his trash in a trash can that isn't even an official trash can.
Yeah, I say if you carry it in, you carry it out. Doesn't matter if you're going to the beach or wherever you're going. Just if you got trash, make sure you put it where it's supposed to go. And if you see a piece of trash laying around, bend down and pick it up and then just squirt your hands with that lovely, lovely alcoholic sanitizer. There you go. So just do the right thing. And we can see that Munoz is doing the right thing by himself right now because he's taking chunks of time out of our leader. And so are some of the other athletes as well. So Cameron Worth losing a little bit of time to most of the field here as Cameron Worth has now gone through the 15-kilometre marker in 1:02.17. So we'll get an up-to-date split as soon as they get through there in just a few moments' time. But just to get you caught back up to speed, the lead at 11 kilometres was 8 minutes and 19 seconds over Munoz. So once Munoz comes into the timing mat, we'll get you up to speed on where they stand right now. But right now, it is all Cam Worth at the IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz. And we are now heading into the second lap of the run course. The third lap is just around the corner. And we'll see that when we come back. Pro men's race is really heating up at IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz in northern Spain as we see our race leader right now, Cameron Worth. He's been chased by this gentleman right here. This is Munoz from Spain, and he's laying down a very, very fast marathon time right now with just over 1 hour and 5 minutes onto the run course. Cameron Worth has lost around almost 3 minutes to this gentleman right here, and it keeps on coming down. So we might have a race on our hands over the last 2 laps of this 4-lap run course. McKeely Jones, you're an IRONMAN world champion. What are they feeling right now at about coming up to halfway of the marathon?
Well, usually at this point, you know, you just set, if you've got your nutrition down, if, you know, your fitness is exactly where you're doing it, you're sticking to your paces, you know, yes, it hurts. There's no doubt about it. But you're not in like the hurt box. You know, you shouldn't be at this point in the race. It's usually after you hit that 30K, 18 mile, and now an 18-mile marker, that 30K. That's when, you know, you get the hurt. The quads get really tight. The calves might seize up a little bit if you haven't got enough sodium in. You know, it's like that's more the fragile end of the part of the race. This part of the race is just, you know, anyone that has done their homework, followed their race strategy, is doing exactly what they need to do, staying on pace, continuing your nutrition. And yeah, it hurts. I mean, you ride the bike that far and get off and run, and these guys are running fast. There's no doubt about it, you know, and it's hot. Yeah, it's super hot. I mean, all those sort of things, you know, add up to what that hurt locker will be. But, you know, some athletes you see, you know, they're struggling a little bit more. We saw it when they came off the bike. You know, we had quite a few athletes who retired, and then we've had a few athletes that have gone out, you know, quite hard in the run, and now they're starting to settle more in their pace. So it's just about using that nutrition, making sure you are running the pace that you need to run, and then adapting to that fatigue level. Because, you know, Cam Worth, obviously, you know, he went so hard on the bike. But, you know, he's capable of doing that. And the question mark we keep, you know, putting on him is like, is his run fitness where it's been in the past when he's walked away with a victory?
Well, look at Leon Chevalier. He's really put out a gallant effort today. He's already up into 13th position. My guess is he's going to get way inside of the top 10 today as he finishes things off. But right now, Cameron Worth on screen is running a nice race. He's being very, very gentle with his pace right now, just managing those legs. They must feel like bricks at this point in time. He put in a monumental effort on the bike course today. He was 2.5 minutes down after the swim. He got up into the lead of the race just after that 25-kilometre marker on the bike ride. He towed up William Menenson from France, but Menenson, it was just way too much for him with just 2 weeks of recovery from Ironman Nice in southern France, right there in the Côte d'Azur. And then Worth just gets off the bike and he puts the hammer down straight away. Runs out at a 3:49-kilometre average pace, and now he's settled back into a 4:07, 4:08. And as we see going through the 15-kilometre marker, his pace has gone down to 4:47 as opposed to Munoz at 3:56. So that is around about 49 seconds per kilometre. That is a big, big change. And now we can see that it is down to 5 minutes and 13 seconds. So Munoz is on the run. He is getting after it. This is Soweya from Germany as he makes his way through that part of the course as well. But look at Worth. He's making sure that he slows down and gets all the nutrition in. This is going to be a momentum loss of around about 20-25 seconds so far, McKeely Jones. And I tell you what, Cameron right here is making sure that he gets everything into the tank. He is looking pretty gassed.
Yeah, you're certainly right. I mean, sometimes walking through an aid station...
And by the way, that was not a pass for the lead, so just wanted to let you know that Cameron is lapping people out there on the run course as well.
Yeah, Greg, what I was about to say is, you know, sometimes it's not a bad thing when you walk through an aid station, but when you walk through an aid station and you're not running as fast as you were, that is a big red flag. And, you know, between you and I, what was my prediction? That it would be under 6 minutes, and that's exactly what it was by the next time check. And this is really more and more dangerous territory for Cameron Worth because, you know, he had 11-minute lead or so off the bike, maybe a little bit more from Moyes, and now it's coming down to 5:14. That is significant. And then possibly, as you said, he probably lost like maybe 20 to 30 seconds. You know, so now you're looking at under 4 minutes, you know, so that lead is falling fast and we haven't even made it to the halfway. So, you know, it's definitely Cam Worth's got to get it together, you know, whether it's like what he's doing, walking through the aid stations, like, what do I need? Do I need more Gatorade Endurance? Do I need more Morton gels? What is it that's making me run slower and slower? Is it a fitness thing? Felt so great on the bike, didn't get enough calories in. You know, we saw him struggle a couple of times through the aid stations with overtaking the age group athletes out on the course, and we saw him drop some nutrition. But, you know, we did see him get some more back. So is that the issue for Cam Worth right now? Is it nutrition? Is it fitness? You know, part of racing Ironman is a combination of all sorts of stuff, you know, your preparation, your nutrition, whatever you have on the day, because, you know, it is on the day. I tell my athletes all the time, you know, whatever day that is given to you, make the most of it. And Moyes is the one that's making the most right now. And Greg, I think if he gets a little bit of sniff at some point that he's gaining on Worth, I mean, obviously at some point somebody's got to have told him, oh my goodness, your lead's getting down and down. Like I'm predicting it's already down to under 4 minutes now. And that's significant because, Greg, we haven't even hit the halfway mark. And I'm going to keep saying that because we haven't. There's still a lot of kilometres left to run
I do believe it's going to happen around about the 22, 23 kilometre marker where we'll have a pass.
I'm
in
just
this
writing
race.
that down right now, so we can see if that's true.
Yeah, so anyway, Nick Castellane, we were talking a little bit about him. He was making very good progress at this point in time as well. He's now down to 8:50 as well. So when you look at, Munoz and Sawaya, they're running pretty much the same sort of times, and they're running around about just less than a minute apart. So it's good to have, Sawaya, it's great to have, up the road with Munoz because they're able to see, Sawaya is able to see Munoz, so that's keeping him motivated. But then you've got Kovacic from Slovenia at an 8:18 and Thompson at 8:26. They're running 8 seconds apart, so we know that that's very close as well. And then we got Castellane and Schlettlinger from the Netherlands who are running within 20 seconds of each other as well. So we've got a bunch of two-man races happening here. One for fifth and sixth, one for, third and fourth and second and third. And, they're all happening, but they're all chasing after Cameron Worth. But every single one of them right now is making up time on Cameron Worth.
No, they certainly are, Greg. And, if your prediction is right around that 22-kilometre mark, we may see a lead change or getting very, very close to a lead change. I mean, Cameron's just got to get it together. It looks like his stride's getting a little bit longer right now. I don't know if you noticed that as well, Greg. So maybe he's getting in the necessary nutrition to prevent Moyes getting too quick. But, Moyes looks so good right now, and he's not walking through the aid station. He's still getting everything he needs, Greg.
Yeah, you know what, all of them are struggling a little bit at this point. Not struggling, but they are making sure that they're hitting these aid stations and slowing down. That, to me, it is getting hot, right? So right now we're looking at, 28 to 30 degrees on the Celsius side of things. We're getting up over 80, 83 degrees right now. Supposed to get up to about 85, 86 degrees Fahrenheit and up to around about 35, Celsius. So it's going to be very interesting, to see what happens a little bit later on in the competition in the second part, because they are now coming up on halfway of the run course here, and then they're going to start their last two loops around town here, and that's going to be very, very cool to watch, how they manage it, how they manage the heat, how they manage their pace, and how they manage their nutrition.
Yeah, Greg, I was going to say that, managing the nutrition is really key right now. Especially as it's heated up. There are some good shade areas for sure, but that's not going to really protect you from the sun too much. And it's one of those things where, when you're feeling bad and it's hot, that can mentally get to you very, very quickly. And, I was talking a little bit about that chimp brain, and it's going to definitely mess with Cameron Worth right now. So, it looks like he got some good nutrition. He was smart. He walked through the aid stations. He knew he was falling apart. And then you've got Moyes, who looks really good. He looks comfortable. His stride hasn't really changed too much. So it's important for him to, stay on top of his nutrition still. Make sure that he is doing everything he needs to do to keep those calories and energy going.
Yeah, so Munoz right now is doing a very, very good job, and how consistent he is with his running right now. You can see also he's just like, I just see a little bit of slowing from everyone, but I think these guys have just, gone all out on that bike ride today, especially a 4:01 for Cameron Worth, and the other guys did so well today, as well. When you look back at Munoz's bike time at a 4:13.46, these guys are really, really giving it to it. And we talked before about how these, guys and women now are really pushing the physical limits of what is humanly possible. And, we're seeing that these guys and girls are going to have to get off, these bikes and run these incredible marathon times after really making that body suffer. But Cameron Worth right now, you can see that he's still holding on to his lead. He's losing his lead a little bit by bit, but if he can keep on to this pace here, he should be okay for a little bit longer. But going through the Red Bull zone right now, that's exactly what he might need, a little bit of a jolt and to get back up into that pace. Okay, so we're getting very, very close to the second lap coming to a close here and starting off on the third lap. But first, we're waiting in about 1 minute away for our next time split, which is going to come up at the 18-kilometre marker or just over 11 miles.
Yeah, Greg, I think that's going to be the another sign to see exactly where Cameron Worth is. Has he got it back together, or is he continuing to slow down? Because we know Munoz, he's not slowed down yet. He's doing really, really, really well on keeping the pressure on. And, you know, it's one of those things where, you know what, you have a good day, you have a bad day, you go through a good patch, you have a bad patch. So for Cameron Worth, we've just got to see if it was a really bad patch and now he's starting to pick it up a little bit.
All right, we got a champion on the line here. Is a 2021 champion. He hails from Vitoria. Gasteiz as well. He's a two-time Olympian. He's a multiple Xterra World Champion, a multiple Ironman champion, second place in the World Championships, and a very good friend of mine, Eneko Janos. How are you, buddy?
Hi, Greg. I'm enjoying the race here. I'm very well, thank you. And yeah, just relaxing here, chilling, like while the guys are working hard out there.
Yeah. I think that you say that a little bit with a bit of sarcasm in there, Eneko. I think you're happy to be not racing today, and you must be very proud of your home city here with the Ironman race that's come here and how good it really is.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's an amazing race. I did it in 2019. Unfortunately, for the last years, we couldn't have the race here. And the atmosphere in the city during the Ironman week and especially during the race is fantastic. The people here really likes to see the athletes racing, but also around the city the days before and the days after the race. So it's a great day and a great week to be in the city, and everybody likes it very much here. And I hope and I think that all the athletes that come to get to know us also enjoy the city and the race very much.
Eneko, I wanted to ask you a question. Sim, we're sitting in AC right now. What are your thoughts on how it's feeling out there, and what are the athletes feeling and going through, and suggestions for someone who may be struggling out on this run course today?
Yeah, it's hot here today. It's 31 right now. It's 31 degrees Celsius. The good thing about this run course, I guess you are watching it and see it on the screens. There is a lot of shadows during the run. There are only a very few places where the sun goes straight into the athletes. So even if it's very hot, it's still very manageable. And I think that's a good thing. But the problem is that you're coming from the bike where there is no shade, and probably all the athletes are starting the run a little bit overheated. So, but I think once they start running, if they are able to manage the body heat and cool down a little bit, it's a good place to run fast, even if it's in these conditions.
Yeah, it looks great out there, Eneko. I love how the canopy of trees is really helping, the athletes, and it's really great to see. And the Vitoria-Gasteiz is also one of the most beautiful, green cities in Europe. So you must be proud of that too. I wanted to ask you a question about Munoz. Munoz is having a very, very good run today. He's also catching up very quickly here. And what do you think about his chances to overtake Cameron Worth?
Yeah, he came past right in front of me. He's under 4 minutes behind Cam, so I think he has a great chance to pass Cam, and if he's able to maintain the pace and to get to the finish line, I think Cam is struggling a lot. We have seen the images from the aid station. He's stopping to get all the fruits and to trying to cool down. But Emilio Aguayo Muñoz, it's the name how we know him here. Emilio Aguayo, he's running very strong. He's a very good runner, and I think we want to have a change in the leading position very very soon.
Yeah, it's interesting that you just mentioned that you think there will be a pass soon, because we think we got a little bit of a glance when they were running out and back, sort of on the same part of the leg, and then we just saw Cameron Worth stop again, and then looks like he may have a little bit of a side cramp as well. So definitely it's a tough day for him right now, and you're right, I think a pass is going to happen. But we also wanted to ask you, now that you're retired, what are you up to?
I'm semi-retired.
I like that. Never retire.
No, I did a couple of races, local races here. I'm enjoying just training and racing. But yeah, we've been we had a little daughter. She was 1 year old a couple of weeks ago. We have another 8 years old kid. And I'm also working as a firefighter, as a triathlon coach. So life is being busy lately. I still manage to get some time to do a little bit of training and racing. Not 100% retired yet. I'm more like a semi-professional triathlete right now. And unfortunately, the race here today was too much. It's too much to train for an Ironman for me right now. But hopefully we'll see. I saw Cameron Brown racing a couple of weeks ago, and he's 4 or 5 years older than me. So this is still a chance.
Yeah, still a chance for you, maybe Craig Alexander as well. All right, Eneko, mate, we're gonna say goodbye right now, but thank you very much. Gracias, amigo. And we will say vamos to Emilio Arroyo Munoz, and as he makes his way toward Cameron Worth. So thank you very much, mate. Gracias, and have a great day.
Bye. Thank you.
Wow, my Spanish is really bad. But I tell you what, Emilio Arroyo Munoz right now, he is really, really racing to the victory today. He wants to do it in front of the home crowd. Will he have enough space to get it done? Will Cameron Worth put up a fight? We'll have to wait and see, because it now is going to head into the last 2 laps of the run course today, a 4-lap run course. So the second part of the marathon under this beautiful shaded and canopied tree-lined marathon course here in northern Spain. We're in the Western Pyrenees. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike, so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Haaland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
What a great run. It's definitely looks like it's going to be a race to the finish. We have Munoz that is chasing hard. He's only now 3:42 back on Cameron Worth, who took over the lead at 20 kilometres on the bike and crushed it over 11 minutes in front when he hit T2. But Munoz is looking fantastic. He's probably running about 30 seconds per kilometre faster than our leader, Cameron Worth. But Cameron Worth sort of did start to get it together. He's running about a 3:30. It sort of expanded out to a 3:48. So whatever he was doing at those aid stations is certainly starting to work. But Greg, is it good enough? You know, down to a 340 something deficit that Mundos has got to catch up. So it's going to be really, really tight. And, you know, we've still got 1.5 laps at least left on this run.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I think it's going to happen. But take a look at his splits today. You know, he's out there running really, really nicely right now, and his average pace is so much faster, you know, than most of the other athletes out there today. So look toward, you know, seeing Emilio Munoz, you know, getting to the front of this race, and then who knows what's going to happen from there. But, you know, Cam just needs to run his race, keep the pressure applied, and, you know, make sure that he can, you know, just stay up ahead. But, you know, you just can't, you know, fault what you see, and that is a faster turnover of Munoz. But what I'm seeing also from Munoz is a little bit of slowing down as well. But that's normal, you know, coming into the second part of a marathon, obviously. So it's all now about, you know, damage control. It's all about staying in control of your nutrition. It's all about, you know, staying in control of your mental game and just staying on top of things and just keeping it all together. And Eneko Janos, you know, on the line just a moment ago said it's 31 degrees there right now. That's not going to be the top temperature. The top temperature is supposed to get up to 35 degrees, which is another 4 degrees centigrade and about another 8 degrees Fahrenheit. So, you know, the Fahrenheit reading should get up to around about 86, 87 today. So it's going to warm up even more from where it is right now. So we're looking forward to seeing how these athletes are going to manage that nutrition and manage, you know, how they stay cool on this course. And that is just going through the aid stations, grabbing a bit of ice down the chest, you know, a little bit down the, you know, down the shorts and just staying under that, you know, canopy lined, you know, the tree lined course out there as they make their way along the lake there. So, you know, these are the exposed sections of the course, McKeely, but this right here is the time where they are getting the job done. 2 laps down, 2 laps to go.
And Greg Kemworth, in my opinion, is looking better. He definitely looks like he's got it back together. He looks like his stride has improved. His tempo has improved. So that's definitely a good sign for him to be able to get through whatever he was dealing with. It looks like something is starting to work. So that's going to make it a little bit harder for Munoz to make up additional significant time. But there's still a long way to go. And, you know, Kemworth, you know, he's just got to keep in control of this race by keeping that turnover a little bit quicker, getting out of that 4:30 pace to a 4:15 pace when you've got somebody who's running, you know, 4:04s. You know, that is significant. And, you know, as you said, this is lap 3. We have 4 laps. The nice part of this course is the fact that, you know, you do get some shaded areas. You do get a chance to not have the sun directly in your face, which is probably going to feel really, really nice as that temperature climbs as well.
Yeah, and look at these, you know, these streets that have got brilliant coverage here, just, you know, blocking the sun almost completely out as Cam, you know, just finds a little bit of solace from the sun in that, you know, in that shaded area. This is going to be a great way to finish off, you know, the race today. But he's going to have to stay in that shaded area. Keep that temperature control right down where it needs to be.
No, you're right, Greg, that's for sure. I mean, that's the whole point of, like, making sure you manage the conditions. But let's talk a little bit about one of the great events that you can sign up. The Zafri Ironman 70.3 Alusha Mallorca has been a favourite on the Ironman 70.3 circuit for over a decade. Mallorca is a racing paradise renowned as a sport tourism destination. Each year, thousands make the pilgrimage from the famous island to test themselves in the inviting waters of the Mediterranean. The pristine roads weaving through the Alusha Bay and the flat run along the coast before a beachside grandstand finish set course for Spain's Balearic Islands and make Mallorca a race destination for 2023. Join us on May 13, 2023. Registration is now open. Go to ironman.com. Greg? I think I'm just going to buy you an entry for Christmas.
And you know what? Mallorca is absolutely gorgeous. And I tell you what, Rafael Nadal, that's where he's from. And I love tennis. I love pickleball even more. But this is the run course here, the Honka run course. It is time to fly. And Cameron Worth is in control of the race. And that is Munoz just going through there just a moment ago. So our splits right now, they are getting more interesting by the moment. It's down to 3:06 and 4:07. So Sawaya has lost around about 8 or so seconds on second place. So it looks like Worth trying to hang on a little bit there to his 4:15 average pace. 3:54 and 3:58 goes respectively to Munoz and Sawaya on the run course at this point in time. So Cameron Worth has gone through the 21-kilometre marker. Munoz is going to be set to go through there next. And here he comes right now. Let's get you caught up to speed with a weather update at this point in time out on course. The air temperature is 31 degrees Celsius. It's about 86 degrees on the Fahrenheit side. It is northerly winds at 11 kilometres per hour. The humidity's down, at 37%, but just about to kick up. And we've got a high UVX index of 7 here today. So that's how it stands right now with our weather update as we see Munoz making his way down through the alleyways of Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz.
And Greg, the other athlete who's making a really good run at it right now is Castelline. You know, he's moved himself all the way up to 4th place. Remember, he was our leader out of the water. Cam Worth passed him about 25 kilometres into the bike. Nick did hang around for quite a while on the bike until Cam Worth put the hammer down, and Cam Worth started to quickly put some time in him. But, you know, Nick Castelline's looking fantastic. He's actually running the fastest right now at 3:49 when they hit that 20-kilometre mark.
Yep, and we know that, Cam Worth just slowing down those aid stations, just making sure that he gets connected with his body, gets connected with the nutrition. Look at that. He's got the ice in the top there. He is definitely regulating his temperature here today as one of the other athletes getting a little bit of a massage out there, suffering from the cramps. On a very hot day like today, there's going to be a lot of sodium loss, out there. There's going to be a lot of depleted athletes out there. It's going to be very, very warm in the afternoon, but they've put in a big effort on the bike so far and a big effort on the run. So they're going to have to be with it today. They're going to have to keep up with their spirit and stay on track of things. And you know what? We've already spoken about how incredible the crowd here is, but imagine 300,000 passionate Vitorianos singing, cheering, and dancing from sunrise to sunset here in the Plaza de España. Well, okay. No need to imagine, because this is a regular occurrence at any one of the many festival celebrations. Two of the biggest are the Santiago and the Virgin La Blanca festivals, the latter of which consists of an umbrella-holding rag doll being carried through the large crowds and wishing everyone a happy celebration. There's no party like a rag doll umbrella party, McKeely. Not even when I'm swinging that baseball bat at a piñata at the kids' birthday parties. This is Cameron Worth, and he's trying to close in on the third lap of 4 here at the Hoka. It is time to fly to the finish line. Cam Worth, does he have enough to hang on? We'll have to wait and find out. Cameron Worth from Australia continues to lead the Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz right now as we see him just making his way through onto his third lap. Each one of these laps consists of a 10.5 kilometre running lap through the beautiful town here, and we can see them making that right-hand turn. He's got some lapped runners up there. They are age group runners or other pro athletes being lapped on the course at the moment. Everyone has to get out there and do 4 laps of this beautiful course and line the streets. Look at these beautiful apple trees, just giving these athletes a lot of respite on the course here today. And you are looking at Munoz. This is Emilio Munoz. He hails from Spain and he's trying to get after a win. Yep, right here in his home country, right here in the Basque country. So we can see that he's just adjusting everything there right now. He's just got a little bit of ice there and just taking the sponge out. So look at that. He's got competition from behind, but I tell you what, he's running really nicely in second place.
No, he sure is, Greg, but he is making up huge amounts of time on Cameron Worth. He's at 2:40 back at that 21-kilometre mark. And then you've got Swayer, who's doing a fantastic job as he goes through the aid stations. He's sitting at 3:50 back. So, you know, Cam's really got to get it together. Otherwise, you could see a significant change from him if Munoz catches him. And then you got Swayer who can creep up. And then the other athlete who is doing fantastic out there, who continues to run faster than everyone else, is Nick Castelline. I'm thinking those 2-hour runs at 3 p.m. is paying off that he was telling us about. You know, he's running a 4:22 and he's at 5:35 back. So that podium positioning at the end is looking very fragile for Cameron Worth right now. So, you know, he's just got to keep going. You know, we knew the run fitness could be a little bit of a question mark for him. You know, he just dominated so much on the bike. And, you know, now we're going to start asking ourselves, well, did he go too hard on the bike? But, you know, for him personally, he's probably going to say, you know what, I needed a big lead. My run fitness maybe wasn't where it needed to be, but this is what he needs to do. I mean, there's 2 Kona slots. He told us he came here to get a Kona slot. And, you know, it is getting very, very fragile for him, you know, but he's just got to keep moving forward. Hope that he starts to gain a little bit of leg speed, hopes that nutrition kicks in, Greg. And you know, that's what it's about. You know, that last lap is going to feel super long to Cam Worth, that's for sure.
It feels super long to anyone. And, you know, you just have to put into your mind, like, okay, what was the best 10K, you know, brick run or, you know, T-run that I ever did? Or, you know, think of your favourite loop or whatever it is of the same distance and try and break it down. You play mental games with yourself. But Sawaya, I noticed that when he went through the A station just a moment ago, he stopped just very briefly, but he got straight back into that very, very fast pace. So very good to see that he's, you know, he's with it and he understands like the necessity of urgency. And if he's going to catch up and, you know, either overtake, you know, Cameron Worth with Munoz, or, you know, if he's going to try and hold off Nicholas Castellane, because Nick Castellane is now about 1 minute and 40 seconds down on Sawaya, and he's running the fastest time. Average speed, that is Nick Castellane, of course. So we can see that, you know, he's trying to make his way up there. And by all calculations, you know, Munoz at next time check at the 25-kilometre marker, he's going to be within a minute of our leader, Cam Worth. So that's the way I look at it. I think that, you know, in third place, you know, Sawaya is going to be in there for a podium position for sure. And so too is Nick Castellane. So I'm not giving up on Nick, you know, getting onto the podium here today. It's just, you know, just let's see what, you know, Cameron can do, you know, in the latter part of this race here today. Just got to get straight back on top of his nutrition, get his head back in the game and just like get the, you know, get that turnover going where he needs it to be to get into that, you know, position where he's going to qualify for the Super Sapiens Ironman World Championship coming up on October 8th. But right now we're looking at Emilio Munoz right now from Spain, and he's having a great run trying to run down Cam Worth from Australia. Emilio Aguayo Munoz, that's how he's affectionately known here in Spain. He's having it all of his own way at the moment. Yep, we can tell you that his lead over. Third place is 1 minute and 10 seconds, but his deficit over the leader is shrinking by the minute. It was 2:41 at last check at 21.5 kilometres into the race here in Vitoria-Gasteiz, but now it is coming down very, very nervously here for Cam Worth, because our second place runner is doing a great job of bringing that deficit down, where it is going to put him into a position where he can overtake in the next couple of kilometres.
Yeah, Greg, it just looks like it's going to happen. I mean, it's one of those things where, you know, Cam Worth, you know, really took charge on the bike, and we're like, oh, come on, Cam. But then we're also like, you know what? Munoz has done such a fantastic job on the marathon. And, you know, he still worked hard on the bike to sort of get that deficit under control. And he just looks so smooth. And to have a Spaniard win today, again, like, how fantastic is that for the sport of triathlon here in Spain?
Yeah, it would be great. And, you know, Cameron knows exactly what he's got to do. He's now going through an aid station, picking up the special needs, walking briskly as he opens up the bag, gets his special needs, and then he'll be back jogging once more. But it is Munoz right now. He is taking control of his own pace and his own destiny as he makes his way, you know, toward this special needs area. He is not too far back. You can see that landscape. We can see that he is now approaching Cam Worth as Cam continues to walk through that aid station right now, getting the ice over his body, getting a little bit of cola in the body, getting some Red Bull in there, and the Gatorade Endurance Formula. Very, very important for Cam Worth to stay regulated with his temperature right now, because it is getting very warm. It is getting up to 32 degrees Celsius right now, 86 degrees Fahrenheit, and it is just going to continue to be a scorcher this afternoon. And now you can see that Munoz are just about to get to that aid station that Cam Worth was in just a moment ago.
And Greg, you know, he's going to start to really see now where Cam Worth is. You know, he's going to see that lead biker that's in the lead, and he's going to know that he's getting closer and closer. And Cam Worth, yeah, he's being smart. He knows he had to utilise the aid stations to get himself going, but he's also losing a significant amount of time by taking so long at that aid stations. But then after the aid station, he seems to accelerate. So whatever he's doing at the aid station is definitely working, but it's one of those things like, well, is it going to be enough? Is the fact that, you know, he's being conscious about that, you know, he's falling apart, and he needs to slow down a little bit to make sure he gets through the aid stations, as we see Munoz getting his special needs. So not much in it at all, Greg, but still, that's a lot of time still to make up.
It's a lot of time to make up, but, you know, Munoz went through there and grabbed his bag, and, you know, he was reduced to a walk for about 3 or 4 steps and got straight back into it, whereas Cameron took about 20 to 30 metres of walking and then got back into his pace. But, you know, we've seen people like Jan Frodeno and lots of other, you know, champions go through these aid stations and walk and then get straight back into their pace, and they're just absolutely fine. So great to see that Cameron's back into a nice stride. Look, he looks a little bit better than what he did, last lap at the same time. So got to give it up for Cameron. He's a fighter, and he's not going to give it up without a fight today, as we see that Munoz and Sueyo, they are really, really putting a concerted effort in to try and get up onto this podium here today. Will it be good enough for a change in the lead there? It may happen, and it may happen in the next 3 or 4 kilometres.
But yeah, Greg, that was my point, right? Like, Cam Worth knows that he's struggling. He knows that he's got to figure out how to maintain a faster pace. You know, he's got to know at this point that if he doesn't pick it up, you know, his lead is going to be over very, very soon by Munoz. So it's one of those things where, you know what, take your time, yes, but don't take too much when you got somebody who's fast charging on you, and they're going to get a glimpse of you, because that's only going to motivate somebody behind. You know, it doesn't matter who you are. If you start to see, oh my goodness, I haven't seen them all day long, and then all of a sudden I'm like, oh my goodness, they're right there. And But then sometimes it can be like, well, you know what, mentally, I would like to keep going and catch him sooner, but physically, I'm stuck at this pace.
Yeah, stay on the pace. You know, you're getting very close to 25 kilometres into it, and we know the wall is just around the corner. Like the typical, you know, everybody calls it the wall when you get in a straight out marathon in between 30 and 35 kilometres, where you've pretty much given it everything, and it just becomes too much. But these athletes have been out there on the swim, 2.5 miles, 3.8 kilometres. On the bike, 180 kilometres, 112 miles. Then they have to do a marathon. So these guys and ladies, you know, out here today in the age group, you know, women's age group, men's, and in our pro men's division, they're very well trained. And, you know, most of the time they do a great job of, you know, pacing themselves the way that they should. But sometimes you get carried away with it. And that's where I like to say, you know, just find your own rhythm, find your pace, and just continue with it. Like, you know, like what we're seeing right now. And I think that, you know, Munoz has done a better job than the other athletes out there at the moment. Maybe, you know, Castellane is coming along, you know, at this point in time and, you know, taking out some time from these guys. But, you know, Cameron Worth, just got to give it up for him, you know, walking those aid stations, getting everything in that he needs and just getting straight back into that solid pace. He's still keeping a fair amount of pressure on Munoz, who can see him up ahead now with that lead bike. But you'll be able to see there's the lead bike just sitting right behind him. But Munoz will come around that corner here pretty soon and be able to see Worth up the road. So there goes Munoz across the crossing. You'll get onto the straighter part of the road right there, and then he'll now be able to see right up the road there. Yep, if you're looking at Cameron's angle, looking back, he is all the way down the other end of the street there right now.
No, Greg, I'm glad you pointed that out because that was a great camera angle for us. Great job that the camera crew is doing out there to make sure we get all the great pictures. And, you know, that's what we wanted to see. We were waiting to see what that angle looked like and what that distance is going to be because we know that Munoz is getting closer and closer and closer. I mean, we're just waiting for that point when it's going to happen. But Cam is doing a nice job of getting it together.
There's this beautiful moment in time when neither foot is touching the ground. We are free of gravity and weight, moving above the doubts, past limits. When we are light, transformed, and hopeful. And if we were to collect all these moments, join them together, well, this is when anything becomes possible. This is when we fly.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Wow, wow, wow. It's all happening right now. You know, Cam Worth, we just said, you know, he's doing a pretty good job of holding it together. You know, he expanded out to about a 4:48 and then he sort of settled on that 4:30. But when you got someone running behind you about 20 seconds quicker per kilometre, you know, Munoz is doing a great job. And, you know, we can see a little bit in the background that he's just getting closer and closer. But Cam, you know, he's holding. You know, we know there's going to be a pass. We just don't know when. And, you know, there's always that chance that, you know, Munoz could run out of a little bit of steam and then start dropping back. And then that'll give Cam Worth a little bit of hope as well. But, you know, it doesn't look like that, right? It looks like the strategy for Munoz was to go out, have a good pace on the bike, you know, not lose a huge amount of time, although, you know, 11 plus minutes was significant. You know, Cam's Worth, that was his goal, to get as much time as he could on the run and then see where his fitness was for this marathon. And, you know, he's got to fight. He's got to keep fighting. We still have a long way left for this run. So, you know, if and when that pass happens, we think it's going to be more when. Cam Worth has mentally got to try to regroup. You know, he's got to try to use the energy when Mundos passes him, use that energy to try to get more and more time on Swaya, who's in third place. And then, of course, you've got Castelline, who is actually lost a little bit of time. He's at 3:54 back, so he lost a little bit of time that last little segment. So it's really going to come down for Camworth. We know he's mentally strong, but how mentally strong can he be today to hold on to second place?
Yeah, and when you look at it right now, Munoz is really rocketing toward the front. There's Swire on screen right now. He's at 2:55, still cutting into the time of Camworth, but losing time to Munoz right now. And Castellane, you know, he put in time of Camworth as well, but he lost time to, you know, Emilio Hawayo Munoz from Spain at this point of time. So now we're looking for the Netherlands athlete Schletlinga to come in, and Dale Thompson, he's hanging tough after he got in off the bike in second place. There's Cohen in seventh place from Germany. Vestika comes into the top 8 for the first time. There's Jung and also Arroyo Bugalo coming into the top 10 for the first time. And look who's there in 11th from 19th starting out. That is Leon Chevalier.
Yeah, and let's remind everyone what actually happened to Leon. So he came out of the water, definitely wasn't where we expected to be, but then when he grabbed his bike, we saw him pull over, and then we found out later that he had a rear flat straight away. So to move up into 11th, you know, that's just amazing to see that, you know, he got himself mentally together. He's like, you know, this race isn't over. And, you know, if he can slide into that top 10, which looks like that's going to happen, you know, that's a pretty good day after having a flat straight out of transition.
Cameron Worth just trying to refuel and just getting overtaken there by one of our age group athletes there as Cameron goes through the aid station, reduced to a walk once more, where he just tries to get everything in. Over the face, over the head there, a little bit of cola going in. Gatorade Endurance Formula found right there. The Morton gels are there for him as well. Some bananas that he denies. He goes through the Red Bull zone, grabs the sponges, and there you go, just like that, after about a 40-metre walk, and dumps the can into the dumpster there. Well done, Cameron. You get a 3-pointer on that one. Take 3 seconds off your time, according to McKeely.
Really? No, but, you know, this has been his strategy, right? You know, walk the aid stations, get the nutrition in, and he's actually being a lot more efficient at it. You know, there was a couple of aid stations where it's like, oh, you got to hustle a little bit more. And, you know, and now he's like getting the nutrition in, and then he seems to be picking up the pace a little bit. So he's dragging out that transition that we're going to see where Mundos is going to catch him, but he's making it tough. You know, he's not giving in. He continues to do what he needs to do, and that's like, get your nutrition in. If it's a nutrition issue for him right now, he's got to make sure he takes full advantage of those aid stations, because this is lap 3. We haven't even hit the last 10K yet. And, you know, it's like that's where we know that, you know, typically you hit the wall. And, you know, if you are struggling so early already in an Ironman marathon, that's not good. It's definitely like something that you don't want to happen. But if it happens, you know, you get out of it as soon as you can. And there was a while there where we saw Camworth that he kept sliding and sliding down on his pace. Now he's sort of settled into that 3:30 mode.
Yeah, he's settled into that mode right now. But I tell you what, it's you know, it's going to be around about 15 minutes or so before they get into the last lap of the race. And I think that, you know, the first couple of place getters today are possibly got a great chance of going under that, you know, that 7:55 that Neko Llanos set. So I think that's going to happen today. It's been a very fast, you know, speed so far. Very good average speed on the swim and the bike. Very good average speed on the run for a few of them right now. Cameron Worth, he's been slowed, reduced to a slowing in the aid stations as he's made his way through there. But the most important thing is that he gets everything in that he needs to get in. So that's very smart at the same time. So Cameron Worth from Australia continues to lead here at the Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz. And he's just playing a little bit of cat and mouse with this age grouper right now.
No, and that's what you should do. you know, if you're out there and, you know, he's probably going, oh my goodness, an age grouper just passed me. And, you know, the age grouper was so polite, right? Moved over, let him come through, and we should see, oh, look, not yet. Who was that? Did you see who that was passing? Having a good look? I'm not sure who that was.
Yeah, no, that was nobody to be worried about right now.
Just checking out our leader, I believe, one of our age groupers.
Yeah, exactly, because the our next Munoz is going to come from the right-hand side of the screen around the corner and get after him here. But I think that he's just about set to come around that corner right now. He's going to be around about a minute behind as we see Swayer from Germany. He is now holding down third place at this point in time, and there he is. There's Munoz, has just made that turn, so he's inside of the 1 minute now, McKeely, and he is charging toward the lead of this race. The men's pro race, there's 2 spots reserved for the Ironman World Championship this year. Is Cameron Worth going to be one of those athletes that gets one of those spots that he so desperately wants? Well, we do hope so. He's got a great record in Kona from his young career over there. Last time out was a 5th place and a good old day for him. So he set the bike course record there as well. So let's see if he can get one of those spots, but he has to hang on, and looks like he's going to do just so today. It's going to come down to the last lap of the run, but we'll get a split in another couple of kilometres at 28K coming right up.
No, Greg, that's when we're probably going to see that Worth and Munoz is going to be side by side. I mean, it's so close right now. I mean, it'll be nice if we can get a little bit more of a camera view to see if we can see how close Munoz exactly is. But, you know, what a great job by both these athletes. You know, Cameron Worth out front from the 20K kilometre on the bike, got a big, huge margin coming into T2 of over 11 minutes. But then, you know, you had Munoz who, you know, is getting the job done on the run right now. It's super, super close to see what's going to happen with that podium. You know, the big question is, you know, when is Cam Worth going to get past? We know it's going to happen shortly, unless something dramatically happens to our second place getter right now, Munoz. And then you've got Swayer, who's sitting in third. You know, he was only like almost just 3 minutes back at that 25 kilometre mark. It looks like we should hit the 28 kilometre mark in about 4 minutes. And then, of course, you've still got Nick Castelline, who's still running faster than anyone else back. So he's got a good chance of possibly getting on the podium. It's going to be close for him, but what a fantastic effort. You know, he led the swim, you know, was on the bike in the leading position until Cam Worth took over. So to be still holding strong in fourth place right now, Castelline is definitely one to watch for that podium as well.
All right, so here is Cam Worth, and we know that it's getting very, very close between first and second places. So just up ahead here in front of this next orange shirt is going to be Cam Worth, and then that is going to be our lead. And in second place, Munoz is making his way toward the front of the course here. It is getting close, and it's also getting close to closing out on the 4th lap of 4 here today, as we expect our athletes to be making it into the finish line within the hour. As we see Cam Worth, he's doing the U-turn there. He's going to get a little bit of a look across the right-hand shoulder there. He will gauge just exactly what he's got to do as we see the pass there. Right now, it's down less than a minute. We can see there it is there. There is Munoz over there. Here is Cam Worth, and we have a race.
Whether it's on the road or in the pool, your activity has high demands. Rooted in sweat and grounded in science, we understand your unique fueling needs. That is why we created formulas just for you, endurance athletes, helping you replace what you're losing and keeping you fueled. And there's nowhere we'd rather be than with you along this journey, because together we are formulated for farther. From the creators of Gatorade, Gatorade Endurance, formulated for you, formulated for farther.
Cam Worth is fighting for it. He's fighting for his life. You know, he's fighting for the victory. He's trying to get that Kona slot for October. But Munoz is like right there. You know, it's one of those things where now we just keep saying, you know, when is the pass going to happen? You know, can Cameron Worth keep holding him off? He's doing everything he can. He's utilising the aid station. He's walking them. He's making sure he gets all the nutrition in. And Greg, in fact, I'm surprised that Munoz hasn't caught him yet. But what's that telling us? That's telling us that
he's tough as nails.
Yeah, well, yeah. And Cameron Worth is like settling into that 3:30 pace. He's making sure he's getting nutrition in, and he's doing everything in his power right now, physically, that he can. Mentally, he's wishing he was running a lot faster.
Yeah, you can see how flushed his face is right now. He's very, lightly skinned anyway, so the sun is always going to take its toll on Cameron, but it's all about heat regulation at this point in time, just making sure that, you know, he's there mentally and he's just staying with it and staying on pace, because right now his pace is a 4:31 pace. Munoz is running at a 4:09. Sueya's running at a 4:15 and at a 4:03. The fastest of the lot of them is Nick Castellane from Australia. But Cameron Worth is giving a big fight here. Like you said, McKeely, he is really fighting for that elusive Kona qualifying slot. There's two of them available out there today. Who is going to take them? They're going to be well earned. We know that for sure. Weather update is that it's getting very warm now. 32 degrees out there. You can tell that when we talked to Nicholas Castellane, when he said, McKeely, I've been doing my runs at 3 o'clock in the afternoon here in Vitoria-Gasteiz, and I'm doing that purposely because I know that I'm going to have to fight it on a very, very hard and a hardly fought day in very, very, harsh conditions, and that's exactly what they're getting right now. Cameron Worth is just running. He is just one step in front of the other right now. That's all he's thinking about, and that's the only way that he knows to get to that finish line. He's got a lot of pressure from behind. He's seen the pressure. He saw it at the crossover just a moment ago, but he now knows exactly what he has to do to get the job done. 26 seconds back is now Munoz, but he does have a bit of a gap on Sueya. So that is going to be the telling story right there.
No, Greg, I mean, that's the issue here right now, right? It's like, okay, we know that Munoz is moving faster. We know Sueya is moving faster. But can Cameron get it together? I mean, that's what we're trying to see. And, he is getting it together. He's got to push really, really hard those closing 10 kilometres. As I said earlier, it's going to feel like the longest 10 kilometres in your entire life. But, Cam Worth is a tough guy. To ride the tours, those cycling stage races, it takes a certain type of athlete, and to be able to come back day after day and still ride so hard, we know he's mentally tough. I mean, that's a given for someone like him at his caliber. And, he knows what it's like to win. And, this is where the point in the race where you sort of go, okay, there's enough out and backs that I can see I'm getting chased down as he continues to walk through those aid stations and get what he needs. But this is the point, like, do I slow down a little bit so when Munoz catches me, do I have enough to try to stay with him and use that energy to propel myself forward and away from Sueya?
We'll have to wait and see, because right now Cameron Worth is just running for his life here. He's trying to qualify for the Ironman World Championship coming up in October, and now he is now running out of real estate. He knows that 26 seconds down behind him is Awayo Munoz, and this is the guy that's putting the pressure on. There he is, just back there. We can see the biker leading him right up to the back of Cameron Worth right now, and then Sway is not too far back then, 2:08 down, and now Castellane is absolutely flying. This race is far from over. Look at this, at about 28.5 kilometres. 2.5 minutes are separating our top four. This is going to be a showdown in Vitoria-Gasteiz this afternoon. You might have 300,000 screaming fans at their festivities, but I tell you what, you're going to have the whole town an eruption that's going to go off if Munoz comes to the line in first, the local Spanish athlete, or will it be the two Australians or the German? We have a race ahead of us.
We have a fantastic race ahead of us. You know, Cam Worth, you know, doing a fantastic job to still be in the lead at this point. It's like we had some predictions that wouldn't be the case right now, but, you know, he's tough as nails. And then you have Munoz, who's just powering away in second place, getting closer and closer. Swaya is definitely losing time to Castellane, because Nick Castellane is running faster than anyone right now. And, you know, he's at 2:33 back. So to get on the podium, he's only, 27 seconds back? And, you know, these guys are all going to know this. Those little out and back sections where you get to see everyone, you know, it's going to help each and every one of those athletes, because that athlete getting chased down is going to know, okay, I need to use every little ounce of energy that I can to stop that from happening. And then you have the chasers going, you know what, you're right in front of me. That's motivating.
Well, look at this, McKeely. Looks like Emilio Awayo Munoz is now suffering with some cramps. He's got a little bit of a cramping issue with his left quadricep there, as he now is trying to get into the lead of this race. Will the pressure, you know, of getting into the lead be too much for him at this point in time, or will it motivate him? But he's got to manage that left leg that he was pushing on just a moment ago. But he's getting very, very close to the lead of this race now. Is this going to be the Morton move of the day? Or will Cameron Worth have enough in the tank to fight back? Will he get up to the shoulder and just say, no way, buddy, not giving this up without a fight? And as far as I can see, none of these four athletes have qualified for Kona yet. And this is going to be very, very interesting to see that these four athletes, who are only separated by less than 2.5 minutes now, are going to take it all the way down to the last lap of the run right here in Vitoria-Gasteiz, as he's now leading the race and going up toward where the crowd is going to be culminating around the finish line. It is going to get loud. It is going to be proper here in Vitoria-Gasteiz, and I tell you what, Cameron Worth back up on the toes again. He's not giving up at all.
And, you know, this is what we talked about, like when you hit the wall and, you know, the ups and downs, the roller coaster ride that you have, particularly in the Ironman Marathon. And, you know, this is what you're seeing, you know. Cam Worth, maybe it was the better that he struggled early on in this marathon and then started to figure it out, because he does look more comfortable. He looks like his turnover has picked up. And then we saw Munoz struggling a little bit. You know, you saw him reach for that cramp area, which is pretty typical when you're racing. And, you know, they're so close, you know, to be this close and then to get that point where you possibly start cramping, that's got to be the most disheartening thing in the world, right, Greg?
Absolutely. And when you look at, engaging those quadricep muscles for 180 grinding kilometers or 112 grinding miles, they're like bricks when you get off the bike and start running. They are rock solid, and now they're not going to give an inch. It's up to the nutrition that they put in their body to fuel those muscles. If those muscles run out of glycogen, if they run out of energy, they are going to seize up. And now you can see the swaying of the shoulders shoulders. It is apparent. It is very, very, we are able to see this on the face now of our second place getter. So that is the lead right now. You can see in the same street. This is the U-turn that they're going to be very interested in here, McKeely, because there goes the turn. And here we see first place and second place. There is the pass right there. So we're looking at around about 25 seconds.
Yeah, you're right. That's what I calculated, that 20 to 25 seconds. So, to get so close, but not to be able to really close out really quickly, I mean, that's racing. These two are really racing, not just themselves, but the elements today. It's like they're out there, they're getting closer and closer to like losing and winning. And, that's where the extra motivation is going to kick in as well. Like, who is able, and it's not always willing, who is able to keep pushing and pushing and pushing and get to the front or keep that position that Cam Worth has had for a long, long time today.
Worth is running like a man possessed. He's running like he stole something from the corner shop. And right now, it is down to 14 seconds, the lead. And this is getting very interesting with 10 kilometres to run right now. Cameron Worth is now just 14 seconds ahead of his second place getter, and Munoz from Spain is really turning the heat up as the mercury rises up to 32 degrees here in Vitoria-Gasteiz. The wind is at a minimum. It is very warm around town, and now Cam Worth is trying to close the deal. He's after an Ironman World Championship spot. He's racing for a World Championship spot, and we will tell you on the other side of this if it's going to be good for Cam Worth or is it going to be even better for Munoz. Don't go away. It's getting exciting.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Holland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
Wow, Greg, this is getting even more exciting. I'm barely being able to sit here. It's just amazing to see these two athletes fight it out step after step after step. It's gotten so close, yet there's been no pass. And we're sort of like, well, when is it going to happen? And you've got probably two tough guys right now. I mean, we know Worth is super tough. Had a great day on the bike and, he struggled on the run, but he's holding it. It's not much of a margin right now, but Munoz is right there too. And this is the exciting part of the race, Greg. This is what I love seeing. As an athlete, I didn't like it, but as a spectator, I love it when it gets this close because it's a real show of character. Who can physically make their body go beyond what they're capable of doing right now?
I think the Cameron Worth that last turnaround at the, the point where he was able to see his competition has really, spurred him on. At this point in time, Cameron Worth is back into his stride and he is now leading this race with conviction. He is now leading the race. He's trying to win the race. He's trying to punch his ticket to the Ironman World Championship in October. There's a lot on the line today. The prize money, the bragging rights, World Championship points, everything is being rolled into one right now. And it just so happens that he is making it very, very difficult for the local, Awayo Munoz. And I tell you what, Emilio right now, he must be disheartened because all of a sudden the times were coming down very, very quickly. But now this is the hardest part, is trying to get the pass.
And that crowd, I think that crowd really provided some energy for Cameron Worth. they came back to start that lap 4, and there's a lot of crowd support right now. And then you've got the age groupers, using that energy and like going, okay, let's get to the next age grouper, to the next age grouper, to the next age grouper. And, he looks so much stronger right now than he did a few miles ago. And, that was his strategy. He went through the aid stations, he walked them, he made sure he got the nutrition in. So he obviously figured out, maybe, it was the nutrition that was the issue, and that seems to be the case. But, it's that drag race to the end, right? You don't give up until you cross the finish line.
The blank stare of the runner that is running frightened for his life at the moment. He is running on fumes. All he can see in front of him is that lead bike, and that's all he wants to have. Tunnel vision is going to get it done today. And then I have to go back to 4th place. Nicholas Castellane has the fastest splits happening at the moment. He is running 16 seconds faster than everybody else in the field, and now he has the real estate to get it done. The next 11 kilometres, if it works out the way that it is right now, we are going to have 3 guys that are going to be coming down to the finish line here in the chute together. That would be Nicholas Castellane, it would be Cameron Worth, it would be Emilio Arguello Munoz as well. So we are getting a great race happening at this point in time, and we are now being told that Nick Castellane has gone into 3rd place. So McKeely, it is getting exciting.
More than exciting, it's just racing. This is coming down to a race, and every now and again, you might get 2 runners running side by side, but we've got a race for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, and Cam Worth right now is doing everything he possibly can to stay in the lead. And then you got Mundos, who made like a big effort to get within this range, but just can't close it out. And, they're running similar times right now. And then you've got Castellane, who's running now faster than everyone else.
And he's gone from 4th place to 3rd place. It might be 3rd to 2nd and 2nd to 1st coming right up. But I love what Cameron Worth just did at that aid station. Walked the first part to get the first part of the liquid nutrition in there. Then he got started straight away. So he knows exactly where he stands. He's very, very, coherent. He is very, very well aware of his surroundings. He's very well aware of where he stands in the race and what he's got to do to get to the finish line in 1st place. All right, so he is going out on his last lap here. We can tell you that at 7 hours and 14 minutes into this race, it is getting very exciting. Cameron Worth, from the early part of the bike ride today, was starting to run away with it. He had a 9-minute and 39-second lead over, Thompson from Denmark getting off the bike here today. But then it started shrinking from the outset of the run course here. The Hoka Time to Fly run course has been nothing short of amazing. We've had switches from 2nd to 3rd and 3rd to 2nd, and now it's 4th to 3rd. Can Castellane close the deal? Can he take it overall? We're going to have to wait and see. This is getting very exciting. You do not want to get anywhere. Do not leave. Go to your fridge for a drink. I'll go to mine for one, and I'll see you on the other side.
I'm getting goosebumps. What an amazing day. And here's the stories, the possible stories that can happen. Here's the headlines for you. Can Cam hold everyone off? He's been in the lead since the 25-kilometre mark on the bike. And then can the Spaniard Munoz take the victory away? But can another Aussie, Nicholas Castelline, destroy it for everyone and get to the front of this race? 144 back for Castelline. Munoz is losing second at 16 seconds. And then you've got the fight of your life on behalf of Cameron Worth, totally digging in deep, finding his rhythm, making the most of every aid station, and he is fighting so hard. And those other athletes behind him are going to have to find something special today, Greg, because he seems to have found something special right now.
He's found something very, very special. You're right, McKeely, and this one's going to go down to the wire as we know it. We could have 4 athletes, getting into the final 4 spots in different positions from where they are right now. You can see that, Cam Worth is running along in first place. Then in second place, you got Munoz. He's only 15 seconds down. But then you got Castellane, who's running way faster than both of our leaders right now. So he is running 19 seconds and 20 seconds faster than Worth and Munoz respectively there. So given those splits, that we may have 3 athletes in the next, I would say about next 4 kilometres all running alongside. So that is a potential that could be happening here at around about 35 kilometres. Then that leaves them about 6 kilometres, 7 kilometres to run to the finish line, and we'll see how that pans out. But right now, the momentum belongs with Nick Castellane from Australia, but his compatriot, Cameron Worth, is running and he is fighting for his life right now. He really wants to qualify for the Super Sapiens Ironman World Championship coming up October 8th, and then he will be just as happy as, what he came here to do. So at this point of time, we can tell you that Cam Worth is hanging in for his life here, trying to get ready for a pass or trying to get ready to just hang on.
No, Greg, that's exactly right. This is where, the character building comes for every single one of these athletes. Who's going to walk away tonight and go, you know what, I gave everything I could those closing stages of that last lap. And then you're going to have the athletes like, I shoulda, I coulda, I woulda. And then you're going to have the athletes like, I just did it. I just didn't have enough to get that victory today. But Cam Worth is trying to do enough. He had an outstanding lead off the bike, but we always talk about how the marathon has such a huge impact in an Ironman. And it doesn't matter what your lead is or what your deficit is, you've just got to keep with your game plan. And that game plan is always keep moving forward, get through those downs as quick as you can, take advantage of when you're feeling good. And that's exactly what Cam Worth has done today. He went through a patch where he really, really struggled, and he utilised all the aid stations, and we thought there was going to be a pass the last several miles, and we just keep seeing him digging, Greg.
We see him running on heart right now, McKeely, and he is doing just that because we are not going to see a pass happening anytime here in the next minute or so, because Cameron Worth has seemingly, to me that he is, he's back on it and he's feeling the pressure, but he's back on his toes and he's trying to get the job done. He knows that the pressure is being applied from behind with Arroyo Munoz and also Nick Castellane. And I tell you what, this is a race that has just turned on its head. And I tell you what, this has been a one for the books for sure. Whether 5 days or 5 years ago, the feeling of an Ironman or Ironman 70.3 finish stays with you forever. Relive the emotion, just like this one of the finish line, with a permanent memento. The Breitling Endurance Pro Ironman Finisher Timepiece, featuring the signature black and gold accents in the Ironman Finisher collection and embossed with Finisher series on the back. This watch offers precision timekeeping in a lightweight luxury form. It's the perfect way to commemorate your achievement in the last and momentous way. You've shown yourself that anything is possible. We're the Breitling Endurance Pro as a reminder of this anytime. Discover more online at ironmanstore.com.
Greg, is this going to be the race that we're going to talk about for years and years to come? You know, the fact that, you know, we thought Camworth was going to lose this race. Right now, he's proving us wrong. Each step and each stride that he's taking, he's fighting for it. He's using every single amount of energy that he can muster to maintain that lead. And, you know, we really thought that Munoz was going to be the one to make the move a lot sooner. But this is what it's all about, right? This is racing. You know, you got to race in the moment, make sure you keep the pressure on. And I tell athletes this all the time. The secret to running well is keep the pressure on. Just keep pushing and pushing and pushing. And then we have Nick Castelline, who's sitting in third right now. And another typical example of what you tell everyone. He was first out of the water. He got caught by Chase 3 at the end of the bike. And now he's got himself all the way up to that third position. But Swayer is still in there too. Let's remind everyone, Swayer is sitting in fourth. Yes, he's moved down to that fourth place, but he's still pretty close. Yes, do I think he's going to make a pass to get back on third? You never know. Look at all the situations we've already seen. I mean, there's so many things that already happened that we thought were going to happen, and then things that haven't happened. And one of those is the fact that we still have Camworth in the lead.
So look at this, it's amazing. So we've got an overtaking here. That's the Morton move from Nick Castellane. He's gone by Munoz right now, and look at this, we've had a change in the top three. Yep, that leg cramp might be getting the better of Munoz right now, unfortunately for him. Camworth has dialed it in right now, and you can tell that he is really fighting for it. Nick Castellane has the fastest running splits at this point in time, so it's now Camworth, and in second place, Castellane. Munoz is in third, and I tell you what, Swire, he is going to possibly move into third place here, coming up any minute now, and there we go. Our top four has changed and reshuffled as Emilio Aguayo Munoz is now struggling with some leg cramps happening, and unfortunately for him, McKeely, this is the way it goes sometimes.
I know, so disheartening. I so feel for him, but, you know, this is Ironman racing, and, you know, Nick Castelline, you know, he talked about his secret weapon, that, you know, he could be in some new hokers. So maybe that's the case right now, because he's the one that now has moved to that position where he's going to start challenging our leader. And how many times can you be challenged and not give away to somebody who's running faster than you? So Cam, you know, he's got to now know that there's somebody else chasing him down. You know, he's probably saw there was a cushion getting created. He looks good. Like, when we saw him probably like 10 or 15 miles ago, we thought it was going to be a different story. But this is what Ironman racing is about. It's that true grit that you can dig really deep. But it's also comes down to, can I dig really deep? What is my physical ability right now to keep pushing and keep pushing and keep pushing? Because we just saw what happened to Munoz. You know, he got the cramps. We did see a little bit of that happening not too long ago. And look at that, just brought to a walk. He's using a fountain on the side. And now you see what's happened. Now Swayer has moved back into that podium position in third place. Like, so much to talk about and so much action. This is going to be so exciting, and I'm hoping that everyone's staying tuned and writing some names down and who they think's going to like get to that victory. and cross that Ironman carpet today.
Well, they're doing it tough here today for sure, and they're really earning their paychecks, that's for sure, because Cameron Worth, he was reduced to a walk, quite a few walks in the aid stations at about, maybe 40 to 50 yards each time, but then we realised that the pressure was on the last couple of times, so he walked to get the first part of the nutrition in, and then he got straight back up onto his toes, got going again, and made sure that he got back into the race and into that pace to keep the pressure on what was coming from behind. And then you saw that Nick Castellane has moved into second place, and then it was Swire who was in third place. It was overtaken by Castellane, is back in third.
I know, this is what it's like, right? You've just got to get through those down patches. You feel great, and then it's like as you said, you hit a brick wall. And that's what we're seeing, you're just trying to keep pushing and pushing and pushing. And, this is the fragile point in the race, right? Especially when you're so close and you have so much pressure on not just the person in front of you, but the person behind you. Right now we have 3 guys that are putting pressure on each other. And if either one of them shows a little bit of weakness, that's what it's going to come down to. Who is going to be the first one to show weakness? We saw Cam Worth really was the first one to show weakness, but figured it out. And then we saw Munoz. He was another one that's then showed a little bit of a weakness, right, with the cramping. And then you saw Swire, who got overtaken by Castellane. And now you see Castellane moving up and about to threaten Cam Worth.
Well, it's going to happen really quickly here, because going through 35 kilometres, you can see that now Cam Worth has gone through there at 7 hours and 27 minutes into the race right now. He's running along at about a 4:24, so he's dropped down into about that 2:55 mark, for the marathon pace here at this point in time. But it's Nick Castellane that's from Australia, so Vamos Australia, number 1, number 2, as we see that Castellane right down there in the back of the picture is going to be going across that 35 kilometre marker right now, and we have a race. It's down to 39 seconds. He's running at 4:07, so given the next 2 kilometres, wow, this is going to be about 37 to 38 kilometres. We may see a pass, or we may see it all tied up.
This is the big question, right? And we know Cam Worth isn't going to give it up. We've seen it so many kilometres now. Just it's getting close, and it didn't happen. And now you have another threat that he's got to face. Nick Castellane is looking really, really good. We know he's running faster, but we also know this is the fragile part, right? If you start pushing that little bit too much, your body's going to turn around and tell you to shut up. And that's where the cramps set in. And then you've got that mental aspect. You've got the crowd that they're going to hit as we get into the closing stages. That crowd is really going to start to bring you home. But right now, it's just guts and glory, right? Who can gut it out the most to get the glory? And, both these athletes, 2 Aussies, great if they can, definitely get that 1-2. We don't really know right now who's going to get the 1-2. And then, we talk about Swire, the German, just keeping in control, keeping the pressure on. He's trying to get that podium, but Castellane, unbelievable race so far. Yep, Cam, by all means, has been unbelievable to tough it out for as long as he has. But you look at Nick Castellane, who led out of the water, still had a great bike ride, came in with that big group off the bike, and we sort of counted him out for a while. And then all of a sudden we looked up and we're like, oh my goodness, he's running faster than everyone else. And that's what he's doing right now. So, Greg, if you're right, around that 40 kilometre mark, maybe it's another sprint finish. We've had a few sprint finishes. The last thing as an athlete I'd ever want at the end of an Ironman to have a sprint finish, that's for sure.
Yeah, you don't want to have to do that to win an Ironman race. You'd rather have a little bit of glory time running down the red carpet and celebrating with, all the spectators, all the super fans right here in Vitoria-Gasteiz, because this is a sports super fan town, and they absolutely love it with their two soccer teams, with all of their triathletes and all the internationals that come to train in the area. You know, we're not too far away from Bilbao and San Sebastian and other places like that. We're in the Western Pyrenees, and that is Nick Castellane. He doesn't care where he is right now because he's in second place trying to get after, number one. That would be his countryman, Cam Worth. On the other side of the break, will be closing in on the finish line. Don't go away. It's getting exciting.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Haaland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
And here we have Castellane. Oh my goodness, this is a race. So close to the finish, yet so far. What a marvellous effort by Castellane. Last check was 40 seconds, but we know he's a lot closer than that. But let's not forget, Cameron Worth has really held on. He's toughed it out for so many kilometres after struggling early on the run. But, Nick Castellane, running so well right now. But, as we talked about it, it's like this end of the race is tough because you don't want to go that little bit harder that's going to really do something physically to you. Where, you get a cramp, that little change of pace can have a significant difference. And you want to keep utilising the aid stations. You want to make sure you're staying on top of it. And, when you got someone like Cam Worth out in front and he continues to push to that finish line, Greg, I really think for Nick Castellane to win this race, he's got to get to the front before those crowds start cheering for Cam Worth, because that's only going to motivate Cam Worth even more. We heard Josh Amberger say that Cam Worth likes to be in the lead and he's going to use that crowd. But the crowd's going to be super excited too that the race is so close. So that could be to Castellane's advantage as well.
Yeah, when you look at the turnover of Castellane right now, it looks like it's so much better than, or actually not so much better, but so much faster. There is more pace in those steps right now from Castellane over Worth, and you can tell that, he's got a good look at Worth up ahead right now. We are getting very close to a pass here. Castellane has his eyes on the prize, and he wants to get after it and take down his countryman Cam Worth. But I tell you what, he's not giving in that easy, old Cam Worth, and he's just going to give a big fight.
A huge fight is on our hands, that's before. We're getting to that 38-kilometre mark, so those closing kilometres are coming fast. And, Cameron Worth, is running a 4:27. Castellane is a 4:07. Of course, Swayer is running a 4:19, so he's right in there as well. These closing stages are going to be so exciting. That crowd is just going to be absolutely out of control because they're going to see how close this race is. And down at the finish line, they're going to know this is a close race. So they're going to be super psyched. So for Nick right now, he's just got to push. He's just got to get as close as he can because Cam Worth is going to know. He's going to hear the crowd. He's going to see the splits. There's going to be a couple of places where he's going to go, okay, how much energy do I have left? And how, what's this? What's this? Holy cow,
the pass
right
is
there.
the pass
it's
is
right
about to
there.
happen here, and Nick Castellane is about to make the Morton move here of the day, and it's been a long time coming, but Cameron Worth, you know, at about 25 kilometres into the race today, into the bike course, was able to seize the lead, but it took about 20 to 30 kilometres to absolutely get rid of that competition behind him, and that was of Nick Castellane, who tried to increase the pace of his own to make sure he put the pressure on Cameron Worth, but that was on the bike course. That was 6 hours ago. Now you're looking at a change of places and a change of pace. Can Nick Castellane right now come up onto the back of Cameron Worth and overtake, put in a surge and possibly get a little bit of distance between the two Australians? Or will Cameron Worth look across, you know, give him a wry smile and say, sorry, mate, not today? Or is he going to have it, you know, his way? So we'll wait and see here, but it's going to pan around here, and there's Nick Castellane. He is just now 20 to 30 yards back.
Yeah, I mean, this is close. To be in the lead for this long and then to lose it in the closing kilometres, that would give me nightmares, that's for sure. But so exciting for us. As you see, Nick Castellane's just about to come around that corner. And again, it's still taking a while to catch Cam. Why? Because Cam is not letting anyone take the lead very, very easy. He hasn't even looked back to see where anyone is. He's so focused on where he is and what he needs to do. And Greg, I was talking a little bit about, okay, how do you measure how much energy that you have left when you're in this situation? And, you know, it's a matter of, okay, visualize on one of your training sessions this amount of distance that you have left in the race. That can really, really help you, because you sort of have that time of moment in your head where you sucked it up and got the job done.
After 7 hours and 38 grueling minutes into this race here in Vitoria-Gasteiz in northern Spain, it comes down to this. It is now just a lead of about 15 yards from Castellane. He is trying now to catch up to the compatriot, the other Australian in the race. His name is Cameron Worth, and there it is. There's your 15 yards. And don't forget about Swire. Swire is also in the chase here. He's only just over a minute behind, so we've got 3 athletes in just a minute in this race right now, and they are chasing 2 qualifying spots to the Super Sapiens Ironman World Championship. These 2 are in the box seat right now, but Castellane, as he makes his way up to Cameron Worth, what's going to happen? Is it going to be a g'day, mate, and see you later, mate, or is it going to be a very hard pass?
I think it's going to be a hard pass. I think at this end of the race, but, you know, don't count Cam Worth. We're trying to stay with him for as much as he can. He's definitely not going to give it up that easy if he can. Look at that little slap on the butt, right?
Yeah,
that's definitely an Aussie thing to do. But, you know, he's going to try to hang in there. He's not going to let Nick totally control straight away. But, you know, it's a matter of now, I don't think Cam's has the energy left. You know, he's pushed so hard for so long. And then you've got Nick Castellane looking fantastic. And what a story it would be for him to win today. To come back from that pelvic fracture, the broken ribs in 2021, and get to the front of this race in the closing stages. You know, he's definitely going to have the fastest marathon, and that's why he's in the lead right now. And Greg, he knows this area. He's trained here before. It's like another athlete who has local knowledge on this course. And, you know, he talked about what he did in preparation. He went out and he would do these 2-hour runs by himself because he felt that was going to make him the strongest right now. And it's definitely the right thing that he did, right? He's exactly where he needed to be. He focused on himself. He thought about being out there on those 2-hour runs, and now look at him, about to win and take that Ironman victory here in Vitoria-Gasteiz. Fantastic effort for him.
Yeah, and it's not over. I tell you what, we got Swire as well from Germany. He's closing down as well, down on Cam Worth. Let's hope that Cam Worth's got enough in the tank to sort of hang in there, get himself across that finish line and grab one of those coveted qualifying spots for the World Championship as we run toward the 38-kilometre marker. After we get to the 38-kilometre marker in about 1 minute time, they'll have 4 kilometres to run. So we're looking at around about 16 more minutes here as we are, looking to break the 8-hour barrier again today. So it's going to be awfully close, and I think that they'll get the job done today. It's going to be Nick Castellane for sure that's going to get in under the 8 hours, and it looks like Camworth and Swire have a great chance to get it done as well. But here he comes. That's Nick Castellane from Australia. He is heading toward the finish line, and we are heading toward that 38-kilometre marker, and then we will get a run split. He's looking down at the Wahoo element right now and making sure that he's staying on pace. Nick has run the perfect marathon today. He struggled a little bit toward the end of the bike ride, but today he was very, very patient and waited until the time was right, until the second part of the marathon. Now he's increased his pace, and that is exactly what to do in an Ironman marathon. You have to give yourself an opportunity to run 42 kilometres.
And Greg, this is his race strategy that he told me during the week. He said, my race strategy will be to have a fast swim to get some separation. Check. A strong and evenly paced ride, especially the second half. Check. Then, with a 4-lap run, try to build my intensity and finish with nothing left in the tank. He's got half a check on that because he hasn't crossed the finishing line yet. But that's exactly what he did, you know. He let them go. He stuck to his race plan, and he has been building the intensity because we saw that, you know, he wasn't one of the fastest pace guys at the beginning of the run. But then all of a sudden we took notice because he was running faster than everyone else. Yeah, it's taken him a long time to get to this point, but this was his race strategy. And I'm sure there's going to be a little smile that'll start to creep in probably the last 2 kilometres. Still 2 kilometres, like a little over a mile, is a long way to run in a marathon. But Greg, that crowd is going to get him across the finish line.
Cameron just went the other way, so the lead's out to about 25 seconds right now as we see Nick Castellane from Australia heading toward that finish line. He's heading toward that 38-kilometre marker, and that's where we're going to get a split here, and it is 13 seconds, and it is Nick. He is running 15 seconds a kilometre an hour average, faster than Cameron Worth. Now, does Cameron Worth have enough in the tank to get the job done in second place? And I can tell you what, McKeely, the Hypervolt is going to get a workout today in the Hyper Ice Recovery when they get across that finish line. And I tell you what, I hope they got plenty of nice cold ice water at that finish line for our athletes today because they deserve it. And they're going to be exhausted as they get there. And as Nick Castellane says, he's going to give it absolutely everything. He's going to empty the tank right at the line.
And Greg, you know what really motivates him? It's the suffering and the ability to get really fit. And he's always surprised at how fast the body can recover from big sessions. And he also said he loved doing big training days, you'll love this, without the need to post about it on social media.
Well, there you go. I mean, you don't have to post everything on social media, and I don't think that everybody does post everything. They might post some of their workouts, and, you know, you want to keep some of that stuff to yourself. I mean, I think some of it's, you know, intimidation factor. I think some of it, you know, is done for, you know, different reasons and sponsorship and things like that. And that's okay. You know, you have to, you know, produce some content, but like to keep a lot of the things to yourself, like your, you know, your big numbers, and you don't want that to all be out there. And you know, that's how you sort of, you know, strategize around your race, and you don't want your competition to know exactly what's going on 100% of the time. But, you know, I understand it's a business these days, and that's how you have an income.
No, exactly. I mean, it's a personal choice about how much you provide to your followers, right? It comes down to, okay, what exactly do I want to give to my competition as well? But, then you've got these age groups. It's like, well, what training sessions did you do? What are you eating? And it's like, yeah, we all want to know that because you're so successful. And here we have Swaya in third place right now. And the question is Cam Worth going to slow down before the finish and Swaya catch up? I don't know. I think Cam Worth is got to do everything he can to get that Kona slot. I mean, that's what's really on the line. Yeah, to get on the podium, huge, right? But we want Cam Worth to get that Kona slot, maybe a little biased on my behalf because I want to see him race in Kona.
Yeah,
Just like I want to see this guy, Nick Castellane, coming back from a huge injury to be leading here right now.
Yeah, bad crash and, as well as all the other stuff. And it's always great to see an athlete come back. And, champions, do rise to the top. And when the chips are down, they do find a way to come back and get the job done. I want to go back to what you were saying just a moment ago, Michele. We're all starved for content. We all want more. We live in a social media world these days. It's not like when, we got our first cell phones in 1994 or we got on the internet for the first time in 1996. We're starved. We're starved for information. We're starved for content, and we want to see it 24/7 all the time. So, getting back to, them posting everything, that's completely up to them, and we understand why they do it. All right, so I think that one of the guys that's emptying the tank out there is this guy right here. That's Cam Worth. He looks like he's up and running pretty well. He hasn't lost that much time to our leader, Nick Castellane, at the moment, but he wants to hold off Swaya. He needs to hold him off because these two athletes in the lead two positions are going to punch those tickets to Kona, and if Castellane decides to go, because we know that Cameron wants to go for sure, and Swaya, well, that's going to be the $1 million question there as well. So as we get to our next, point here coming up here pretty soon, there's a 14-second lead over Cameron Worth for Castellane. So Australia 1, Australia 2, Germany 3, and now it is 1 minute and 10 seconds that stands between Cameron Worth starting on the starting on the start line in Kona at the Super Sapiens Ironman World Championship and not.
Exactly, Greg, exactly. I mean, this is the time of the year, right, where the chances of getting to Kona is getting slimmer and slimmer and slimmer. And you want to punch that ticket the earlier, the better, right? Because then your preparation can be 100% focused on getting to Kona and that World Championship. And Nicholas Castellane, he made a few changes to his training for this particular race. And he's been actually working with a physical therapist to help him loosen a hip impingement that he had during his bike rides. And, I think that's really important that, when you do get these little issues in your body, it's like you do something about it because it will create the possibility of getting an injury later. And, he looks so smooth. He looks in control as he takes a little bit of
a look.
Hey, you always want to make sure because, we all talk about it. It's never over till it's over. And for me, I don't always think it's a sign of weakness. For me, it's like sometimes, you want to look over and get motivated, right? Because if you see all of a sudden you're catching them, because there's probably not a lot of feedback right here, right now. He's not going to know where Cam Worth is. And, he knows Cam Worth is a tough guy. But this guy's tough right now.
No one's catching him. He's, only 2 kilometres or about 1.25 miles to the finish line at this point in time. His turnover is way faster, and it has been, for the last 3 quarters of the marathon. He went out at a very, very even keel pace and built into it, just like we say that's the textbook way of running a marathon in an Ironman, is to go out on a time that you can sustain or negative split. Very difficult to negative split a marathon in the Ironman, as we all know. But today, he's shown us exactly what you need to do is remain patient. And as we did say just a few moments ago, Nick didn't, want to slow down as much as he did on the bike, but he had no choice. Cameron Worth was out there setting an incredible pace that he wasn't able to sustain. Went back to his own pace, got off the bike quite a few minutes down, but he worked his way through this marathon to perfection. Now let's wait and see where Swire from Germany ends up. Is he going to put a little bit of an effort in on Cameron Worth? But right now we can tell you, just going back the other way, Worth, he knows he's going to be racing for second place right now. Nicholas Castellane, on the other hand, he's just tidying up the hair for the finishing photos because he's going to run away with this race right now. Nick Castellane from Australia is inside of 2 kilometres and closing in on IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz right here in northern Spain, and checking out that finish line is about to erupt in a volcanic explosion here. You know, look at that. They got the wave going at the finish line there already, so we know this is going to be party central.
It's already party central. You can already see, you know, as the athletes do their laps, that the crowd's getting so engaged. And you know, Nick Castellane, like, he's picked up his pace. And, you know, I talked a little bit about, you know, you want to get to that crowd. That crowd is really going to bring you home. It's going to give you that little bit of extra energy as we see Nick again take a look to make sure he's securing this victory. And, you know, I think that's smart, right? Because it's not over till it's over. You want to make sure that you have the energy, the motivation, and by having a little quick look like that, Greg, it gives you a chance to go, you know what, I'm still in the lead, I don't see anyone. And, you know, having the lead bikes, it actually makes it super easy when you're on a lapped course like this, because if there was no bikes out there, it would be really hard to see who was in second place right now and how far back they were.
Nick just taking a look over the shoulder, making sure that he's got plenty of room between him and the finish line and him in second place. Cameron Worth is still leading by 1 minute and 4 seconds at last point check there at the 40-kilometre marker over Swire. So Swire from Germany is trying to close in, but Cameron Worth is holding him off. And there we can see Nick Castellane. He's about to do the U-turn. He was our swim leader today. Early on in the race, he wanted separation. He got it. He was caught by Cam Worth on the bike, but an incredible textbook run coming into the finish line gives Nick Castellane the win for the 2022 IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz right here in Spain.
And how excited was he at that finish? Like, fantastic to see him come from so far behind in the run and stick to his race plan and execute it 100% perfectly today, Greg.
7:52.50 on a great day, and look at this. You've got to give it up for Cameron Worth, who poured his heart out. He was a 2:28 deficit out of the swim. He put it a 4:01 down on the bike, absolutely smashing. And he comes across the line today. In second place, Australia goes 1, Australia goes 2, and in third place is about to go to the German Swire as he makes his way to the finish line.
2:43.28 marathon for Nick. Like, that's why he's here right now, the winner today. Like, fantastic effort for him. But, you know, he led the swim too. Let's not forget that. Like, he got himself exactly where he wanted to be, the front of the race early. Cam Worth then got to the front of the race. And then we thought Cam Worth was going to lose the race to somebody else. And now we have Swire, who, again, we thought wasn't going to make the podium, and now going to cross the line in that final podium position, Greg.
38 seconds down was Cam Worth with a 2:57, but look at Swire from Germany now as he enters the Plaza de España right here in northern Spain in third place today, our podium set. What a great day for Australia with Castellane with a 7:52.50, and then just 38 seconds down, Cameron Worth, and he's punched his ticket to the Super Sapiens IRONMAN World Championship, and Swire from Germany across the line. All three athletes breaking that magical 8-hour barrier, McKeely. What a great day.
Well, you know, we talked about it, that, you know, to win a race now, you have to do that. You know,
Yeah,
you have to go under 8 hours. You know, it doesn't cut it anymore to go, you know, above 8 hours. And then to be able to go that fast on the run as well, because we all know the run is changing. You have to make sure that you can run fast. And that's exactly what Nick did today. He ran super fast.
Yep, the Wahoo time, the Wahoo element there gives us time of day. And I tell you what, Nicholas Castellane, you should be very proud of yourself in the hyper ice recovery zone right now. Look at those hypervolts getting ready to get stuck into those quadriceps and get them well on the way to recovery. But what a very well-earned chair and a sit-down for Castellane today. And Cameron Worth should be so proud of himself to come off the early season, off a bike season, switching over into the triathlon part of things. And this was absolutely amazing. And now we're gonna stand by for our interviews down there at the finish line. So we'll go to them as soon as we see it there, as we see Swire taking a very well-earned rest as well.
No, definitely, these guys pushed it to the limit today. Yeah.
He's not wasting any time with that Red Bull, that's for sure. He is just absolutely pooped right now as Castellane takes a nice, well-earned drink of water. And look at that. Dominic Swire, that is a great race for you. Again, another German in the top 3.
Yeah, all these athletes today push themselves to the absolute max to get on this podium. Unfortunate for Swire that he doesn't get a Kona slot, that's for sure.
Nick, congratulations. Great victory. It's your second victory in a full Ironman, but for you, it's really special after your injury.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it's very special because I fractured my pelvis in 2020, and I've had a year of bad form. Trying to find this new form, new way of racing, and it's my second ever win at the Ironman distance, and I needed it. So,
Nick, congratulations! Also, you reached the T2 13 minutes after.
Yeah, I didn't know a lot of the times, and I knew I was a long way back, and I didn't know how long. I just ran my own pace, and I think the first few kilometers were quite slow, like 4:30s. I just needed to find my feet, and then it's a 42 kilometer run, and I needed all 42 kilometers today.
And now Kona?
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Wow, the emotions are real today, and
yeah, thank you.
Yep, emotions are real, and Nick Castellane has just put a lot out there, just going back and saying that 2020 was a tough year when he fractured his pelvis, and then just to get back into it was just, so hard. And to find a new way of racing right now, racing an Ironman from the swim, from the bike, from the run, and not giving an inch at any time. And that seems to be the way that we're doing things these days. And we're going to stand by for an interview now with our third place getter, Dominic Swire from Germany, as we anticipate the arrival of Cameron Worth back to the interview area in just a few seconds here. So let's just stand by and hear from our third place getter, and that is Dominic Swire from Germany. Let's go down now.
For this third place, I think it's your first podium in an Ironman event.
Yeah, exactly. I was fourth at Ironman Lanzarote this year, so it was my first podium this year. Yeah, just really good race. I hoped I can race for the win and for second. I started a little bit too fast and then running out of energy at kilometer 25, and for me it was too less liquid on the track. I'm more a heavy athlete, and it was just too hot for me. So the second half was just pure suffering and just racing with my head. It was that hard. I'm still a little bit out of the game, so not really clear in my mind, but yeah, tough race, great race. It was so great. All the people around the track cheering for you. Oh, it was that amazing, this race. From the beginning at the start, beautiful lake. Oh yeah, just love this race. Thank you.
It was a tough day for all of you because of the weather conditions.
Yeah, exactly. I was here already since Monday for acclimatization, but unfortunately it was really, really cold at the beginning of this week. So I couldn't really acclimatize for the hot temperatures. So I was always suffering a bit more at the higher temperatures. But yeah, I think I managed it quite good at the end. I started with a good swim, was really important for me to show that my swim is on a very good level. I had a really bad swim at Lanzarote. I'm sorry. But yeah, quite happy with the progress in my swim, and finally to show it also in the competition, what I'm performing in the pool.
You were 4th in Lanzarote, 3rd in Vitoria. Where are you going to fight for the 2nd place?
Yeah, I was also coming here to fight for the corner slot. So I think Cam and Nick get the corner slot. So I was one behind, but it was really close. Yeah, I was thinking, I think Nicolas catched me around. Yeah, at the end of the 3rd loop, and I was all the day at 3rd position, and I was thinking, oh damn, I'm losing the podium again. I'm getting in 4th, but I never give up and just trying to run it as hard as possible. And yeah, I was satisfied at the end because Victor also suffered in the last loop. I think he gets some really tough problems. So yeah, Ironman is finished at the finish line. It could happen that much, and you always have to fight very hard until the finish line, and it's all about it.
Okay, congratulations for this 3rd place, Dominique. Good luck.
Wow, that was amazing, Michele, and I tell you what, riveting and entertainment factor 10 out of 10. All right, we're going to stand by for our 2nd place getter now, Cam Wirth, and then we'll sum it up when we get back and get your thoughts here, Michele, on what we just saw, which was outstanding. The day that we just witnessed was one of the greatest, races that we've seen in quite some time, with a fight and a battle all the way down to the finish line. They were fighting it out. 3 gentlemen were fighting out 2 Kona slots for the Super Sapiens Ironman World Championship, and they all said, yes, I want the spot. And it all came down to 1 minute and 30 seconds between 3 and only 1 minute between 2nd and 3rd to get those slots. So let's go down with Cam Wirth, who's standing by right now.
Cameron Wirth, congratulations for this 2nd place. You did an amazing bike course, 4 hours and 1 minute. Amazing.
Yeah, 4:01, eh? To be honest, I was just trying to get as far in front as I could. I actually I've had a good block of swimming the last 4 weeks. For me anyway, 3-4 times a week average, which is a lot of swimming for me at the moment. And it showed. I was in that 2nd group. And it put me in a position to do a good bike and try and get in front. I didn't know how my run was. I haven't done the amount of running I'd like to do, and sure enough, that 2nd lap I was really, really struggling, and I just thought, well, I have a good lead, I just need to not panic. I just walked all the aid stations, got as much Coke in as I possibly could to get the sodium because I was cramping in my calves, and slowly but surely, as the guys started to catch me, it started to come together, and also the crowd, kept on cheering me and kept on, I really felt like the crowd favourite today, and that really spurred me on. I didn't want to let the crowd down. I certainly wasn't going to give up, you just fight, don't you? You can't give up in this sport because you just never know when someone's going to have a bad moment, and Nick caught me, and I thought, right, just go all in now, and I hung on, and I've qualified for Kona, and that was a really big hurdle for me for some reason this time around, and balancing both sports. So it feels really special, to be honest, because it's been tougher than I expected to try and do both sports. It was a dream to do both sports at the highest level, and I finally genuinely feel like I'm doing that. I've made it to Kona, the World Championship, and I've raced Paris-Roubaix this year, the biggest one-day race, in cycling, and we won as a team. Dylan Van Baal won, and part of that team, and I just can't wait to go home, put the work in, really train my ass off and get that run going, and keep improving the swim, and and bring it all to Kona, bring my best to Kona.
You told us on the press conference last Friday that this course was fit for you, more or less.
I felt like it was, as I said, I struggle on the really hard courses for some reason. The really fast courses, okay, but these harder rolling courses, these middle courses where you can really punch the bike and maintain the speed tend to really suit me, and I definitely felt, I think I proved that on the bike. I wouldn't say I paid for it on the run. I think on the run I paid for the fact that I haven't done the training. and I really struggled there to finish it off. But Nick's a great athlete. He has been for a very long time. I raced Nick back in the Ironman Switzerland back in 2017, and I never even saw him all day. He led the swim, he led off the bike, he won the race, and it looked like he'd really go on with it, be one of the big guys of the sport. And today, I mean, that was a very classy performance by him. And as a fellow Aussie, it's really great to see him back, at the top and performing like that. And I know he's had a really tough few years, and I know he's worked really hard this year, and I'm really happy for him. And to be on the podium with him and to go qualify for Kona with him, that's really special as well. So yeah, really happy.
2 Aussies on the top of the podium are both going to Kona.
Yeah, that's great. The Europeans have really kicked the crap out of us, the last number of years, and it's time for us to get together and try and serve it back up to them, try and get our crown back, because the Aussies have been incredibly successful in Kona over the years. Crowe, obviously, Maka, Welshie, Pete Jacobs. So we've got to I just can't wait to get home, get back with my teammates, back with the Grenadiers. We've got a training camp on at the moment in Andorra. Richie Port has been in Andorra with me this week, so he's been swimming with me each day. He's like the finishing coach, finishing my preparation for me. Tim Kerrison, he's no longer working with the team, but still guiding me. And this morning he'd done some research on cooling and gave me a pretty amazing tip just before the start, which I think helped really bring me back in that last part of the race. And I've got Adrian Lopez now works within the team and lives in Andorra and manages, my program and my racing, and makes sure that I do all the work that I need to do and facilitates, tries to help facilitate balancing both sports with senior management in the team. And then of course the guys at Nike, Brett Kirby and the running group, and they're really patient with me. I have so many up and down performances, but they always believe in me. They said after Utah, well, you started the run with Blumenfeld, we've just got to get you running faster. So today was much better than Utah, so we're definitely on the right trajectory towards October.
Congratulations, Cameron. Good luck in Kona.
Thanks.
Well, a very excited Cameron Worth, and he should be, because he had a great race today, given the limited training that he is doing as a multi-sport, world-class athlete, not only competing in cycling and, competing in the Paris-Roubaix and then going and punching a ticket to the Super Sapiens Ironman World Championship in the same year. That is unheard of at that level. That is incredible. So well done to our top 3. We're going to run off to a short break. We'll get caught up with McKeely Jones after this for some comments on our race. Well, a race for the ages today, and we're getting some of our athletes coming across the line there. Our age group is just about to come into the finish line, but a lot of our pro athletes just making it to the line as well. But a race for the ages today, McKeely Jones. What a great day. We'll be going to be talking about this one for a long time.
So many reasons why this race is going to be a standout for a long time. Cam Worth, who finished in second, we knew he was going to dominate the bike. Nick Castelline talked about how he wanted to be the fastest swimmer. He wanted to start out the intensity of the run a little bit easier and build to it. that's exactly what he did. A very emotional victory for him after being injured, and to be able to come back from that injury and to win here today, fantastic. And then you had Swaya, like a guy that unfortunately missed out on that Kona slot, but gave everything he had on the day. So happy, happy guy today.
All right, let's stand by for the flower and podium presentation. So just calling up our athletes onto the podium rungs right now. In third place, it's going to be our German athlete today, Dominic Swire, had a fantastic race, McKeely, and he'll be the first one to stand up atop of that podium. And, yep, unfortunately, he did not qualify. He only missed it by a minute.
Oh, you've got to feel for him, but, like, the two athletes that beat him, like, oh, look at that. That's the pain of the race, right?
That really
All these
is.
athletes gave 100%, and that's what made it so exciting. There was so many well, there was that many lead changes, but there were significant lead changes, and the emotion that we saw from these guys, and that's what it takes. When you're racing to get to the front of the race, or you're trying to hold that position in the front, you have to give everything that you possibly can. And that's why you saw so much pain in these athletes' faces today.
And there's Cam Worth. He needed a 2:57 to get the job done today on the run. Cameron Worth finished off with a wonderful 7:53.21, and that included a 4:01 on the bike today. But your champion, wow, was he ever so good today, Nick Castellane, and he started it all out with a 47.47 swim. He biked a 4:17.18, and he ran it home in a scintillating 2:43.28 for the Australian athlete to become the champion. Yep, Primero, and number one on the podium today, the IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz, Nick Castellane from Australia.
Yeah, what an emotional victory for him. Like, fantastic to see him talk about what he did to prepare for this race, going out and doing those 2-hour runs. As you see, another one of these podium athletes, you know, this is putting it all on the line. But, you know, he talked about going out doing those 2-hour runs in the sun. As he celebrates the victory today, you know, that smile is only going to get bigger and bigger as he really realizes what he just did today. And to run that fast on this course, I didn't think it was possible just with the twists and turns.
Well, the Alava region turned it on today, and the Basque Country, well, they're basking in the sunshine, but they didn't have a Spanish athlete on the podium today. But boy, did Munoz give it a good shake. And look at that, the traditional hat comes out for our Basque winner there. And that is what a great day for Nicholas Castellane from Australia. I love the hat.
Oh, fantastic. You know, when you see the culture and the traditions at each race, it's very, very special. And Nick Castellane has trained here before, so he's going to feel like he was the local that won today.
Time to celebrate with Athletic Brew, of course. Cameron Worth and Swire there from Germany, and Castellane from Australia. A little swig before they head off to drug testing. There we go, a little over the head, and maybe all of it over the head. That's the way we celebrate here at IRONMAN for sure. So let's just wrap it up right there with our first place guy. That was Nick Castellane. What a great race. Second place, Cam Worth, both of Australia. And wrapping up the podium positions there, the German. Yep, that was Dominic Swire. And what a great race they gave us right from the very start. But everything coming down to 1 minute and 30 seconds at the end, McKeely. It was so close to call because everything started going back and out and then coming back in, and there we go. There we see it with the flowers and all of our dignitaries right there in the Basque Country.
Yeah, Nick Castellane, what a well-deserved victory. You know, led out of the water, got caught on the bike at 25 kilometres, and then started out a little bit slower on the run, but obviously it paid off huge today, Greg.
Paid off very well, and we're so excited in studio to call this race because, like we were saying, it's going to be one of those races for the ages where we talk about it for a long time because there was a lot of pressure on today. Cameron Worth came into this race saying, I'm exclusively here to grab that spot for the Super Sapiens Ironman World Championship, and he got it by 1 minute. But he also lost the race in the last, couple of kilometres as well. And then Nick Castellane to come back from a pelvis, fracture, and then also the arrival of, Dominic, Swire, another one of the great Germans, was nothing short of fantastic.
Oh, it was so exciting to watch. I was on my edge of my seat, and it's like we didn't know what was going to happen. Like we thought we knew, and then we didn't, and then all of a sudden you see Nick Castellane moving up so fast towards those closing stages, and then to finally get the pass, Cameron Worth hung on so tough, but Nick Castellane was outstanding today.
Why don't we go back and take a look at the action one more time before we wrap up our show right here at Ironman Now. So here's our race recap getting underway at 8:20 this morning, and what a great start it was for the Australian. He said he wanted clear water and a little bit of time getting out of the swim today, and he did just that.
No, he executed the swim plan perfectly. Got out, such a beautiful swim style, crystal clear waters, drinkable, and look at the weather, absolutely fantastic. It was a little bit cooler, around 14 degrees when they started today, but oh my goodness, it's sure heated up later on. But this is such a beautiful course. I can't imagine no one wanting to come, like everyone wanting to come and do this race again. And Nick Castellane was on that red carpet, quite a long run into transition. Not the fastest swim we've had here, but the swim that you needed to have.
Finished off the Roca swim in 47.47, then ran up to the bikes there and got onto the full gas bike ride. Didn't take long for Cam Worth, though, to get, charging around this course. And there he is on that machine, looking as though he's just one piece with that machine. It looked like he was born to be a bike rider, this young man. And it was good enough for a 4:01 on the bike today. But when they hit the run course, it was all business getting after that qualifying slot.
And Greg, we thought the race was going to be over early for him because that lap 2 was such a huge, huge struggle for him today. But he got through it and actually then started to make up more time.
And unfortunately for Emilio Aguayo Munez today, cramps got the better of him in the 3rd lap of the run today. And in the 4th lap, it was just too much. And it was the end of his race. And then it was Cam Worth. He was challenged by the other Australian, Nick Castellane. He took 39 kilometres to get to the lead of the race here. A little chatter was like, "G'day, mate, and I'll see you at the finish line. We're both going to get our qualifying spots, and I'll see you there." But it was a 7:52.50 that got the New South Welshman home in first place.
Yeah, he had a fantastic performance. Cam Worth, fantastic, held on for a long, long time. But then it was Swaya in the end who got that podium slot. Unfortunately missed out on Kona, but 1:30 between these 3 podium place getters.
So the men right now, they are enjoying the hyper ice recovery area here as they stand by for more interviews by local press. And I tell you what, Swire there, he's stoked with his result, looking at his medal there, saying, "I earned that one." And Cam Worth just having a chat, with Nick Castellane. There it is to finish it off today. We've got the times. Nick Castellane with a 7:52.50. Cam Worth in second at 39 seconds down. Dominic Sawaya from Germany at 1:31. There's Tobias Dahl-Thompson. He was second off the bike today at 12:53 down. And Evert Schiltinger from the Netherlands was at 13:35. So in the end there, McKeely, a 3-horse race and only 1:31 separating our winners.
And as I said, Greg, this is going to be a race that we will remember for a long time. So competitive. And I'm so happy that Nicholas Castellane came away with his victory after having a challenging season getting injured.
Well, what a great day here in northern Spain. We're in the Western Pyrenees, and what a great day that we had here. One for the ages. We'll talk about it for a long time. For McKeely Jones, I'm Greg Welch saying so long. We will see you next time on Ironman Now.